means
Sorry?
you are mean.
Yes. And I'm very tired, so it's good.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, hello everyone. We are here in the pre-show once again, and welcome. With me today we have Zakota and a special guest, Wicked. So hello to all of you.
Hello, Nish.
Hello.
So, guys, how have you felt about the last week's games? What did you guys think? What most surprised you about that? I mean, let's start with you, Nish. You was there, you did the predictions before stream, you had a little bit of a pep talk as well. So what do you think of last week's games?
Actually, last week was a big surprise. Like not even us in the casters and the organizations, we didn't predict that there will be any of the draws. So the draws were a really big surprise for us. But at the same time, even some teams did show up in such a manner that we didn't expect them to. Like there were a lot of expectations for the newcomers. For example, Method Black and Stolen Angels. Some of them did surprise us in a really bright way, and some of them had a little bit. They needed a little bit of time to catch on.
What about you, Wicked? Did you watch a little bit about it? Because I know you've been busy this past time. So did you watch your old friends, your old enemies, perhaps?
I mean, yeah, I especially saw the Ake against Method Black game, and I was a little bit surprised because I was expecting Method Black to win 2-0, because I've been in their squad before. I know how great their players are. So it was a little bit surprising for me that Ake took a game off. And I also expected Jackpot to do a 2-0, but, it's tournament. Anything can happen.
Exactly. And what about you, Zakota? Because when we were having a conversation about these teams, you have a lot of opinions, and I think that you didn't have the space to share your point of view on last Sunday.
Well, I was expecting some sweeps to actually sweep. I was expecting Method Black to win, as Wicked said, but it's still a fresh team. Pika just came out of retirement, as everyone else knows. He wasn't that active in the community, but he still managed to put on a pretty good show, and especially Jackpots are expecting to do a little bit worse. Because, I mean, the team is brand new. They have, I believe, a few internal conflicts as well, so it's expected to not expect only greatness. But I mean, Walkie is an incredible jungle. He's a very talented player. However, I think he's still not as, how can I put this in extremely good mannerism? He's not ready for competitive stage yet. He still has to learn decision-making, proper decision-making. As you know, Joshi, one of the winners from the last MEC series, I mean, amazing jungler, good player, extremely good hero pool. I mean, just experience alone, I would put Joshi over Walkie. What about you, Wicked?
I think whatever I say is gonna be a little bit heated when I talk to these players later on. But I mean, I'm sorry, but for me right now, like, I think Walkie is playing a little better simply because Yoshi is just rusty. He doesn't really play that often. So I think still I have to disagree with you. I think Walkie right now is, a better performing jungler. But that doesn't make me forget Prime Yoshi, when I played with him.
Wow, so here you have it, Zakota. I think that you didn't expect this kind of answer. And actually, I'm like, even the other matches we had, like Ake, like they were playing Method Black, and all of you like were expecting either for 2-0 of in favor of Ake or in favor of Method Black. But I think that the draw showed us that you really cannot underestimate anyone who is playing Thunder Division right now, because we see that those players really are trying their best, and they have like a really proper mindset, because even like Void Kids, even though they were losing pretty like it was really seen that they are struggling, their mindset and their will to fight was there until the last second. And I think that this was seen in all of the teams.
I mean, indeed, it was honorable of the teams to. I mean, it's just an honor to play at this high of a stage, the Thunder division, one of the highest in Europe right now. I mean, top 8 teams in Europe. I mean, not exactly. I mean, some players still didn't choose to play. Some players didn't make a team yet. It's still a little bit rough, but we're seeing a lot of prominent talent in the Rising division as well. But Wicked, since I have you in voice right now, you've been in Turkey, you have a little bit of a better understanding of how Europe works and how Turkey works. Where would you place these 8 European teams in Turkey in terms of strength?
I mean, I'm not gonna say which team is the best out of these 8 European teams, because I think that's just gonna bring a lot of heat. But I say the team that I think is the best, they do have a shot for top 2 in Turkey, I'd say.
I think I already know which one, Wicked.
No, I'm not saying that, man. Come on.
I think I have a nudge, you know. It has a ton of great players from a country, you know, with blue and yellow in the flags. No, Wicked? Who would have thought? But either way, Wicked, in the Rising division, did you watch any of the games, or did you at least check the leaderboards out to see who's at the top, who's at the bottom? Maybe some of the friends, you know, one last time with Hangi, with Paxi, with these OG players. Did you check them out a little bit?
I mean, I heard about the results, and I also saw that right now they're like tied with. I don't really know how to say that squad's name, so I don't really want to embarrass myself here. But I see that it's going great for one last time. I mean, all of them are my friends, so I usually find out how it's going for them. And I know you're trying to bait me out for this, so I'm just gonna say this right here. I think the favorites to win is Minvra Fury. I mean, that's my old team. Come on, they don't disappoint.
Minvra Fury, of course. I mean, their roster is extremely strong after you left. I think it's a little bit better, Wicked. But either way, setting aside the Thunder division, we have what's called the Rising division. These teams compete every Friday for 4 weeks, and the top teams will qualify, I think, for the next season, if I'm not mistaken, Nish. But right now, we have some of your old rivals who qualified there. I mean, who joined recently? Your old pal, Danny, Mark, Alejandro. They're making a comeback in the Rising division. What do you think about that, Wicked?
I mean, I didn't know about Danny and the others. I don't know that Levi played for Stolen Angels, and Mark is going to Turkey. So I didn't actually know that Danny was playing. I haven't heard anything from him. So kind of a surprise.
I mean, just recently they were talking about signing up, and I just saw the roster, and it's just old Birthright out of the few core members. You were part of Birthright back then. What do you think? Do you think they could still take the top as they did back then?
Based on their last performance in EMC, I mean, I'd say they can make it through the qualifiers, but I don't really expect them to be favorites in the main tournament, you know? So, especially when I think their best player isn't there, which is Mark.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dakota, you are asking a lot of questions regarding Rising, so let's take your look on the leaderboards, because after the second tournament yesterday, it's kind of like evening up, because the points like between the first and the sixth, even with the seventh, like there's like less than around 10 points difference. So it will be so close. Like we see that even on the ninth place, like it's still 70 points. So that's like 22 points to get on the first place. So it's really, really close. And I think I really like how we changed the leaderboard system, because right now it's everyone's game. Like even the multipliers, I I had a bad idea about multipliers because someone asked about it in our main Discord, and I was misleading. So I'm really sorry about it, and I'm owning my own mistakes. So yeah, I didn't really know about the multipliers of the points. So I think that whoever joins the tournament in the next two tournaments, in the next week and the week after, like I think they still have a chance, because there's like the points are ridiculous. There's so many points to be collected. But we already have some people who I think are like our favorites, or we already have some teams who are showing pretty consistent performance. So let's go over the leaderboard, Zakota.
So in first place is Tiny Bamboozle, the Romanian ISCF team, and again, they're tied up with one last time, your old pals Wicked. So they're two extremely strong teams. The Romanian team have been... Oh, the Thunder division? Okay, let's talk about this one first. So first we have the Minvra Fury, 2 games, 2 wins, 3 points. So they just tied again, 2 games, 2 wins, 3 points. Ake, Jackpot, Revenant Order, and Metal Black are tied together, and at the bottom is Void Kids and Omni Glitch. Omni Glitch, a pretty strong team, mostly with Filipino players, but still, it's. I mean, I was expecting them to be a little bit higher, but they pretty much got, I think, the hardest team in the entire tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, I was also very surprised to see that they're at the bottom, considering they're like defending champions. You know, they did very great in the last tournament, so it's kind of a surprise for me too.
Actually, today, the two teams that are at the bottom are going to play against each other. Actually, it's the first matchup of the day. So we can like even start with some small predictions, because I think both of those teams are really hungry. When I was talking to them, I think that it was a surprise for Omni Glitch as well, because their roster is like really, really strong. And maybe I don't know that if they were taken aback or were underestimating the preparations or whatever. But right now they really have to prove themselves. Like they don't have the luxury to lose any game, or even to do ties. Like they really need to step up the game and come up with wins from this point on. So what are your predictions for this one, Wicked? Since you are the guest, we will give you the ladies first treatment.
Sorry, can you remind teams that are facing each other?
It will be Void Kids and Omni Glitch.
Ooh, okay. Let's say I'd say 2-0 or 2-1 Omni Glitch, probably.
Okay, Zakota.
I mean, I have to agree with Wicked on this one. I don't think Zedel has what it takes to take down Omni Glitch. Alan is an incredible player. I mean, I think he's the main drafter of that team. And I believe for Zedel's team is Isaac. Again, an extremely good player on Rome. But still, I think I have to go with Wicked on this. I have to side with him, with my favorite player, Wicked Tizzy.
Bro, 2 years ago, leave me alone.
Actually, I will go with you on this one, because for you fans, you will see a new feature. We will be featuring the predictions of all the casters we are working with at Search, and you will see these predictions before every game, so you can check if we know what we are watching and know what we are talking about. And at the same time, I'm really looking forward, like who is going to be crowned the best predictor from the caster side. And yeah, I would move to the second matchup of the day. Like on the second matchup, we have Jackpot against Minvra Fury. So then again, Wicked, you are going first, and I'm looking forward if you are going to have some favorism or not in this matchup.
Okay, so first of all, I do have some close friends from Jackpot, so I do also want to see them win, of course. But at the same time, I do want to see Minvra Fury win, because it's my old squad, you know. Mm-hmm. But I think this is gonna be the favorite series that you guys should, you know, have an eye on, because I think it's gonna be 2-1 to either sides. That's how do I say this?
Really?
Yeah, for sure. 2-1 to either side. It's gonna be very interesting to watch, to be honest.
Okay. Zakota, for you?
I mean, again, with Wicked, I have to agree. I also have some friends in those squads there. Some old squad members as well, but no, I think Wicked is playing a little bit hard to get because I think I know who he's going with. He already knows the outcome. But we're not gonna expose him. It's fine, Wicked. We love you. It's fine. But for me, I think I'll go with Minvra Fury. Extremely strong team. I think they're the best team in all of this region. I think they could beat even Wicked's team, 100%. But what? I mean, as Wicked said, two extremely strong teams, two contenders to win. So it's either going to be Jackpot taking the win or Minvra Fury. But I think Minvra Fury is going to take the cake, or maybe even end up in a draw. So, but still, I think Minvra Fury in my heart, Metronio. You know, kiss.
Okay. Actually, for me, I would go. It will be a draw, and I will give you my reasoning. Because on the last call we had with casters, like we were definitely talking about how Jackpots are this 50-50 team. Like either they play ridiculously strong or they just flip. So I think that they have this 50% chance to take at least one of the matches. So that's why I'm going with a draw for this one. I would really love to see that, because if someone like I know that Minvra Fury are the best right now, but I want to see them challenged and I want to see them struggle a little bit. And I think that this match could be the one to showcase how strong mentally they are. And I will have zero regrets if they win 2-0. But at the same time, I would really love to see them challenged with a draw. Okay, let's go to the next one, guys. We have Method Black, Stolen Angels. So we have two teams that are like the newcomers to Surge, and both of them show a lot of promise. So what do you think about this matchup, Wicked?
Okay, so here's something that I don't think a lot of people is gonna agree with me, but I do believe that it's gonna be a 2-0 to Stolen Angels, simply because I feel like when you like take a look at their lineup, I feel like they would be like probably the most like non-brawl team, and they are like the team that would play a little bit more macro than the others. I feel like the other teams, like they like to brawl a lot, but this lineup from Stolen Angels is a little bit more like just playing macro. So I do believe it's gonna be a 2-0 for Stolen Angels.
Actually, from last weekend, like during Sunday, the second game Method Black was playing, they were so systematic and playing macro a lot. So for me, I'm going to respond right away, so I will give you the space after me, Zakota. But I think that this will also be a draw, like because I really love how Stolen Angels are playing. But at the same time, from the second game, what they showed us, I think that Method Black also has what it takes to get one match from this game. Zakota, what do you think? Am I wrong?
I don't think you're wrong. I don't think neither of you is right. I think this is going to be a pretty hard matchup for either of these teams. Yes, Stolen Angels has the players. They have one of the best, if not the best mage in entire Europe's existence. They have Enzo. They have Pem on the roam. He was a solid roamer even in MPL MENA. And it's such a hard thing to decide on, but I think it's going to be a draw. The first draw I think I decide on. I think Method Black and Stolen Angels will end in a draw.
Okay. Then we have the last matchup of the day, and that's Ake against Revenant Order. This is like a really tough for me, because I'm a big fan of underdog stories, and I think Ake is one of them. Like a lot of people like Ake, but we were discussing what their issue is and what they have to change. And I have to say that we had a call with Ake, and they're really working hard on resolving everything and bringing up the best game they can. So as I said, I'm watching them from February this year, and each tournament they join, they are a little bit better. a little bit organized. So I'm going with the draw. What do you think, guys? What do you think?
So I do want to favor with Revenant Order because I've seen how strong their lineup is and also the way they played against Jackpots. But I think that if Ake played the same way they played against Method Black, or even a little bit better, then I think it's also gonna be a draw. So I do believe in what Ake can do, and I believe that they're gonna keep up the type of gameplay they had against Method Black. So I'm also gonna go for a draw.
I'm disagreeing with you both. Revenant Order is gonna sweep. They're just gonna completely sweep the ground up with Ake. The mid pressure is different. It's different. Just the mid pressure from Revenant Order is different. I don't think Nandayo can, he's systematical. He thinks a lot about his gameplay. However, I think Revenant Order doesn't do that. They just have the intuition to just go in, go out whenever they think it's the best possible outcome and possible time. Just timing in ML is the best thing you can do. Because the recent roam change is gonna extremely buff the roamers. Because as soon as you get vision, as we know, you get experience now. You don't gain experience by time. You get it when you see someone, you get vision. So you can go for extra early invades with like a Khalid roam, with maybe a Hilda roam. As soon as you get vision on them, you're gonna get that level 2, you're gonna get that advantage over the enemy jungler. Let's say you're invading a fan, she has kill one. Or in Blade, she cannot do anything. She doesn't have cables, she doesn't have anything, she cannot fight you. You're a Khalid level 1, you're invading, you're gonna heal up trade. But what about you guys? These were our predictions. Make sure to leave yours in the chat. Make sure to leave some support for Wicked over here on my right. I was Dakota, joined here by Nish and Wicked. I think that's it.
Yeah, thank you. You enjoyed the tournament today, and I will see you after the after show. Wicked, thank you very much for your participation today. We wish you luck in Turkey, and hope to see you once again as a special guest. So thank you very much, guy, and enjoy.
It's a Saturday. It's a day where everyone enjoys themselves. But of course, for MLBB lovers, it's another day in the office. You're gaming. You're trying to get your rank up. And of course, if you're taking part in the Thunder division, then you want to get those points on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, we are week 2 of Thunder division. And of course, we are first match away soon. But my name is Kronos. Join alongside me is the one and only Warren 1X is going to be casting. And we're ready to get down and dirty.
Oh, absolutely. I'm hoping, in case you are speaking about dirty, I'm hoping that Uranus will be on the board, because like this champion, what can he deliver in the XP lane is definitely something that can be described as dirty things that he can do. But we will see. He was kind of moved a little bit out of the meta, at least from what we saw in the competitive, because before we saw him like all the time, he was picked up or banned, but nowadays he is not that powerful. He got that little bit of a nerf coming his way, so not that super strong, still strong, but I think we will see other XP laners in his stead. But what experience we will be seeing, we will of course know later, as we will see our players in their drafts, because first game, or I mean first series of today, is of course Omni Glitch against White Kids, and it's going to be a banger, I can tell you, because those two teams are super hungry. They want that food, they want that meat, they want to go for it. And do you know why? Because they themselves weren't able to get any wins for them yet, so they are super thirsty, super hungry for those W's.
I agree. They definitely are looking for the first W in the entire Thunder division indeed, and I think Void Kids, especially after having a lot of fan backing, after having a lot of expectations, I think a lot happened with them last week. Hopefully they put that aside, they come into the fresh mindset, and we want to see, right? We want to see some changes, especially with Aisho Isaac and the way that he approaches this game. And of course, on the other side, Omni Glitch, they feel like they went through an upset last week, and so do their fans. And I think you're right. The hunger is more than ever with Omni Glitch, especially because they are not just a random team. They're contenders. They're ones you want to see win every single week, week in and week out. So it's gonna be a battle, of course, where we're gonna find out who's gonna come out on top. But then again, the first 2 minutes of the entire game, apart from the draft, is gonna be absolutely crucial. If they don't take it seriously, if they don't find answers, if they don't find a way to pivot across the draft, it's going to be really difficult for them to come back alive in the rest of the competition. So of course, I think looking for their first win, Warren, they better buckle up, and so does the rest of the competition. And of course, all you viewers watching out there, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe. Hey, you got some diamond giveaways in the chat as well, and make sure, if you know what, if I can give the first question, what is Warren's favorite hero?
Well, you know my favorite hero, of course, but I can spell it out once more. I am still in love with Phoebus. Like, he's purple, that's my favorite color. He looks nice, he has more hair than me, he's more sexy than me. You know, I love him. I want to see Phoebus. So if anyone of you want to pick up Phoebus, I'm speaking directly to the players right now, pick him up, you will make my day. It will be absolutely lovely. But I throw the question back to you. What is your favorite hero, if we are on that?
Hey man, I'll be honest, my favorite, Isun Shin, Wan, Popul, and Koopa. Those are the 3. And of course, the one that's the cherry on top is the Esmeralda.
All right. Quite a spectacle you got there, like a full family. Like Jason Chin is your brother, Kopol and Pupa is like your daughter and dog. Like, all right, I see what you got there. Like, I know you're busy, kind of. So what you're trying to tell me, Kronos, is that like your love life is lacking. Is that what you're trying to say? Do you want some girl gamers to hit you up from the chat? Like, is that the angle?
Hey, I got no angle, my friend, but hey, sure, why not? We're always open to making some content for Surge and of course for ourselves as well. And speaking of content, you gotta check out Warren 1X. He streams all the time, every single day, if I'm not wrong. Actually, even if I'm wrong, he's got a schedule. I know for a fact he does. He streams at the same time, so you can definitely catch him. Go and make sure you follow him as well on YouTube, on Instagram. And while you're at it, make sure you catch me as well, G_Kronos. YouTube, Instagram. But before that, you gotta like and subscribe to Surge Europe, man. There's a lot of diamond giveaways that'll happen and that will come your way. And hey, make sure to let us know what your favorite hero is in the chat as well, so you get some engagement going. You can talk to people, and at least we know about it, because we got our eye on the comments, because I know we want those diamonds for those skins, especially with the new heroes Obsidia that have come up. And Warren, what do you think about that new hero? Have you tried her?
I mean, I didn't. I only saw her being played, and like from what I can tell you, she seems a little bit on the broken side, at least from what I saw, because like she dip dashes, she locks onto you, she holds onto you. You cannot let her off you. What do you do? Like you stun her? Like I don't even know how you get her off. I saw her in some games and it wasn't the best pleasure that I had. Definitely I like the more standard carries that you just, you know, like Lila. Lila is a perfect carry. Like you jump on top of her, if she doesn't have flicker, she's dead and the job is done. With Obsidia, it's kind of rough.
Yeah, and I think it definitely, it's a hero that still needs time, right? And still needs time for people to understand how to work it out. And apart from that, I feel like, of course, this new patch, the new patch that just dropped, my friend, that makes so much of a difference. Did you get a chance, of course, to see the new patch though, Warren?
You mean like, did it drop today? Like, I think I saw the last one, but if it dropped today, then then that's the one that I missed.
Hey, when did it drop today? It didn't drop today. It dropped along with the new season, I think. So,
yeah. I know. I caught a little bit of that. Did you like it? Did you like the changes they brought onto the table?
I mean, if you ask me, you're kind of rewarding roamers for what their job is already. You got to do that job, right? It's like saying, hey, you're doing your job, here's a bonus. Like,
I agree.
So for me, it kind of makes the game a little more simpler if you have really good IQ in terms of how you approach the game, and if you're a really good team. If you have really good synergy among your teammates, it's going to benefit you a lot. But then at the same time, if you're new to the game, it makes your life a lot more difficult to start off because you don't know how to play it. You're no more relying on just providing big ultimates that we saw last week. Isaac, for example, he was just waiting to land big ultimates, right? And kudos to him. But then now you have to get the option to explore the map. You really have to go out and do your job. You got to scout the map. That's where you get your EXP. That's where you get your gold. So I think that kind of stacks up on the responsibilities. Like, you really have to deliver this time, because if you don't, then hey, we got a problem. You're not going to scale up. You're not going to you're not going to be there when the team needs you the most. So I think that kind of makes a big difference in terms of the roam position. And I think roamers definitely have benefited, especially if you're an active roamer in and around the map. Oh boy, you're going to scale up fast and your team's going to be on the front foot from the get-go.
I absolutely agree with that point that you pinpointed. Whereas if you are a new player, that it sucks a little bit, kind of, because you need to be proactive, you need to be making stuff happen. And like, of course, for the higher echelon of the players, it's making a lot more sense, and they can benefit from that. But I'm a little bit worried for those like low-level roamers that they might kind of will find a hard time to use that to maximum advantage. But of course, that makes sense, that higher and as you go, some mechanics will be revealed for you, something that you never thought about before. So it kind of makes sense, but since it was before, without that possible to just play your game, and you didn't need to capitalize on being more active on the map, I don't know. Like, of course we will see, but I'm a little bit worried for our low elo Joes, as you say.
Yeah, and you know what? I think so far, looking at the draft this time for this game, Void Kids versus Omni Glitch. You see the Boxer, you see the Hayabusa, Angela being taken on. Don't even get me started on Angela. 20 seconds on your ultimate cooldown? That is a broken stat. All you got to do is use the ultimate, maximize the shield, and then just get out. And next thing you know, within the next fight, you already have your ultimate up. That hard guard is going to be a problem if you know how to use it and you know how to maximize it. But on the other side, the chip, the 1-1, the Kalea, the chip being brought back into the meta with that slight bit of a buff. So I feel like it definitely makes things better now. So, but however, looking at the first pick, they still prioritize Mr. Loverman's Farsa. This Farsa, has been in the meta for the longest of times, but then you're open to so much so much space. Anyone can dive in. You really need someone to protect you, and knowing that, Omni Glitch capitalize, pick up the Arlot, pick up the Khalid, and now you have a full dive against this Farsa, and she's no longer safe.
I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. I love to see Khalid. I love that Vansky is going for it. I don't know if it was Vansky actually that showed me the power of Roam Khalid. I don't want to steal that prize from someone, but I think it was him, but not sure. Don't want to say it 100%, but definitely I know that in his hands it will look spicy. It will be very nice to see that once more. And yeah, the response should probably be something to disengage with. Alright, Claude, quite mobile. Alright, Grok is making a lot of sense for some little bit of disengage, but maybe I would like something else. Maybe I would like something else as Grok, because Grok is of course super useful in the early game and he can push Farsa to the early, but I don't know about his disengage capabilities. Like compared to someone else, some other roamers that we have available, I don't know if I'm quite liking Grok.
I mean, the Grok is kind of like a flex, right? Either roam or either EXP, but then, well, I like it, but at the same time, I don't like it as well. I agree with what you're saying. It really doesn't help the fact that the Khalid and the Arlot are still gonna dive in, so there are not many changes that are there to it. But then what I'm looking at when it comes to Void Kings is that the draft is so straightforward, right? You have the Farsa, you have the Claude has been picked up already, but on the other side, you have an Arlot and a Khalid, and you don't know who's going where until the very last pick, or maybe until you even get into the game. So that gives Omni Glitch a little bit of an upper hand when it comes to that factor, the factor of surprise, the surprise element. And then they get themselves a Lancelot. Again, another hero that's willing to go shing, shing, shing and dive in on top of the Farsa. This Farsa is absolutely no longer safe, and I think they're focusing all the pressure that they can on this Farsa. And maybe if Void Kids can play it right, if Mr. Loverman can play it right, he's going to be the biggest bait that's hanging in front of them. So got to play carrot or stick at this point. Hopefully, Omni Glitch get the carrot that they're looking for, and Void Kids give the stick that they want to. Because looking at the second phase bans, the Fanny being taken off means that you're going to choke down the hero pool of ZL a little bit more. And knowing that he's an assassin main and not many assassins left out in the open, what would they really go for? The Moskov is banned out, the Phoveus is banned out. Unfortunately, we're not going to see our favorite hero indeed, Warren. But maybe here, taking out another marksman, that would give the problem to a Claude. They look to take away the Lunox.
I mean, I already started crying, so if you got some tissues, you can send them over so I can get over myself. But jokes aside, right now the draft is definitely evolving into the way that you already pinpointed, and that is being that on the right side we have much more not really proactive, but like much more flexible composition, where you can really play out, if you are creative, you can play out those situations in so many different ways, and you can approach the fights in from so many different angles. Whereas for the left side, for the side of Void Kids, it's very straightforward. Farsa will be bombarding from the back side, Claude will try to stack up, and you are basically playing front to back. There will not be many surprises. Of course, you can twist that up by those last two picks, and I don't know if they will double down and they just say, all right, we are playing front to back and we double down on that, we will be very good at front to back. And I think this is what they are doing. Yeah, they are double backing on that. It's a front to back, full on front to back composition, and they're like, all right, we are not that flexible, but it's so easy to play that we will absolutely destroy you.
I agree, and I think it's just the fact that they are sticking to what they know and what they can do best, and I feel like that is good. You stick to your strengths rather than what the enemy is playing on the other side. But then again, you really need to start dictating the pace of the game from the get-go. This Leomord is a surprise pick indeed, but then knowing ZL's hero pool, he's been playing this Leomord for quite some time now, if you keep up with what he does. But of course, this Leomord definitely helps out, gives the option to dive in, go front, stack it along with the Glorious Pathway. But then again, it's a really, is it too simple for Omni Glitch to see it coming? It's really straightforward. So I'm not really sure if it'll work out, but then again, they really need to have the basics right, because if your draft is so simple, if you're so straightforward, there is really barely any margin for error. But on the other side, oh my goodness, when was the last time we saw Valentina pop up? Because now the Valentina definitely has the ability to take the Phantom Steed, the Tectonic Charge, the Glorious Pathway, not just that, even the Feathered Airstrike. This Valentina could not have had a better game. Stack it up with the Bruno that has brutal early game damage with those volley shots and a full dive composition coming in from 3 different heroes. We're looking at a game that is meant for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. What a way to kick things off this time in the Thunder Division MEC qualifiers. This is the first game in the first match, and of course feels like we are in for a banger.
Oh, it's going to be a banger. But the thing is, right, for the side of Void Kids, you are really looking with the straightforward composition on a game where if nothing, like, it cannot go the other way, but like if everything's neutral, no one storms away with gold advantage, and it's like kind of even, and you go transition into that mid game and later stages of the game, into the late game even, and if everything is even, you are good to go. You are winning that game because your late game should be very good. Those team fights are looking solid, it's alright. Whereas for the side of Omni, they have completely different quest, because they need to make something happen in the early phases of the game, on the first turtle, and immediately from the start of the game, because if they will not be creative, then their composition falls apart, because in the later stages of the game, Grog will be super tanky, Hylos will be super tanky, you cannot get through them, and you will just get destroyed in this front to back composition.
Yep, the front to back definitely showing work, and you could not have said it any better, Warren, because right now you got to make sure you maximize the simplicity of your draft and make sure there's no margin for error. And you can see the pressure already on top of Mr. Loverman, and Vansky just poking him down, and so is Leloy. And at this point, that is what they want to do. Make sure Mr. Loverman cannot breathe. And so far, Isaac seems like he's making sure that Mr. Loverman is able to survive. And oh my goodness, the pressure coming from Omni Glitch already so high, less than a minute into the game.
That was such a close call, flickering on the last moment. But the thing is, like just a little bit time before that, Isaac was punishing his opponents on the mid lane so much. Vansky was super low, but because it's Khalid, he can regen his health right back up together with Revitalize, and he is basically full HP, just dancing around. I mean, like driving around on his wave. Loloy, oh, he is getting caught. That doesn't look super good for him.
Yeah, but however, Vansky should be able to get first blood, and yes, he does indeed. Mr. Loverman, no flicker. You had no business being in that bush. You had no business being out of position, and he got deleted instantly. But of course, at the same time, you know what, Warren? I was taking a look at the predictions of everyone that we have, the talents for the MEC qualifiers, the Thunder Division. Of course, I say it's 1-1, and I think you agree as well. I think the only surprise I have is Scared going 2-0 for Void Kids, and completely disregarding what Omni Glitch can bring to the board. And Zakota and Synth as well, they seem to see that Omni Glitch might actually take 2-0, not giving them any benefit of the doubt whatsoever for Void Kids.
I mean, like, so far it's going definitely their way. They have 500 gold advantage, and now we will be starting a turtle, and they are definitely in the better position for this fight. We will see how Omni Glitch can play it out.
Yeah, they got the Glorious Pathway as well. Oh my goodness, what a final slash coming through. He even gets the Retribution on point. Nizu gets a double. They lose 3 in the process. Void Kids, this is not looking good. They had the position. They had everything. I think it was just a slight bit of hesitation. And of course, Wade coming into the fray with that flicker final slash. And the same thing with Leloy going through that Tectonic Charge, if I'm not wrong. It just caught everyone off guard, and that just created a big impact. And Void Kids, 4 kills down, and that's about 2.7k gold already.
I must let myself be heard, and I will double down on that. If they can slow it down, if they can not take those fights, because for example, this turtle fight was completely unnecessary. You didn't need to take that. You are outscaling. Why you go for this? Vansky is super strong, but later stages of the game, he is not that dangerous.
Yeah, I think slowly but surely you're starting to see how Void Kids are having a slight bit of a void of their own in their team synergy. So far, Warren, correct me if I'm wrong, Fake Crazy is holding his own. He's absolutely doing a wonderful job. He's not behind by a lot. Slarky Boy should be winning that lane by far as a Bruno. But then again, on the bot side, it's the same story. Xenox is having a great time against Wade. Of course, he's not able to make faster rotation, but speaking of rotation here, Fake Crazy, absolutely able to survive. Will he? No, he does not. Gets taken down. That's a full dive again coming in from Vansky. Slarky Boy taking out low, flickering with that feathered airstrike, not catching him off guard, but Mr. Loverman, you gotta watch your own position. This is the third time in a row that he's been taken down, and with the bad positioning across the map.
And it's even worse since he wants to scale into that late game as they will pick up Xenox. Oh, all right, he will live. He will live. He is quite a fast Kentor. He survives for now. Or maybe Isaac will make their taste buds feel better as they pick him up and they get the 7th kill of this game as they will approach the second turtle to make their gold advantage even bigger. But the thing is, Mr. Loverman, 3 deaths on him. He want Farsa as that super late game security, as that security for those later stages of the game where she can do so much damage. Oh no!
Oh my god, that should be illegal at this point. Oh, but what a comeback. The tectonic charge coming through. He gets himself a double. Wade is going to be the target. If they can get this shutdown, it will be really great for them. But you can see those 2 beefy boys able to take him down. And Isaac gets himself a triple kill on the board. And I feel like that is the account open for Void Kids. But the way that they've been playing, the way that they took down Zerel in his own jungle, what Wade did should be illegal, Warren. It should be illegal. You cannot just walk in and final slash with a flicker like that.
I mean, in this state of the game, you really can do that as just as we saw it, because Wade 4-1, Vansky 2-1-3, Loloy 1-0-6, no deaths, so much more experience gained on that mid laner compared to Mr. Loverman, who has 4 deaths, and look at that, he's level 6 compared to level 8.
Oh, wait, you can see they try to get
mid lane.
But then again, you can see the bot side, Zero. I'm not sure if he'll be able to survive. Slarky Boy has a lot of bursts coming through with those volley shots. Zero somehow able to clear the wave, has to use the retribution as well. And I don't think they're in any position to try and contest any objective, let alone pick a fight. So I'm not sure what Isaac is trying to do over there. They just really have to walk around and make sure Zero's jungle is protected while they find an opening to try and get some sort of a snowball. Because looking at their items as well, Warren, they're in no position to pick a fight.
It's so tough right now. If you look at Slarky Boy, he's the richest man on his team, and it's just because his team is doing so much work done on the map, so he can just purely focus on getting those resources, on getting himself ahead. And poor Mr. Crazy, he died only once, but that one death meant that Slarky Boy could farm up, take this tower, take the gold platings from the tower, and he's so far ahead right now.
I mean, even when we saw the gold, the fact that Isaac, who's a roamer, has higher gold than Zerel in this game, it's making a big difference. And I think Vansky's absolutely abusing the fact that you gotta go and face check these bushes, and shows Isaac, but you can see Zerel, he has no room to breathe. Nice tectonic charge coming through. They get 2 as well, and now the glorious pathway slowing them down, and finally Vansky goes down. But Slarky Boy with a football in the face of Mr. Loverman, he's not feeling so safe anymore. Taking down Isaac falls down. That's a big shutdown into the gold laner, and now he's only scaling. Final slash comes through, and I think Wade's done his job, but Fake Crazy comes in as well. He does not have the damage. He has to scale. Purify already used, and now Nizel is looking to go in. He wants these kills. He's thirsty, all right. Phantom Execution not able to get nobody home, but they do get the tier 2 on the bot side. Mr. Loverman has to use the feathered airstrike only to clear up the wave. And Omni Glitch, they are miles ahead of the competition. They're miles ahead of Void Kids right now, and Void Kids really need to start slowing down this game, and they're not able to. They're tunnel visioning, and they're just picking fights where they can.
I mean, Omni Glitch is making it so hard for them, right? Isaac will try to kill Slarky Boy. He cannot really do that, I don't think, at this moment of time. Right now, you need to slow it down, and you need to play those fights as 5v5s, and you need to start in at your own terms. Because right now, Omni Glitch is taking the fights that they want, but Void Kids are just getting pushed into those fights that they shouldn't really be playing out. They need to choose the right fights, because if they are able to, then I think there is a way for them back into this game. Their front to back is still super strong, and later stages of the game will not be kind to composition of Omni Glitch.
Yeah, definitely. It's not going to be kind to them indeed. But so far, man, I'm trying to find ways the Voidkins can make a comeback, but then every single time they're in a good position, somehow it fumbles. And it all comes down to the exposure that they have in the mid lane. Mr. Loverman's not having a great time. He is left so exposed that they're targeting him the entire time. They have 2 beefy boys in front of him. Make that 3 if you add in ZL, but it's not working out for them. Mr. Loverman really needs to find an angle, needs to find a way so he can play safe while dishing out the damage. Meanwhile, in the Lord Pit, you can see ZL versus Nizu 1v1. I'm not sure if that's a wise idea. Slarky Boy goes in with the Wave Worldy. Now trying to dish out the damage. They're looking at taking down the Lord. Glorious pathway to retreat. And you can see nice tectonic charge coming through with the IMU. And now they all collapse. Feathered airstrike, dish out the damage. Fake Crazy goes in with a blazing duet. But the damage is way too much coming in from Slarky Boy and Nizu as well. They're looking for a wipeout. ZL's the only one left standing. And they get that indeed without losing a single member on their side. Omni Glitch stand tall. Do they even need the Lord at this point? This is an absolute barbaric breakdown of Void Kids.
I mean, absolutely. Omni Glitch just drove their wide van into the river, and they were like, all right, we are giving a free candy, and Void Kids took it. They went for that free candy, but in reality, it wasn't really free candy. It was more kills for the side of Omni Glitch as they pick up more resources, and they are even now 8,000, almost 9,000 gold ahead.
Hey man, our parents told us while we were growing up, we've seen a lot of videos, we've seen a lot, our teachers, a lot of adults have told us while growing up, if you get free candy, don't go for it. Because you know something bad is going to happen at that point. Seems like Void Kids definitely did not learn their lesson. These kids really need to find a way to try and get their head straight into this game. Because, hey, they went for the candy, like you said, and they paid the price. They got a nice receipt. And now with the Lord marching down the mid lane, I think Omni Glitch might be looking to end it all.
Oh, absolutely, but the thing is, the base crystal is still dishing out damage. You don't really have anyone that's full tank. Maybe Wade is building a little bit of tanky items for himself. Nizu, I saw that he built himself a little bit of a defense, right? Oh, Nizu going for a play.
Oh, Mr. Loverman, he's not safe. The Phantom Execution, he was styling on him, and he gets a double. How is that even possible? And that Slarky Boy able to pick up that kill, and now they get the topside inhibitor, and now with the IMU, they go for the tectonic charge. Xenox is trying to slow them down. Isaac pulling everything that he can into the kitchen sink, but ZL's the only one left standing. He can't really do much. The Phantom Steed's already been used. He can't save his team, and now with the minions coming down the mid lane, they're trying to end it. And then within 12 minutes, will they be able to do it? And I feel like they just might be able to.
He is back right on time as they can try to defend Zadel on his steed, trying to run away, as they will defend their base at least for now. But look at the gold difference, it's 11,000 as Omni Glitch retreat back into their base to not really get more items, right? Because they bought that already. But if you look at the items for a little bit, you can see Nizu has chosen for himself something that you see a little bit less in your ranked games. You would probably see much more burst damage lands. But of course, in competitive, you are opting for that little bit of bruiser play style, where we can see that Nizu can really jump around because he has so much health pool to work with and so much extra defensive stats that he is still doing damage, but he is not really that easy to pick up and burst down.
Yeah, and I think you're right. But then again, going back to what we spoke about earlier, right, Warren? It's about the fact that they have a front-to-back composition. They have a scaling composition. It's a very simple way for them to make things work. But they had really little room for error. They had no margin for error. Realizing that, they still tried to play aggressive. Within the first 30 seconds, Mr. Loverman got poked down by Vansky. He got poked down by Leloy. And that's when we knew that the pressure was on. And so far, if you take a look, he's 0-7-3. Is he not able to cope up with the pressure? That's the big question, right? Because if you take a look at the way that they've been playing, early game, mid game, Fake Crazy, yes, he has a losing lane, but he's still able to hold his own. Xenox, yes, he's not going to be able to rotate much faster. He's going to take a lot of poke from Wade, but he was still able to hold his own. And Isaac, I mean, for all the sets that he can provide, and he's been providing throughout the game, he has been doing a really great job. And ZL, he's only as good if he's able to farm up. But here, looks like they want to go for the big play. He finds a tectonic charge, and they come through. But this is not the time that they need to be dishing out the damage. Claude gets a good amount of burst coming through. But look at Slarky, boy. He does not care. He's a football player, all right. He wants to play at the World Cup. He's taking them down one after another. And I think that was a death bush that that they try to walk into, but Void Kids realizing that they dug their own grave. And now it is 1-0 to Omni Glitch.
Unfortunately, this is how the bread crumbled, at least in the first game. But the thing is, right, as you already spoke about it, as we spoke about it in the draft, composition of Void Kids was really about this one playstyle where you cannot really approach it differently. But when you fall behind, you don't have that front line and you are kind of getting destroyed, because enemy's composition was much stronger in the early game. You didn't really respect it that much. I think a little bit of that falls on top of Roamer of Void Kids, because I think the conversation between him and Mr. Loverman should have been more clear. I think he should have stuck to him a little bit more, because there was many moments in those deaths that Mr. Loverman had where his roamer wasn't really near him, he wasn't really protecting him. Of course, Grog doesn't have that many options, but he can still build the wall, he can still separate him from the engage of Vansky, from the engage of Khalid, and he can still make space in that way. But I think this was really lacking during the early game, and because mid lane crumbled, then was the turtle fight that you shouldn't have taken, and then it just went bad from there.
Yeah, and I think it's not just that, right, Warren? I agree with you that they definitely need to talk it out in terms of, you know, having to have that synergy between the roamer and the mid laner. That is a very common factor within Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You definitely need to have that mid duo, that mid trio, in fact, to work in fruition. You got to work hand in hand. But the thing is, over here with Aisho Isaac, he's been doing good. He's actually been doing what a roamer does. He's been there. He's been providing the CC, he's been providing vision, he's been doing well. I feel like most of these fights that they've been losing out on is just Mr. Loverman's off position. He's just not supposed to be there. And we've seen it multiple times. Nizu is just able to walk in. I mean, yes, he's a Lancelot. He's a given that he's going to come through. But then if you're going to make it so easy for him, like invite him to your house for a Christmas dinner, it's not looking good for your team, because you're just putting out a buffet for him to eat. Because at this point, I just feel like Mr. Loverman really needs to find a way to position himself better in and around the map. Because if everyone those are watching, go back and rewind and take a look, he's leaving himself exposed to a lot of factors. And I think, as you mentioned, that they didn't respect the early game damage that came through from Omni Glitch, and that's a very important factor. Knowing that Khalid is going to be around the bushes, knowing that Valentina has much more of a poke in the early game, you have no business to try and go up in front of the turret. You got to stay inside. It's okay if you lose out 1 or 2 minions in the early game. Yes, they make a big difference, but knowing that you're a front to back team, knowing that you rely on the late game damage, knowing that you don't have any margin for error, I think that's a sacrifice they should have been willing to make. But trying to play a little more aggressive than you can, trying to do more than you should, I feel like that's where Void Kids have started losing their balance. I don't think everyone's on the same page, because you and I both agreed that their draft had an idea, and we both agreed that yes, it's simple, but you can still come out on top if played right. I just feel like they're just lost in the sauce, man. I don't know, they're just lost in the sauce at this point.
But if we just move the page to the other chapter, to the chapter called Game 2, I think there is a lot of positive things you can say about Void Kids, because their fighting spirit, it was there. Like, look at them now. Right now, they are unfortunately 0-3 on games right now, coming for 0-2 from the last week, now 0-1 right at this moment, but they are still fighting back. Those late fights, they were 12,000 gold behind, and they still took the fights. There was still the fighting spirit, and that's what you will have to see. Unfortunately, they took the fights too early during the early game, and then they fall behind, but the fighting spirit was really there, and that's what I love. Because the last fight of the game, for a bit I was like, all right, they are back in the game, and it was 12,000 gold behind. So I mean, if you take this fighting spirit, you kind of comp up the draft a little bit, and you maybe give Mr. Loverman something a little bit more safe, or maybe pair him up with Matilda that can fix his mispositions and can let him escape from certain death. Maybe that's the idea.
Yeah, I think you're right. I agree. I agree with what you're saying. They need to find a way to make sure they can make a comeback. Game number 2, man, you got to brush it off. Whatever happened in game number 1, you got to look forward to what's up next and look at the positives. They definitely have a lot of fighting spirit in them, as we can see in their game. They just need to find I think they're just missing a piece. They're just not able to gel well together. The recipe is just not working right. It's too much salt, too much sugar, too much spice. You know, nothing nice at this point for them. 0-3, like you said. But then again, if they find their footing, I feel like this team can go all the way, can be unstoppable indeed. They have the tools. It is what make them the best. But of course, the tools might not fit in the same machine. They need to find a way to try and fit it in the box, or just completely think outside the box so that they can maximize what they have within their own skill set. But however, on the other side for Omni Glitch, clean, crisp, no problems whatsoever. Did they even lose a turret?
I'm not sure. I think maybe in the bot side, I think maybe in XP lane, I think that the tower was gone because I believe that Claude was farming it up. I think in the late stages of the game. Yeah,
they lost
I think
one
so.
each on both sides. They lost one each on both sides. Yes.
All right, so that makes 2. Maybe the 2 lost towers is kind of foreshadowing for that they will make it 2-0. I don't know. But we will see. But the thing that I wanted to speak about is that this game right now is so important for the side of Void Kids, because if you can come back and make it 1-1, then suddenly you are still sitting on that short last place together with Omni Glitch, and you are still head to head because you both will be 1-2. But if you don't manage to come back, then suddenly you are 0-4 and they are sitting at 2-2 when they equalize the score, and suddenly they are looking so much brighter. And for your opponents, that will be such a step up, such a confidence booster, and you can steal that away from them. So I feel like if Void Kids can make this game happen, it's gonna be such a big booster for them, of course, but they will not. They will make it even harder for Omni Glitch for the rest of the tournament, at least mentally.
Yes, it's true. They definitely will make it harder for them mentally. And now I think both the teams, especially if you're Void Kids, you just gotta refresh, man. You just gotta refresh, let it go, see what happened. You know, yeah. Unfortunately, our brains don't work like a computer or like a browser where you can just click reload and then everything refreshes. Hopefully it does for them, and they gotta stay strong mentally indeed. But then again, they need to find an answer. This is week 2. They're without a win. 3 games in. This is the 4th one. Yes, their road hasn't been easy. They've gone through some tough opponents. But then again, you got to find a way. It's not the fact that they lost out close games. It's always been a landslide. They have no opportunity to make a comeback within the game. And I think in this one as well, hopefully they're able to find a way to make the draft work in their favor. Maybe try not to be so straightforward. Give Omni Glitch something to work with. Because if you're really simple in your draft and you're really simple in terms of your gameplay, I'm not really sure. Because the way that they're playing so far, Warren, correct me if I'm wrong. Like from the idea, from the 3 games that we've seen, the draft and the gameplay wise, I think they just want to funnel into Zedel. They want Zedel to be the hyper carry, while Fake Crazy is going to be the insurance policy, right? I feel like that's the way that they've been approaching the game.
Oh, it definitely feels like that, but the thing is, it will fall and crumble when your XP lane cannot really bite, because, of course, Hylos, he's a formidable opponent, but he isn't really that big of a threat. In form of CC, yes, but he is not that Phivos. He isn't CC, he isn't Lapu, he isn't that big damage threat. So then you make it so much harder for Zedel, because they just focus him, they invade his jungle, and they are like, alright, job is done, only one that can do damage is Crazy, or Mr. Loverman. But since Mr. Loverman was caught, at least in that last game, he was caught quite a lot, then it's like, alright, his only carry that is left is fake Crazy, and we can just dive him, we can get rid of his tower, and suddenly he is done. He's done for. What they did here is something that I like. Only thing I'm scared about is that the 1-1 that they left open for that first pick.
The 1-1 is definitely disastrous indeed. You do not want to get 1-1. 1-1 is such a great hero. 1-1 is such a big bait as well, right? You're so good at kiting, you're so good at making yourself the center of attention, but at the same time, you're so good at dishing out damage and carrying the game by yourself. That's one of the only heroes in the game that can 1v5 without even getting hurt. So I think definitely you got to pay respects to the 1-1. And on the other side, I think they want to maximize the draft that they have in their favor. They want to make sure that you get a full dive in a way where they can maximize this Gatot Gacha and also cover a lot of area. And then, of course, with the new patch that came through, you got to make sure you use this Angela to fruition. That 20-second cooldown, man, on these hard cards are going to be a big problem. But then on the other side, these guys are flexing. Nizu trying to show that, hey, I played a Lancelot in the previous game, I can pull up with a tank in this one, switching it up this time, making sure you're going to be a frontliner, soaking up all that damage. And of course, Wansky doing the same. He went for a different approach in the previous game, this time with a single target lockdown, looking to change the face of the game. With the previous one, he had the Khalid, and now with this Franco's Bloody Hunt, he knows that Zettel has to go for an assassin. He knows what they're looking for, and he's looking to shut him down as quickly as possible. And I hope Zettel doesn't bite the bait, because a Joy in this game, oh, you got 2 counters straight up, man. I don't know what they're thinking, Warren. They're not giving me a reason to try to help them out here.
I mean, I'm scared for Zettel's life, because right at this moment you are looking at Franco. Of course, Franco will have it a little bit hard for him to hit Joy, but if he hits, then Joy is done for. She's basically good as that. Fredrin, a direct counter that we saw many times, played in multiple tournaments against Joy. So basically Zettel is counter picking himself, and then you play into 1-1 who can just charge up that crossbow tank, and you cannot hit her during the time, so she's invulnerable to your damage. So I don't know. I feel like I must say I disagree with that idea of an assassin being good here. I feel like a bruiser kind of character would be a little bit better. That's how I would see it.
Yeah, I think a bruiser definitely would have helped out, right? I don't think Joy is... in no world is Joy a good pick here. In no possible world is Joy a good pick here. You're trying to go in, you get a taunt from the Fredrin, maybe you escape the taunt, you got the Franco that's willing to get on top of you. Sheesh. Hopefully they find a way to make it work. Yes, you have the hard guard to survive, but hey, man, if you're not going to be able to move for about 2 to 3 seconds, that's all it takes to try and burst you down. So they need to find, if they add a burst mage in their lineup of Omni Glitch, it's not looking good for Void Kids at this point, because they've taken away the Valentina, they've taken away the Kimmy. Yes, the Kimmy would have been disastrous in their hands, but then now you see that the one Manera that's coming off, maybe a Moskov, I think would be a good shout here if you are Omni Glitch, just to take it away. If not a Moskov, maybe a Granger. Just make sure you put Moskov in their hands, because he needs a little more, he has lesser range. Oh, but seems like the Uranus has come off the table.
Oh, he is gone, so no super tanks for XP lane of for the side of White Kids. But the thing is, the more I think about their draft, the more I think about the draft of Void Kids, I feel like they can cook something up, but they need to make their composition more AoE heavy, because imagine that Fredrin and Franco will probably sit on top of each other and 1-1 will be behind them. But if you can dish out AoE damage on top of that and let Joy jump in together with Gato, then suddenly you have a great setup, because they cannot really move, they will get destroyed by this AoE damage. But now you're locking in Kari. Of course she can shred those tanks, but I don't know if she can deliver on that AoE part.
Yeah, I mean, she has to deliver on the AoE part. I agree. I think this carry definitely works. I think there was no other way it was going, right? You got to pick up the carry again. Here, are they going to go for a Sicilian? If they do get a Sicilian, man, it's going to be extra bit of range. They're definitely not going to beat out. Then this Joy is just completely rendered useless. They go for the Farsa. Maybe Laloy just trying to show Mr. Loverman how to play the game with a Farsa. And of course, oh my goodness. I know, Warren. I know. You don't even want to see what's on the other side. You've already made up your mind. We know who's going to come out on top according to you. Because this Phoveus now is just adding another... another sandbag to the composition. And here's Xenox on the other side going for a Terizla. Again, it's the same story. You have a hyper carry in the form of the ZL with this Joy. And of course, you have another insurance policy with this carry. You want to scale up at the late game. And the others are just casualties in this process. You're really relying on big, heavy sets. This time, they have the Angela. Will it work?
But honestly, I like the approach from the side of Omni Glitch, because it looks like they just took the Void Kids draft and they made it better. Because when you look at it, you have two tanks in front, where before it was Hylos and Grog. Now you have Fredrin, who can deal a little bit of damage, paired up with Franco. Of course, Franco will not be dealing as much damage as Grog, but that CC is super heavy on him. Paired up with Phoebus, who can jump into the backline and he's super tanky but still doing so much damage. Paired up with Forza for that backline, and 1-1 who can just charge up that crossbow tank. For the side of Void Kids, they kind of switched it up as well, and it looks like they stole a little bit of that composition from the side of Omni Glitch, because their composition has much more angles to come from. They can utilize their XP lane, that Terizla engaged with a flicker, going on that backline, immediately bursting down 1-1, not letting her play the fight. Then from the jungle side, you have Joy jumping on top of him, jumping on top of the carries and bursting them down as well. So many angles that you can play with, but the thing is that they need to be creative, they need to do stuff. But I feel like from what we saw from Void Kids in that last game, this composition fits them so much better, because their comp needs to be active, whereas for the side of Omni Glitch, they just need to scale and they will be fine.
Yep, I think the roles have just been reversed, and you know, they need to find a way, because definitely the burst is going to come through from the side of Void Kids, and the same thing with Omni Glitch as well. But I think you are absolutely right when you say the Omni Glitch can wait them out. They just gotta wait. They just wait them out. They can scale, whereas Void Kids really need to be active in and around the map. And if they're not active, oof, it's gonna be. It's not looking good for them. It's going to be a downward, it's going to be a downhill battle for them if they're not active around the map, especially ZL, Mr. Loverman, and Aisho Isaac. I think this three within the mid lane, or in the mid lane jungle and roam combo, needs to be really active for them to make their presence felt. On the other side, if Vansky is able to distract, get a couple of hooks on the buff, hey, he's done his job in the early game, and Nizu just has to farm and make sure he gets to a strong point indeed. Apart from that, so far it's looking good both sides. I think we have another treat of a game. Hopefully this one delivers for both sides and not just one, because we want to see what Void Kids can bring to the table and not just go for that candy that they get.
Oh, absolutely. So I'm looking so much forward to this game as we will be approaching it, because I like that switch up. I feel every time when I'm watching, when I'm casting or just watching as a fan, it's always nice to see that the team is trying to do something. It's never good to see that they try the strategy, it doesn't work, then they try it again, then they lose. It's never nice to see that as a fan of the game. But if you try to switch it up, you have all power to you. I love it. I love the idea that came from Void Kids, and let's see how they can translate it into performance on the map.
Yeah, I think that you're right. They can't stick to what they know. They need to get out of their comfort zones, and they need to try different things. Because if you end up losing the same way that without making any changes, then you're not really doing anything progressive, are you? You cannot expect things to go a different way without making the change yourself. And I feel like that's why Void Kids have switched it up this time, going for a divey composition, really relying on their early game potential when it comes to ZL's level 4 electrifying beats, along with Mr. Loverman's Heart Guard. If they're able to stack it up, it might just change the way the game works. And you can see already Vansky being a problem, slowing down ZL's farm. But then again, it's not making much of a difference, because Nizu himself is quite slow in the jungle. So if anything, they should be able to get one kill or add more. But the hook here onto ZL, he's already taking a lot of damage. It's not looking good for their side.
And it's so bad, right? Because he would be hitting very soon that level 4. He could be ult and miss.
Oh, no.
Once again caught, not even able to flicker out. I didn't quite catch that. Was the Vansky hook the reason of his death, or was it something else? I don't know, but Mr. Loverman once again dying as the first member of his team. Oh, another hook connects. Settle down.
Wrong time, and you can see nice penalty zone came through as well. AOG tried to connect, and now Wade is level 4. He's gonna go in. It's not looking good for Void Kids. Omni Glitch one after another, especially with these hooks coming through. Mr. Loverman, he's loving these hooks right now, because he looks like he's going towards them and giving Vansky everything that they need. It's not looking good once again. We're less than 3 minutes into the game. Already 2K advantage to Omni Glitch.
I mean, you have to understand, right? Vansky took that skin on purpose, like he knew what he was doing, because looking at that skin, it's purple. And what is purple? Candy. So Mr. Leverman, of course, thought that it's more candy being given to him, but unfortunately, it was Vansky's hook right in his face, but he didn't realize in time, so he got caught twice.
Yeah, it's definitely not where they want to be at. And if you look at the gold as well, Franco 1.7k ahead of ZL on the other side 1.5. It's absolutely not looking good for Void Kids, but somehow, some way, again, they have Fake Crazy. And you can see instantly Omni Glitch realize, right? They realize they've kind of slowed down ZL. They've shut down Loverman completely. Yes, Xenox needs to be a big game changer, but then again, if you're not grouped up, he's not going to be much of a difference maker. And they understand Fake Crazy is the one that they need to go after, so they turn their rotation and try and move around that side of the map, knowing that Void Kids are going to make their way onto the gold lane to try and free up Fake Crazy. And again, that's the level of gameplay and the level of thinking that Omni Glitch have, and they worked it out. You can see they're dominating the bottom half of the map, and Fake Crazy isn't allowed to be unlocked whatsoever.
No, absolutely. Like, at this point of the game, he wouldn't really be owned. Another hook connects. Suppression goes for Fake M Crazy goes down. He couldn't even flicker out. Vansky is finding every hook this game. I think he didn't miss a single one.
Yeah, it's not looking good for their side, man. I think he's missed... yeah, you're right. I don't think he's missed a single one. He even landed the one in the jungle, didn't he? So far, it has been a great percentage that he has been hooking the enemies. And it's not looking good for Void Kids. Again, 3k gold difference. So far, it looks like Zakota's and Synth's version of what they got called predictions working out. But Nizu here taking a lot of damage, absolutely able to get out of harm's way without taking us anything. He even stole the purple buff. That should not be allowed. I can't believe they let them get away so easily.
I mean, you were saying before that they invited them for the Christmas party, but right now it feels like Nizu just came through the window and ate your cake that was left in the fridge, because and you couldn't even do anything about it. You saw him leave the house, but he just did that right in front of your eyes.
Oh, AOG trying to come through. Slarky Boy able to get out, but you can see they get the swallow on point, almost unlocking the crossbow of Tang. And yes, he does indeed get some airtime. But again, I don't think Aisho Isaac was going to go down. There was no use of using the hard guard. Yes, it has low cooldowns, but now you're in this fight where you need it. It's not going to be there and gives free reign for Omni Glitch to dive in. You can see they go in for the Infernal Pursuit, and now Xenox with the penalty zone. Flickers out, but still goes down. Loloy doesn't have the feathered airstrike, just waiting for the right time. And I feel like Omni Glitch are playing all their cards right. They're able to bait out the opposition, and now they're looking to go and try that insult to injury. And yes, they do. Vansky gets the hook. Fake Crazy goes down. He's on a killing spree, and that feathered airstrike able to get a killing spree of their own. Aisho Isaac is not having a good time. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, ZL versus Nizu, and you know for a fact Nizu's not going to go down without a fight. ZL has no business being there, and I think Vansky, that's the first time he's ever missed a hook, and we're 6 minutes into the game.
I just wanted to say that. I wanted to ask you, how long did you think he didn't miss a hook, right? It was 6 minutes, 10 seconds, as Loverman could be in trouble. He doesn't have his flicker now available. Xenox tries to push them away from their jungle, but right now, looking at the goal difference, I don't remember what was it in the last game during this part of the game, but right now, 4,000. 4,000 doesn't look so scary if it doesn't keep growing, but if Vansky keeps landing those hooks, then it will be even more.
Oh, a hook misses. AOG connects it right now with a hard card. They go in. They have a lot of damage coming through from Fake Crazy. Weezy able to dish out the damage. Penalty zone to try and slow them down, but Nizu's still able to walk out of harm's way. And so is Vansky. It's not looking good for Void Kids. They got only 1 kill on the board, and that's in the hands of ZL by taking out the 1-1 earlier. But so far, with that full commit, where OG, we're way out of their comfort zone. We're way overstaying. And they overextended. It's not looking good again. And now Xenox this time try to go in an Infernal Pursuit from Wade. And big up Razor's Wrath drops down. Nizu still able to survive. Crossbow of Tang is unlocking. You see Wade is dishing out a lot of damage, taking away the attention of the entire team. And now Aisho Isaac isolated, gets taken down. 1-for-1 trade. But any kill and any sort of goal in the pocket of Void Kids is still gold. So maybe a worthy trade?
I definitely must say that it was so worth. It was so worth because Aisho Isaac is a roamer. You don't really need to care about him that much. But the way it is an XP laner right now, he is not really getting that XP. He isn't getting that gold, and you slow down the advantage of Omni Glitch.
Oh, they have to find a way to slow them. You're right. They need to find a way to slow them down. And so far, it's not working out. So far, Fake. Oh, no, not again. AOG might connect. Will he be able to survive? Slarky Boy unlocks the crossbow. Tank doesn't want to dish it out, but appraises Wrath along with the damage coming in from Loloy, able to secure the kill. Mr. Loverman goes down in a hookly fashion. And now Aisho Isaac, he unlocks it indeed. Are they going to go for the crossbow of Tang? And yes, he does. He's going to pass it on to Xenox. Will Xenox survive? He has to flicker out under his own base turret. It's not looking good for White Kids again. ZL trying to farm up and trying to create space as much as he can, and now has the unlock in the beats. He's not able to do anything. He is 2 levels ahead of Wade, and he has nothing that he can do. Loloy this time flickers out of harm's way and seems like ZL sees blood, but is he overextending? I think he's got caught. He's in a sandwich that Omni Glitch are making out at this point. Vansky is walking his way. Frankel looks fat, but this guy can walk fast indeed. But Wade's not letting them go. Mr. Loverman abandons ZL while they both get slaughtered down on the bot side. Omni Glitch do not want to let them go whatsoever, and Void Kids pay a big price just before the Lord comes up, and they haven't taken advantage in the lane. Nothing taken away in terms of the jungle. Those are 2 free kills given away.
Just as I wanted to say that you need to keep an eye on Zadel because he's farming up, he's 1-1, he's chilling, and we didn't see gold ratios for the teams for a little bit of time, but I am firmly believing that when we will see it, we will see that Zadel is doing by far the best from his team, but the thing is, he got caught. I think he was maybe having, oh no, another hook connects, suppression goes in, Aisho Isaac is done for, and this will be a free lord for the side of Omni Glitch. But as I was saying, Void Kids, they had the Zadel, he was farming, he was relaxing, they were playing on the top side, he was just chilling on the bottom, he was farming up, making those plays, making those 1v1s, but then they turned the Eye of Sauron on top of him, and they realized, alright, we cannot let him farm up, we need to do something with him.
Yeah, and they see all, man. You got the Eye of Sauron, he definitely sees all indeed, and I think Void Kids need to hold on to Fake Crazy like there is Precious, because at this point, without that ring, without that Precious, no damage is going to do anything at this point. They need to find a way. Oh, crossbow tank already unlocked. Larky Boy really quick with those fingers. Inspire being used as well. And I think Omni Glitch are able to find the opening. They take away the bot tier 2. Only the mid tier 2 left standing. I think Zettel Ackerman wants to be an assassin, try and take down Nizu, but that's a tank, my guy. Even though you're just close in terms of level, he can't really do anything, and right now they're doing everything that they can to slow him down. A Praise's Wrath comes down as well. Loloy pitches out the Feathered Airstrike. Wade goes in, and look at that, Nizu still survives. That was about 4 ultimates used against him, and he is such a beefy boy. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, you gotta go hit the gym and get your fitness levels up as well.
Oh, absolutely. Another hook unfortunately doesn't connect, but fortunately for the people that are hoping, rooting for White Kids, it's definitely a fortunate event that happened there. Vansky alone, looking, fishing for more, trying to catch someone off guard, but I don't think it will be working if he will be quite visible like that. I don't think he will connect, but we will see Oragon. Oh, he does.
Oh my god, what was that? That's that hook coming out of nowhere. Crossbow of Tank unlocked. Take one down. And now Aisho Isaac, even with the hard guards, not able to survive. Double kill on their hands. Make that a triple. It should be coming at any time. But Zero finally comes in. He's looking for the kill. He got one. He can get another. But it's a triple in the hands of Boy. He was slow. He was so slow as well. Oh my goodness. How is that even possible? Slarky Boy was dancing around the Joy, who's supposed to be dancing to her own beats.
No, she wasn't dancing, at least when Slarky Boy locked his eyes onto him, because Zal looked like he froze in time. He froze in time and space, and he couldn't move anymore. But the thing is, I feel like Void Kids really need to try to focus the carries. You have Loloy, you have Slarky Boy. You need to go for those two, because they are dishing so much damage to Nizu that if this game ends, and doesn't matter who wins, Nizu will have the medal for most damage taken, and I think it will be around 300,000 damage. because oh my god, they love to hit him.
They love to hit him indeed. Man, that I'm still starstruck with the way that they've been playing. So far, at least, I think we both can agree that this time Void Kids are making it a lot more difficult, showing a lot more heart than they did in the previous games, although they did. But right now, the heart's got to be important. But you can see nice penalty zone coming through with a Winter Crown being used, but the damage coming from Leloy. He has positioned himself so very well, and now they lose 3 members. It wasn't a good call coming in from Void Kids. They lose 4. They lose 5. There's no possible way for them to defend. Base Crystal exposed. It's a 2-0. Omni Glitch pick up a victory in a dominating fashion as they're circling around the base of Void Kids, adding insult to injury, showing that they are the top dogs indeed.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. They are taking their sweet time, but you kind of have to understand them, right? They were coming into this duel like underdogs, like their opponents, but they were able to overcome that, and they showed their power. They were like, all right, we are still in the game. Of course, anyone is still in the game this early into the tournament, but you make it harder and harder if you lose more and more. But right now, Omni Glitch are like, all right, the first week, like, what was that even? Like, it was a week ago? I feel like that was half a year ago. Like, who even talks about the first week? We are here, we are ready, and we are ready to destroy, and they delivered, they destroyed.
They delivered, they destroyed indeed, my friend, but the way that they destroyed is, oh my god. Slarky boy on a 1-1, you do not want to give him that hero. This time, however, Void Kids definitely showed up. This is a team that has what it takes. They just need to find the right fit. They need to find the right shoe to make sure they're able to walk in this game. So far, they're still looking for their shoes. They're still not able to get that right fit. And once they do, my God, I don't think they want to walk. They're going to start running because the way that they've been playing is absolutely great. This game showed that they definitely have what it takes to hang with the toughest. Because, man, we've been seeing a lot of hate come through for this team, and I think this game definitely showed up, and they show what they can do, and taking the right fights at the right time, at the right places. Unfortunately for them, it was just Vansky was just there to try and make sure to disrupt their formation, to disrupt the flow of their game. And that just completely turned them around. This is something that they definitely didn't practice for a Franco on the other side. But apart from that, if you say this is the performance they would have put up in game number 1, man, maybe they could have even walked out with a victory against Omni Glitch.
Could be, but I now thinking about it, like looking at the composition once again, I feel like the switch up with Franco on the throne position compared to Brock is such a nice switch up, right? Because then you are opening yourself up for so much more plays, whereas Brock will just be this big slumbering giant that can push your waves and can do damage if you get close to him. But Franco is like putting that crazy, that little bit of crazy into the substance, and if you hit those, you get those kills, you force those flickers, and you can put the pressure on the map. And I feel like that if Void Kids were playing with something like Franco, maybe that was the recipe. But for Omni Glitch, so far it looks like that early game roamer is definitely up there with how they want to play, because Khalid, now Franco, I love how Vansky is playing, and I am looking forward to seeing more of him in the rest of the tournament, because oh my guy, he is so nice to look at. The way he plays, 6 minutes until he missed the hook, and it wasn't like he wasn't throwing those hooks, he was throwing them on cooldown and hitting all of those, hitting jungle camps, hitting heroes, not letting them even flick around, making it so hard for Zedel and the rest of Void Kids to come back into the game, or like not even come back, but get into the game, because he immediately started hooking. And that last hook, when he took Xenox right from under his tower, it was like basically you are sitting at home, you are chilling, and suddenly a car crashes into your living room and runs you over, because basically that was what happened. He like took him right from his couch when he was chilling. He thought he was fine, but he wasn't anymore, got suppressed and was done for. Great performance from Omni Glitch, but I definitely must double down on what you said, and that is, I feel like Void Kids are just missing that piece. But if they find that piece, it can come together very nicely. I feel like their individual performances were very nice, like some of the combos they came up with, some of the fights that they were playing, even in super high deficit, was nice. But if I would have to say something that they need to work on, is definitely the target selection, because so many times we went for Fredrin, where there was there was Loloy on that mid lane, and you didn't target those heroes.
Yes, I completely agree with everything you said. A lot of things, man. And if you didn't understand what he said, guys, rewind it and listen to it again, because what Warren said was absolutely right, and I agree with what he said. And just the fact that they need to find the right piece, the right puzzle. And again, Void Kids so far, performance-wise, it has improved, right? Week after week, they are improving, but they have nothing to show for it yet. So maybe when they do have something to show for it, it will be a great win on their side, and that'll be a great morale booster. But apart from that, of course, if you take a look at the table, not much has changed for them. They still sit at the bottom of the table, 4 games played, 4 losses. Meanwhile, Omni Glitch, after taking these 2 wins, move up to 3rd place from the losses that they took last week. So this will change, of course, as we move forward for the rest of the day, and it will definitely turn around, because we have 3 more matches up in store for you, ladies and gentlemen. And I think those 3 matches, Warren, after looking at what happened in match number 1, definitely in for an exciting night, aren't we?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And if I have to say something about the next clash that is coming on, Jackpots against Minvra Fury. Oh, that will be a banger, where you have Jackpots on one side that can flip many situations, and many situations will go in their favor, and compared to them you have Minvra Fury, that's stable, high competition, nice macro, slow approach, methodical against that crazy side of Jackpots. It will be a banger, it will be a blast, and I'm so excited for it.
Yeah, I agree too. I think that's going to be an absolute jackpot if you're making sure to watch that. But at the same time, don't forget that both these teams will be bringing their Fury in their match as well. So while you're dying with my puns, of course, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break indeed, and make sure you stay active in the chat, because during these breaks, man, sometimes giveaways are going down, sometimes 1,000 diamonds, sometimes 5,000 diamonds, sometimes Warren gives away some giveaways too. So hey, make sure you join, and so don't go anywhere. We will be right back for the next match.
Hello and welcome back to today's tournament, or today's games, you can say. I am here, Varan1x, together with Kronos. Hello and welcome back. I hope you had a nice food over there, because I heard you chomping on something. But the thing is, I hope our players also had some good food after those exciting first two games when Omni was able to come out on top and push themselves into the third place in the leaderboard. But the thing is, now the rest will play, and Jackpot against Minvra Fury will shake up the leaderboard for sure. Who are you betting on? Of course, we will see your prediction, but remind us, Kronos, how you think this game will play out.
I think this is going to be a 1-1 as well. With the two games going on, I think this is going to be a 1-1. Of course, I wanted to give a 2-0 to Minvra Fury at first from the last week's performance, but then when you take a look at the lineup that Jackpots have, man, you can't really count them out, can you? You cannot really count them out. So a 1-1 to try and make sure, you know, balance as all things should be. So of course we'll find out what it is as we get into the draft soon enough. But then, you know what, I was gonna ask you, Warren, do you watch a lot of chess videos? Because the intro that you gave reminds me of someone in chess, so I was like, okay. But yeah, I'll send it to you later if you don't. But yeah.
Sure. Throw it over, but my chess experience is not really that deep, honestly. I think I spent like 2 hours on that game, and only because my dad wanted to play it with me, and he beat me over multiple times. So honestly, I have PTSD from chess. So when you said it, I was like, ah.
Oh shit.
But I hope Jackpots and Minvra Fury don't have PTSD from the sound of draft, because it's approaching pretty soon. And of course, they cannot have PTSD from each other, because they didn't face each other yet. So all spoons are on the table, as you say. And yeah, it's up to them to choose the right one to eat the soup with.
I agree, and I think it just takes the right amount of seasoning and the spices that you add to it as well right now as they go through the flavors of MLBB in the current meta. The Arlot taking away the Kimmy and the Jushin coming out from the side of Minvra Fury as well. And on the stage, of course, we have Laito, Pelemetronio, Kingsta, Jackpot, Walkie, Damsky. And of course, on the side of Minvra Fury, you got Macaron, Primo, Pancrat, Bobarushik, and Sensei the Creator. And if I'm not wrong, Bobarushik, the player of the week from week number 1. Will he turn up again? And you can see that's why the Respect Arlot ban coming through to go against them.
Oh, absolutely. Bober went absolutely crazy with that Arlot, so it makes a lot of sense to get him right off the table. But honestly, what I'm surprised with is that Jackpots throw away 1-1 right under the bus, even though in the last matchup Omni against Voidkiss we saw 1-1 being very successful as a first pick. But the thing is, maybe Jackpots are not so comfortable on 1-1, or maybe they have something else in mind. We will see as we will approach the first pick phase of the draft. But we need to wait for Pancrat, because he's taking his sweet time thinking about the third band. What do you think it will be? What do you think? Can you snipe it? Can you snipe it? Kronos, what will it be? Throw a name.
Isenshin. I think Isenshin.
All right. Let's see.
Oh no, wait. Walkie's playing. It's not going to be Isenshin. It's probably going to be a Lancelot.
Okay. All right.
No.
Ooh. I mean, who could have seen that coming? Chip, pretty mobile, making the map his playground, moving around, jumping around, making those portals, accelerating the game even more. Of course, Laito with that first pick. Finally, Esmeralda. All right, that's pretty spicy, and it's right in your cup of tea, because as you were saying, Esmeralda is part of your love with MLBB.
Yep. She's the best hero in the game, man. She's the best hero in the... oh, wait. Okay. I don't know what's going on now. Usually, you don't pick up an Angela against an Esmeralda, but then they pick up a Boxia. So this is like you give and you take at the same time. I'm liking it, but at the same time, it could backfire. You know, it's a double-edged sword, because you have the Boxia, you have a lot of anti-heal, it'll be a problem, but then you already pick up an Angela that's going to add on to what this Esmeralda can bring to the table. So, you know, it's kind of like playing with my head right now. Oh, wait, is that a CC? Is this going to be a CC gold lane again?
It looks like they are cooking something up, because from what I can tell, you usually don't play two heroes in the XP lane, so there has to be some cocooning happening. But for the side of Minerva Fury, of course, they have this double-edged sword. But, I mean, it can work, it can work. Of course, now you throw it on its head with that CC together with Esmeralda pickup, when your opponents don't really know what you are coming up with. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, they already played that, right?
The CC in the gold lane?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already been played. It's something that got unlocked in, I think, MPL-PH, if I'm not wrong, and then got translated into MPL-ID, went into MPL-MY, and then we saw it last week in the Thunder division, and then we're seeing it again this week, and I feel like they're the same team that, you know, Minerva Fury were the one who pulled it out last week. So coming out this week, this time, in the hands of Jackpot, it's looking spicy, it's looking good. I feel like the way that they're going around the draft for both these teams is working out really well. I like the addition of the Matilda. I was just thinking that in my head, the Matilda will definitely add to the Esmeralda. And then on the other side, you get the Irithel, just because Irithel Angela is such a go-to combo from a really long time ago.
Oh, it definitely is. But the thing is, you have CC in that gold lane. You stole it away from Minerva Fury, so they cannot play it, but they probably have a strategy against that because they know how you are supposed to play it. So I'm a little bit scared for Jackpots because their preparation had to have been very thorough, because if they missed a single spot, Minerva are gonna use that against them.
Yeah, I think Minerva definitely have to find a way to use it against them. But right now, the cards are already shown if you are, you know, what you might call it, a Jackpot. They're going for a hyper carry. If I was Minerva Fury, I'd just ban out the Ling here, because the Ling is the only thing that I can see being a problem, because they definitely want to pick up a Ling, because Ling is one of those heroes that can play this hyper carry role. You put the Esmeralda in the EXP, you put the CC in the gold lane. That's what the meta currently has been revolving around. At least that's what the pocket pick has been. You put the Matilda in the wrong position, and then now you just want to put Ling in the jungle just because he can, you know, make cross map plays, but also at the same time has enough burst. They opt to go for the Yve though. I'm not really sure if that's the brightest idea, because a Yve in this meta, with the way that the draft has been built, even though you have a Boxia and an Irithel, I don't know. I'm not sure if that. I think the Yve ban is just a waste of a ban here.
I absolutely agree with you, because looking at it, just to maybe deliver the idea to our viewers, you have Baxia that's constantly moving around together with Angela that will be moving on top of Irithel, and Irithel just driving around the map. I don't think Yve would really be that much of a threat for you. So yeah, kind of a wasted ban. But the thing is, maybe you were lacking time. Honestly, players are still just people. Maybe you were lacking time. You felt like everything that you needed to ban was already banned, and you were like, all right, Yve is the strong mid lane. She can deliver so much damage. Let's get her off the table.
Oof. The glue is gone. I think, again, the table is still there. You know, they got the pieces so far. They're still looking for something that puts it together. I'll be honest, Minerva Fury have a good, solid draft that's built up. Oh, no, man. I was going to say they have something. They need someone who can soak up or be a primary initiator. And then they get that Phoveus. I think this Phoveus is definitely going to be a big problem here.
Oh, he will be, most definitely. Of course, when you know that CC is going into that gold lane, you're basically letting yourself be free in the XP lane when you know you will be matching Esmeralda, because you already know how it's supposed to go. Oh, wait a second, they are hovering Harit. He could probably go into the mid lane, so you kind of fix your carry problem through the mid lane Harit. But we will see what they go for in the jungle, because if you go, alright, Haya and Harit, so much damage for you, 2 carries, 2 frontliners, Matilda hovering around, zooming around, making space, keeping space for your players.
I think this was probably going to be a play with the CC in the mid lane.
Could be. The thing is, can she keep that mid lane priority? Angela, of course, a little bit more suited for that mid lane. So So I don't know how well can CC work. Of course, you are pairing her up. If that's the case, you are pairing her up with Matilda, so she is the ranged. Oh, wait a second, but they are picking more range into you. So that mid lane prio, I think you will not have it.
Yeah, definitely going to be a little more difficult right now. And I think I like the draft from both these teams. It's not looking exactly 50-50, but it's looking good for the side of Minvra Fury. They have a lot more dive, they have a lot more control, they have a lot more mobility in and around the map, and it just takes a little bit of room in the early game to try and snowball, and they definitely have a way they can come out on top. But on the other side, with the Hayabusa being present, right, I told you I play Hayabusa a lot as well. It's like a 50-50 in this case. You really need to start farming in this game. Your priority is to try and get as much gold as possible, either be it through kills, assists, or even farming up in the jungle, because against Abaxia you're really not going to have a lot of chances to try and out rotate him. So if there's enough poke coming from the rest of the team, he should just come and finish the job.
Oh, absolutely, but the thing is, you don't even want to be seen on the same side of the map as Baxia, because if you are met with a gank and he will counter gank, that gank is not working anymore. Or in case if he is ganking, you in a way of counter ganking is not really doing that much. So you want to kind of slip in and out and move for the other side of the map that he is on, and you don't really want to come into contact with him until the later phases of the game, until the later team fights will be happening, because he will kind of mitigate you, he will not let you do your job, and he will make it so much harder for you. So Haya definitely not wanting to find Baxia, but where's Baxia? Definitely wants to find him. So we will see this battle of vision, this battle of ideas. Of course, Haya super mobile, so he can still make his way around, but until that Yugi Shadow Kill is available for that untarget ability, it's not really that hard to move into him if his Shadow is on cooldown. So we will see that, and of course, I'm so excited about that mid lane matchup, because how is that gonna look and who is going to be laning in there?
Yeah, and I think taking a look at the prediction for the series, I myself went for a 1-1. Warren, you're a 1-1 as well. Scared yet this time, 2 in the favor of Minerva, realizing Jackpots might not be able to hit the jackpot of their own. Zakota, the same. Synth going with the same as well. And again, Nish with a 1-1. But at the same time, you can see Esmeralda in the mid lane. And now Macaron jumping on top of Kingsta. Flicker already being baited out. I think that's going to be crucial. Next 15 seconds, you have the turtle about to spawn, and I think this is going to be absolutely crucial for Jackpots. They should not lose out a single member. They can let the turtle go, but losing out on a member is going to be really, really crucial for them, because Minvra Fury are going to be hoping for that.
Oh, they are definitely hoping for that, but it looks like Jackpots will have it free. Macron is trying to steal.
Oh, he gets the turtle indeed with the retribution. Right now, you can see they go into the Infernal Pursuit and they lose out on a member. Boba Rushik, my God, is that a double kill? Yes, that is. MVP from week number 1. Make sure his presence is felt in the Land of Dawn once again. Week number 2, and bro just turns up all right. 2-0 in his favor, 3-0 in the favor of Minvra Fury. They get the turtle, and I think Jackpots are already on the back foot.
I mean, you gave him the taste, you gave him the taste of fame, so he wants it more, he wants it again, so he's going for those plays to make him maybe possibly the MVP once more, but of course we will see still a lot of matches ahead of us. But right now, fight happening.
Oh, wait, nice circling eel coming through as well. Chaos Assault being baited out, so is the Brilliance. And now Jackpot Walkie goes in Ogi Shadow Kill. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you clip that. Tag him on the TikTok that he is. He used an Ogi Shadow Kill on that gold minion indeed. But then again, it can happen to anyone. But that definitely not working out in their favor. If that could have gone on the other side, it could have been at least 1 kill in their pocket.
I mean, right now it looks like Esmeralda in mid lane is completely fine, not really getting outpushed by Sensei the Creator. He isn't really creating space for his team as Kingsta jumps maybe into a death trap.
Oh, he goes through a circling eagle, absolutely able to get out of harm's way. At the same time, he has the guiding wind to help Damski, but seems like he doesn't really need his help at the moment. He is quite tanky, gets the clear on the wave as well. Falling Star Moon to try and bait out something. He definitely baited out the Brilliance. And now on the top side, you can see Walkie trying to find Phoveus, trying to look for the assassination angle, but the damage coming in from him is way too much. He's able to tank up quite a lot. Lito's not able to do anything as well. It's all thanks to the heal coming in from Primo. That hard guard is absolute abuse with that 20-second cooldown. And you can see it was a 1v2 turned into a 2v2. And Rushik looks like he took no damage whatsoever.
Well, Phoveus already is being quite tanky, and now paired up with Angela on top of him, he is maybe at this moment basically unkillable. But Esmeralda is saying something else. She's saying he is quite beatable, chunking him off HP, but Turtle has been already taken by Minerva Fury.
Oh, Circling Eagle this time from Kingston, making sure to lock down on Macaron. Macaron, this is what I was talking about, right? You need to start farming, and I think Walkie's gonna go down. He falls on his demise. He's able to survive. No, he does not. Gets taken away by the shield unity, and now caught between a rock and a hard place. Damsky trying to go for the falling star moon. Chaos Assault from Sensei to try and get away. Primo out of position, gets taken down. Brilliant to try and create the separation, but here comes Bober Rushik one more time, looking to go ham. Gets one, and now following down Pelametronio, looking for the second. He might just get that, and yes, he does. That's a double kill, and this guy is completely unstoppable. Somebody's got to call an ambulance, but not for that guy.
He's absolutely frying right as we see Pancrat almost diving Lito, but looks like Lito will live to see another day. Right now, Minerva are sitting at confident 2000 gold advantage for their side as they will approach into later phases of the game. Right now, Lito, he's doing all right. Damsky is making pressure in the mid lane, but Jackpot is not doing so hard. He is trying to play the side where Baxia is, and that's the issue. I don't think this is the approach that he needs to keep up. I think he needs to switch it up, or he will fall.
Yeah, look at the pressure that Macaron's putting already. He's way in early, gets the hard guard on top of him, and all the damage. It was a 4v1. He didn't take a single damage, and now the rest of the cavalry follows. Boba Rushik is unstoppable. He finds one. Lito just surviving barely with the help of the Vengeance. And seems like Macaron's got his job done, and Jackpot will have to give space wherever he goes, because this badass roller right now is just taking this game by storm.
But the thing is, you are still fighting. It's only 2,500. It's still playable as the next turtle will be spawning. Kingstar in a pretty nice spot. Maybe looking for something crazy for the jump into backline.
Oh, Lito here taking a lot of damage. Boba Rushik, man, he don't care. He wants to go 1v5. At this point, he's doing a lot of damage to Pelametronio. And they drop down the Zaman Force, but here comes the falling Star Moon. Walkie right in the thick of it. He goes for the Aogi shadow kill, but not enough. They're grouped up, and now Damsky falls down. Pancrat in the fray. Sensei, the creator, gets another kill. Boba Rushik just wants some beef at this point.
Oh, he wants some. He wants some. I think he's moving like he just got kicked out of a job. His girlfriend left him, and his pet hamster got rolled over by a car because the hate in his eyes. He wants to go for more.
Oh my god, I don't know if it's a hate or if it's love for taking down the opponents, because this is absolutely insane. You can see he is unstoppable. Boba Rushik has not been shut down since week number 1. We're already week 2. This is the first match he's playing. Game number 1. Guy's on a 5-0-3. And he's going against a counter in the lane against the CC, and not just any random player playing the CC. It's Lito, one of the top EXP players in all of Europe. And I think it's looking difficult for their side because Minerva Fury seemed like a completely different beast.
And that's the thing, right? Lito especially, he was the one that for the first time in my experience, in my competitive casting experience, he was the first Phoveus that was able to beat CC in lane. And now how the tables turned, because look at him now. He is getting not really destroyed. He's 0-0, but Bober on the opposing side 5-0-3 out of 9 kills for Minerva.
Yeah, look at Macaron is trying to make them a sandwich at the moment. Walkie here, I'm not sure if he's the right place, but you can see they're trying to siege under the mid lane tier 1, and now with the help of the hard guard, Brilliant's already being used. Boba Rushik trying to create the separation. Walkie with the Ogi shadow kill, looking to take down Pancrat, but they group up so well that nothing is being given away. Jackpots really need to find an answer. Sensei, the creator with the Chaos Assault, finally finds a kill, and now Macaron right under the tier 2 turret. Jackpot, Walkie trying to find the Jackpot of his own, but the Ogi shadow kill was used already. So that means Macaron can just walk around freely, which frees up the map, and Minvra Fury take down the tier 1 in the mid lane. And now they look and turn their attention onto the top side. Pelemetronio has the Purify already used it just to try and get away. And look at Bobarushik. This guy just doesn't want to stop.
He is not stopping right now. He is not really stopping right now. As the not really turtle, but Lord will be spawning onto the map. Right now, 5,000 gold for Minvra Fury, as they will probably try to take the first Lord of this series.
Yeah, they might be looking to get that Lord, but I think what they're doing right is splitting the map, and it's working out really well. Yo-Yo Blitz coming out as well. Curtain Call being used. Macaron going in with the Heart Guard on top of him. Kingsta, after a while, I'm seeing a really good circling Eagle, but to no avail as Pelemetroni gets burst down by Pancrat's heavy crossbow, and now they're trying to go for the re-engage. I'm not sure if it's the right idea. They need to wait, and they need to scale, because they need Pelemetroni to get some damage. They are not looking like themselves, or is this the pressure that's coming through from Minvra Fury that Jackpot are crumbling under?
Oh, it's absolutely pressure. Look at Macaron as he jumps in once again, and he is not really taking damage. CC should be the tank shredder, but right now Macaron looks like probably 20 tanks stacked on top of each other because he isn't moving an inch.
Yeah, he's definitely not moving an inch, and this guy is quite beefy, he's quite tanky. He's a boxer that has a lot more sustain on top of him. And on the other side, if you're looking at it, to be honest, they don't have a lot of tank shredders. They're really relying on Pelemetronio to scale, but then again, the damage that comes from him could just be negated with the Radiant armor that could be built on Macaron. And Walkie really needs to scale up fast. He already used the Retribution and tried to do some damage on Macaron. Look at Macaron, he's full HP.
He doesn't really care, but Lighto could be the one that will be losing his HP pretty soon. Not really. Macaron is styling on them right now. Bobber going for more, trying to start a fight.
Yeah, Macaron is just standing there menacingly, and they can't do anything about it. Meanwhile, Pelemetronio trying to burst down the Lord as fast as he can, and I think they realize that Minvra Fury trying to go for it. And just before it happens, will he be able to recall? And yes, he does, right in the nick of time. So the Lord is still coming down the top side. Not really sure how much HP it's got. It's got to be at least less than half. But look at Bobarushi. He's creating havoc in the Land of Dawn. And now Pancrat taking down low. And Jackpot Walkie looking for a kill. He's not able to find a single one. They're not yet open their cards. And now Bobarushi is so deep in the crystal. He gets a kill. They lose 4 members. Jackpot Walkie, the only one standing. He can't do much, but just watch them fall. Watch them all come into the turrets and watch them take down the base crystal. Will this be the opening? And I don't think they found it yet, but they have another set of waves coming through. But the Holy Shield making sure that they can all survive and they can live to fight another day. But seems like they want to go for more. Macaron and Jackpot Walkie trying to find some time for his teammates to come back up. Damski's back up, but is this gonna be enough? Damn you, Minvra Fury. Will Jackpot be able to survive this one?
It doesn't look like it right now as they try to approach another fight. Bobber is in the decoy. Can he survive? He will go down. No, he does. Shut down. Bobarusik is gone as Sensei kills Kingsta, and still 3 members survive to defend the base right now, but not for long as Macaron goes for more. Unstoppable Pancrat as he goes for the base crystal as they take the first game.
Minvra Fury, they forced their way in, brute forced their way in. They definitely showed their fury, all right, and I don't think there's a better way to say that these guys are certified in the MEC Thunder Division qualifier. My goodness, sorry, MEC qualifiers for the Thunder Division, of course you're watching. It was absolute domination. They pressed and they pressed and they pressed, and I think we said this, I said this earlier in the draft as well, Warren. They have a nice snowbally composition. If they're able to snowball, it's going to be really hard for Jackpots to make it out alive, because they were not looking to get a marksman. They went on magic damage. They really relied on the poke that coming from the CC, and then yes, you have the Hayabusa. You could have gone for the Link, but then again, you're going against a Boxy in the jungle who can really come in front of your face, and you can't really do much about it. So the opening just wasn't present for the side of Jackpots, and I think the draft definitely let them, you know, that was their biggest downfall in this game.
It's super important what you said. You were speaking about poke, but usually the answer to poke, not only that poke composition is so hard to play, but the answer to poke is super hard to engage. And for the side of Minvra Fury, there was super hard to engage. There was Baxia rolling in, there was Angela jumping on top of him, there was Irita riding on into the fight, there was of course Bober on his crazy performance once more. He is putting on a show, a spectacle for all of us, like in the Roman Colosseums. He is frying this guy. Sorry that I went a little bit on a rant, but I just love to see him, and I love to see him play Phoebus. Please play him more. But this first one definitely goes to Minvra Fury. That can be said for sure. It already happened. What do they need to change for the second map? They definitely need to change the draft approach, because the draft altogether it was nice, left alone it was fine, but compared to what their opponents had, it wasn't working. You are trying to poke, Baxia is jumping on top of you. You are trying to poke, suddenly Bober is on top of you. You want to poke, Angela is on top of Bober and he is unkillable. He was diving at one moment the base crystal and he wasn't taking damage. He just jumped out after a triple kill, I believe, and he was he ran away smiling, half HP, and he was fine.
And you know why he was smiling? Because Angela says you got to keep smiling, so that's why you got to keep smiling at the entire game. But you're right. I think they need to do something different, but what they got to do, hey, let's break it down. I'll tell you what they got to do. They need to find a way to play a regular draft. You want to go for a pocket picks and then you turn it around because you have no way to pivot. That CC pick was very early. The Esmeralda pick was very early. Those were the two early picks that really threw a wrench in the works of Jackpots, because that was, honestly, I didn't see why they went for a first pick Esmeralda in the first place. It really made it difficult for themselves. And then after that, you pick up on the CC, so the opposition already knows you're not going to go for a marksman. You're really putting yourself in a difficult position to pivot around in the draft, and that kind of gave them free reign to do whatever they want. And after that, in the game, they were just trying to fight for life. They were just trying to keep afloat, but it didn't really work out in their favor. But on the other side, Minvra Fury, hey, they know what they wanted to do. They doubled down. They went ahead. Boba Roshik is like, you know what? I'm MVP for a reason. And he showed us why as well. And my goodness, 32% damage dealt on a Phoveus, bro. Sheesh. Somebody got to stop that guy. And I'll be honest, with all the teams that are there, one of the names that I can see stopping him in the laning phase is Lito. And to see Lito get destroyed like this on a CC against a Phoveus, I don't know. Bobarusha got to be built different or something.
I mean, you have to put some respect on his name, because I don't think Lito was even part of the discussions when Phoebus was dealing with his team, with Lito's team, because he was just taking those kills on those turtle fights, and then he went back into the lane and suddenly he had new shoes, he had new pants, he had new sunglasses, and Lito was just like trying to farm up, and he was like still plowing his field with the old shovel that he had from his grandfather, where Lito had like not Lito, but Bober had like 4 tractors that he had automated with AI, so that's how it felt to me. I don't think Lito was really in that game because he wasn't allowed to be in that game, and when he could play into Bober, Bober was so rich that he basically beat him up with his money. He beat him up with his papers, with his money papers, and that's the story of that last game. But what I definitely want to speak about is that crazy Esmeralda opener. I feel like Esmeralda by herself wasn't that big of an issue, because she was able to make priority in mid lane, she was able to make plays happen on the map, but the plays didn't result in anything. Well, even worse, it resulted in a complete failure for the side of Minvra Fury's opponents, because you didn't get kills, your opponents got kills, and all the time you had prio, you didn't use it to anything else. Maybe if you tried to gank for CC, let her be ahead against Phoebus, maybe that could be the idea, maybe that could be the answer. But the thing is, what you can take away from that first game, you definitely don't want to play your opponent's draft against them, because they know what you are cooking up and they can read it as well as a book.
Yeah, you read like a book indeed. And I think this is definitely one of the matches that we were looking forward to, at least today, and it's one of those highlight matches, and we got the highlights that we were looking for. And Boba Rushik definitely deserves to be in the conversation, one of the top EXP laners in Europe, with the way his performance has been, with his form as well. Oof. If they're looking to find answers, it's got to be within the draft, especially for you know, for jackpots. And speaking of the draft and the gameplay as well, the one name that kind of went missing the entire game, I don't know if you're gonna agree with me, Warren, is Kingsta. Because after a minute or two, it felt like Kingsta was just not in the game whatsoever. It was completely lost, not really sure what was going on. I think the game went a little too fast for him to keep up, or his idea was completely different from the game, that he was completely overwhelmed by Primo in the previous game.
But the thing is, it's still Kingsta, right? So he is still the guy, he is still the player, and I think if there is a roamer that can come back from such a... Well, it wasn't really such a drastic defeat, it was more so a very controlled environment where Minvra were still like making more gold advantage. I believe Jackpots lost kind of graciously. It wasn't like a complete stomp, I would say. So I think that it wasn't such destructive to your mental, but if there is a roamer that will step up after a not the best game, it is definitely is Kingsta, but I think you need to give him something he can step up on. You need to give him Cho, you need to give him Khalid, you need to give him something spicy that he can cook up with, because if you don't let him cook, then why you have him there?
It's true.
Well, and when we are opening with a chip, first chip of today at least, Primo will log him in for the side of Minerva Fury. So of course there's this super high pressure on the map when you constantly are scared of what can Chip bring through those portals. It's basically like Thanos when or not really Thanos, but like Doctor Strange when he's making those portals. Like Spider-Man can jump from anywhere, you know, like they can jump on top of you, beat you up. So we will see what will be the response for the side of Jackpot.
Yeah, I think Primo getting this chip, we're gonna see firsthand what the chip looks like, especially after the new update that has come to his kit, and I think he's gonna be a big difference maker in this game. And he definitely has the ability to turn a 1v1 into a 1v5, and to just change the numbers game, just absolutely abuse the fact that he has those portal Y walk as well. So I think it's going to be a big game changer indeed. Meanwhile, Uranus being picked up by Lighto this time in the EXP lane, and then Pelimetronia again going for the Harriet. I'm not sure if that's the greatest of ideas, but of course, Harriet's a great hero, and Pelimetronia is a great player, so I don't really see why he cannot. They just need to work around the draft and give him some space, give him some room to work with. And instantly on the other side, you can see they respond back with answers. It's answers. That's what they're giving. They're not giving questions. They're not saying that, hey, this is something that we can work at. This is a complete answer. And that's going to be the Lunox. And of course, at the same time, this Fredrin. They're not letting anything go. And Minerva Fury are dictating the pace of the draft really well.
But the thing is, for the side of Jackpots, you pick up Harid. He is super good in the hands of Pelimetronia. We saw him many times shine so bright on picks that are flashy, that can do stuff, and especially Harid, we saw him many times be very nice on those picks. But again, you have Uranus on top side, on XP lane. So much magic damage for your side. Jisunshin, great pickup, heavy damage in the form of physical, of the physical damage. So you're not only standing on those magic damage heroes, but you are also kind of pivoting into that physical options. That's a great idea. I love that this was their third pick. Let's see how they can kind of wrap up this gift that they have for the side of Minerva Fury. And in hopes for Jackpots, I hope it's going to be a bomb packed in a gift.
Yeah, I think they definitely want to get that. I like the Ascension being picked up, the Esmeralda being taken out as well, to make sure that they can let this Harriet unlock and let loose. Matilda being taken away, I think just to add a little bit of an insurance policy so that Ascension can have a better time. But then again, right now, the Shin is not looking like he's going to be left untouched, right? He's not looking like he's going to have a good time. I'm sorry, he's looking like he's not going to have a good time just because of the fact that the chip is going to be roaming around the map and creating havoc with those portals and the shortcuts, and just going to be in the face of the Shin the entire time. So the CC being taken out, making sure that the Uranus is able to roam around much more freely, giving him space to just, you know, be Uranus at this point. So they need to find answers, and I feel like their mid laner is going to be absolutely crucial when it comes to Team Jackpot. Meanwhile, Minerva Fury, they could be looking to take away maybe a Farsa, but then again, I don't think Farsa is the greatest. A Vexana, even though I haven't seen one in a really long time, it really fits well into the draft of Team Jackpots.
That could be the idea. I would like that as well. But speaking about the wars that you chose, and you were saying like Jisung won't be touched, I feel like Macaron, if you look at the look in his eyes, the hero that he picked up, I think he's kind of looking in the way of Jisung, and he's thinking about touching him in all the inappropriate places right now, because those towns will be falling on top of his head, and they will be making it so hard for Jackpot Valky to live and walk away from those fights alive.
Yeah, definitely is going to make it a little more difficult to walk out. And you can see they take out the Kalea as well. The Kalea is going to be absolutely crucial once again to make sure this Shin can roam a little freely, but at the same time so that Macaron can as well. So the Gatot Kacha coming through with the AOG to try and create some sort of opening. Maybe a Tigreal would have been nicer, but they would have been much more slower in terms of rotation. And here they go for the old reliable with the Granger. Those Death Sonatas, those Rhapsodies going to be dealing a lot of damage, especially to Kingsta on this Gatot Kacha. And here, saving Bobarushik's pick until the end. He could go for a Fovea once again. A Fovea is still open. With the performance he had in the previous game, I don't think it's a bad idea. But they need a lot more crowd control. They need a primary initiator. They need someone that can take active participation in these team fights. And they go for the Lapu Lapu. And meanwhile, on the other side, they get themselves a Yve. And I feel like that's why we saw the Yve being banned out of the previous game. Minerva Fury sniffed out something coming in from Damsky, and it's definitely this Yve. Maybe we're missing out on something, but hey, it's a fight, all right, this one.
We will see in 10, not really in 10 seconds, but as we approach the game, we can see more about that Yve. But right now, Borbel, probably one of the best XP laners that we have here in the tournament. Kronos, I'm sorry in advance if I will not be speaking. It's probably because I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes on that Lapu Lapu gameplay, because Lapu Lapu has been lately my love in ranked. It was a hero that I felt really comfortable with. So if someone can show me the way how to play him to best of his limits, to best of his potential, it's definitely Bulber. And I'm so excited to see Lapu Lapu in his hands in this second game. Talking about the draft, all together, put together, right now I feel like that the biggest threat is definitely the Jisung and Lapu Lapu CC combination. Sorry, not Jisung, but I mean Lapu Lapu and Fredrin combination in the form of CC coming on top of Jisung, making it so much hard for him, whereas he needs his teammates to make space for him to keep them away. But I don't know if they really can, because Lapu Lapu with that flicker, his range where he can approach from is really, really long, and Jisung is going to be in so much danger.
I agree. I think Shin definitely needs a lot of space. That's the one thing that this hero needs more than ever. And then having this Lapu Lapu be in your face alongside this chip is going to be a big problem indeed. And so far, you know what, Warren? It's looking like our predictions aren't going the right way. But for the rest, that's Scared at Zakota and Synth, they're looking happy, especially Zakota and Synth. They got the first series right. Will they get the second one as well? So far, though, Kingsta has been more active in and around the map, and I think that's going to be extra crucial for Jackpots. They need to find a way to make it work. And you can see Laito already being a nuisance against Bobarushik.
Oh, he will most definitely be for the most part of the early laning phase, because Bober is sitting, of course, on Lapu Lapu, super flashy character. He can do so much stuff happen, but until he has level 4, he cannot really do that much. And Laito is definitely on the offensive right now, because he can do so much more, and it looks like he's going for a dive. took some tower shots for himself, but is not making it easy for Bober to play this lane, as new turtle, as the first turtle of this match will be spawning.
Definitely, this first turtle is definitely going to spawn right now. Oh, Macaron goes and gets a two-man taunt, but I don't think he's in the right position. He's taken away from the rest of his team. Primo, nice crash course coming through as well, but he's taken out low. And Isun Shin, Walkie wants to get some damage. It seems like he's going to get his first bite into the turtle soup. He's going to be able to scale up much faster than Minvra Fury would like to. Primo not level 4 yet, but you can see Boba Rushi could go in with the Bravest Fighter, choosing not to do so. It's looking good for Jackpot so far. That one little mistake, that one little overextension coming in from Macaron really costed them that turtle.
Absolutely, absolutely. Already Jackpot's in 500 goal lead. So things, I don't want to spoil it, but things are looking brighter for us, Kronos, don't they? Because right now Jackpots are looking already so much better, so much hotter in this one than the game before. And I tell you, it has to be the biggest reason is that Kingsta is on a playmaker. He is not on a Matilda, he is not on an enchanter utility hero. Well, he is on a utility hero, but he is on this big, scary, tanky guy that can make those towns happen, make those big AOGs, and that's where I think he fits the best.
I agree. Absolutely 100% is the fact that he is allowed to make plays. Yes, he's a great support, but he's even better when you give him the option to make something happen on his own, when he's able to change the tide of the game, when he's able to be the difference maker. That's when he shines the most, right? He's a player that has transitioned multiple roles, and right now the roam position, he fits really well, and you need to give him something that makes him feel a little more comfortable. Just like right now, he could get the taunt onto Macaron, and you can see Walkie walking through as well with the Dauntless Fleet, and right now Macaron instantly gets taken down. And speaking of what Kingsta can do, he just handed a first blood on a silver platter to Walkie, and that's what you want to see if you're a fan of Jackpot.
Oh, absolutely, and it's even more better that Jackpot already has a second kill, and who else than Jackpot himself? You have team name Jackpots, of course. Jackpot Walkie has to be the one that can bring you from the failed first game into the winning second one.
Yeah, I agree, and I think this time Elise and Shin 2-0-0 is looking really good for them. And at the same time, let's not forget Laito's having a great game so far. He's being a complete nuisance, shutting down Boba Rushik, and I think that's the idea, right? You can't really stop him from making the plays. You can't stop from doing things, but you can shut him down. But right now, Primo the Flicker gets a shortcut on him as well. You can see the Bravest Fighter comes out. Boba Rushik at the right place at the right time. He walked in with the Bravest Fighter, and now that was a big difference maker indeed. Talk about the casters. Kurska Sensei, the creator, gets himself a double kill, and just as I was saying that Boba Rushik is shut down, he comes out on top, being a complete difference maker in this one.
He unleashed himself, great flicker play, CCing up both of his opponents and then chaining it up into 2 kills for their side. Absolutely gorgeous, absolutely great performance, and yeah, for 90 seconds you have a chill time, but after that you need to watch out once again.
Oh my god, he's not in the right place. AOG trying to pull him through. You can see a nice bit of an RWM dropped on, but Macaron's too tanky, and so is Primo. Yes, Kingsta tried to save Laito, but Laito got burst down. I think Walkie here, he had no business walking in there, man. I know your name is Jackpot Walkie. You get the jackpot once in a while, but every day is not a Sunday. And he walked into a death trap, and he got shut down indeed. And now you can see here, Boba Rushik trying to buy some time. He's able to get a lot of HP back up through his spellvamp, and Primo comes through as well. A shortcut being used. You can see the rest of the cavalry coming out. Pancrat with the Death Sonatas, with a lot of Rhapsodies. Kingsta trying to buy some time, gets taken down, and Pancrat able to flicker out of harm's way as well. Laito maybe a little too late to the party, and Minvra Fury have found their footing and again taken the advantage.
I mean, just as you think that Jackpots could have a nice early game, then Minvra comes right back into the ring and throws a beautiful right hook right to their chin and makes them fall to the ground. Jackpots need to dust themselves off, get back up and continue like Rocky did, because if they will not show a Rocky performance, then I don't think they will be coming home with this one.
Yeah, with the way that they've been playing, they had an advantage. They let it go through blunders, pure blunders, nothing else, not even a team blunder. Just individual blunders that Jackpots have been making. And I think that's really costed their advantage. You know, it's completely turned it around now. Almost 2k up in the favor of Minerva Fury, and now they're circling around the turtle, and seems like they're going to claim this one for themselves. And here the Mountain Chakra being used, trying to get a lot of vision out of the rest of them. Walkie walks in. Oh, Primo flickers forward, gets a shortcut drop down as well. RWM is there, and now you can see the AOG coming through, try and cast him in place, and he gets Primo indeed. And now meanwhile, Boba rushing in the back line, completely zoning out Damsky as well as Walkie, and now the rest of the damage coming through from Pelimetronia after dropping down Zaman Forest. He's moving a lot and making sure Minerva Fury have to go back and look at Lighto. Now this is where Uranus starts shining. He's going to be a complete nuisance, and he realizes Sensei the Creator comes through as well. And Kingsta, I'm not sure if he's the right place at the right time, but Boba Rushik trying to maximize the bravest fighter. Will he be able to survive? No, he doesn't. He actually might. He gets taken down indeed. Meanwhile, Walkie able to find a 1v1 against Macaron after the separation was created, and at the same time Lighto is still alive and in the face of the opposition.
But the thing is, this fight could have been so bad for the side of Minerva Fury, but they were able to take at least some kills in retaliation. But the thing is, Jackpots are now dead even in gold, maybe 50 gold ahead. This fight didn't really look like it will be ending in Jackpots coming back on top, but they did. Right now they are in the lead. Jackpot Walkie 3-1-1, and if they will see no more blunders, then this could be the right game.
Yeah, and I think just before the fight as well, they were 2k ahead, Minerva Fury, and after that one turtle fight, all of a sudden, like you mentioned, it's even Steven, and I think Jackpots are putting up a good fight, regardless of the fact that they're making individual blunders. They're able to pull it back. And looking at the atomization, Lighto has a Dreadnought armor and an Oracle, so he's definitely able to regen up much faster. And looking at this AOG now, they're trying to siege into the mid lane. Boba Rushi goes in, RWM drop down. Meanwhile, Primo in the back line dropping a shortcut. And this is what they need, a shortcut in the back line. Damsky will have to move away, and so will Walkie. No casualties. Kingston is the only one to fall down. And at the same time, Minerva Fury are able to hold their own and defend their tier 1 in the mid lane.
But that's the problem, right? If you take those right fights, then you don't have to take more fights if you are already even, because as you have said, even Steven, you are fine. But if you take more fights, you are risking it, and as Pelimetronia will be getting dove, he will be able to survive, at least for now. Right now, the gold has swinged back into the side for the side of Minerva Fury, but the thing is, they are kind of on a timer, because late game, that's where Jackpots shine. So the longer the game goes on, the longer it goes even, the better for Jackpots.
And don't forget though, yes, it's better for Jackpots, but look at Minerva Fury. Sensei the Creator hasn't been shut down once. He is 5-0-2 on a Lunox, and that is dangerous. He's been playing this game really well, and now you can see all hell break loose. Kingstar trying to find an opening, but Pancrack comes into the fray as well. RWM drop down. Primo trying to drop a shortcut, and meanwhile, Sensei the Creator trying to show a lot of damage. Pelimetronia versus him. He gets the kill, and he gets shut down finally. Lighto in the back line being a complete menace. He shuts down 2 of the damage dealers. Meanwhile, Walkie's able to survive. Boba Rushik should be going down and make that a triple kill in the hands of Lighto. This Uranus is absolute monstrous at this point, and Jackpots have found their way into getting this first Lord.
It's honestly so crazy. I would love to see a damage graph just from this fight for that last fight that happened, because Lighto looked like he's just... Oh my god, he did that! Primo just stole the Lord! That cannot be happening! What
did he do?
What did he do?
Walkie! He had one job. He just had to hit the retribution. He completely missed it. And now the advantage that they had is all gone away, because Minerva Fury are now going to capitalize on this Lord. Everyone is back up. They don't have much of a difference in terms of gold. They just need time. And that's what Jackpots have given them on a silver platter, welcoming them in a buffet.
Wait a second, AOG, this is going to be a tough fight for the side of Minerva Fury. Ivy puts up down her ultimate. Primo goes down as the first target. They go for more. Macaron is trying to still be alive. He's getting taunted by Kingstar. He goes down. Jackpot Walkie goes for more. 2 down as they approach mid lane and go for Lord in the top lane.
This is the difference, right? This is what we wanted to see in game number 1 coming in from Kingsta. The playmaker, the difference maker that we spoke about, that you spoke about, Warren, and you saw what he did. He just completely dropped down an AOG, and Damsky had to go back, drop down that RWM, and create a big difference right there in space. And now Bobarushi completely isolated from the team. He flickers out, but he's still able to survive. It should have been a kill, but Pancrat coming to his aid and making sure he can save. And Primo here with the conceal play, trying to go to the back line. And he's trying to go on to Damsky as well. He dropped in that shortcut, and now you can see Zaman Force drop down from Pelemetronio, one after another. They're falling down, but Macaron doesn't go down without a fight. He takes down Pelemetronio. Bobarushik able to get that kill, and now he gets a double. He gets the 2 backline damage dealers, and this is why he was week 1's MVP.
Just when you think that Jackpots are back in the game, then Bober shows up, makes a crazy play happen. You think he failed, you think he fumbled it, but he just minced the meat. He prepared the meat for the grill, because then Primo came with a concealed play, teleported everyone in the thick of it, and then it was game on. Bober with a crazy backline engage, finishing all the backline heroes of Jackpots, pushing them away as they kill Jackpot, walk in and shut him down and not let him form. Even though he's max level, he still wants that gold, because right now he should be around 3 items plus boots.
Yeah, I think definitely he will have the items that he needs at least. And now Macaron get himself the anti-caress is going to tank up a lot more, but I'm not really sure if that's the item they want to build against the Eastern Shin. He's looking good, all right. I think it's just to make sure he's able to tank up a little bit more. And now Walkie building towards a BOD. If not, maybe a Malefic Roar. I think they're not lacking the damage at this point. They're just lacking the timing. They just need to make sure everything goes right. Now the Lord is almost up.
Honestly, I think Malefic Roar would be the better idea, because if you saw Macaron, Primo, and Bober now as well, super tanky, put in all those armor items on top of each other, so I think you really need to chomp through that to deal some damage. But right now, the Lord will be taken freely by Jackpot.
Oh, Bobarushik gets a big 3-man land shaker as well. Meanwhile, Pancrat able to get the king on Kingsta. Sensei's able to survive. You can look at Pelemetronio. He's trying to show the damage, but Pancrat, Primo, all zoned out. Sensei, the creator right now, able to use the brilliance to get out of harm's way. That was the opening that they needed. Kingsta is down and out, but my God, Laito bought so much time making sure Jackpots are able to survive. But look at Primo right now. He doesn't have the shortcut, but he's being a complete nuisance. Pelemetronio doing the same. He gets a kill, and now Macaron gonna get shut down at the same time. Walkie along with Damsky, able to maximize the efficiency that these two are bringing in. The Lord is up. Bobarushik going in one more time on top of Laito. Pancrat and Sensei are there, but they will have to go away. The damage coming through from Jackpots is too much for them.
Oh, it looks like it's definitely too much right now, and Jackpot's once again in the lead. Let's see how can they play it out, because right now Lord is finally marching for their side as Laito tries to steal away the purple buff, as sneaky guy he is, but I think Bober will steal it away from him. I think this is kind of greedy from Laito, because right now he's half HP. I know he's super tanky, but still you kind of want that Uranus full HP for that push.
They definitely want that Uranus to be full HP, and now he's going to try and get his HP back up. I think Walkie, this time, he's being escorted by Kingsta, making sure he's around. Kingsta now has a big part to play. At the right place, at the right time, he has to be. Laito doing the same. They try and use the Dauntless Fleet, and now they catch Pancrat. He's taken down low. Conceal play coming through. Primo's trying to find the target. It's got to be Damsky. Laito taking a lot of damage already. The Lord has already crashed down on the bot side. AOG to try and create the separation, and now they got to ham away at that turret. And now you can see Zaman Force drop down. Pelemetronio has the damage. He found one. Bobarushi can't really do much. The Lord has been taken down. What? An RWM coming through, but not there. They find a mid lane inhibitor. This is the opening. Jackpots have penetrated into the base of Minerva Fury.
And right now, Jackpot Walkie with that immortality locked in. How can you shut him down? He is CC immune, he's dashing around, he's jumping around, he's quite mobile, he has high range, and he is full build right now. Jackpots, it looks like with that last Lord that will be spawning soon in 80 seconds, they could finish this off and have the Jackpot that they wanted.
They definitely could have that jackpot, but Primo, he has been a monster on this chip, and we were looking at why Chip was being banned out for this very reason. Seems like he's reverted to the release form that he is. He can just go onto the back line right now. He has those Y-Walk passive, that shortcut. He's looking to jump on top of Damsky the entire time. He doesn't care if he dies, but he wants to flicker forward and get that shortcut for his teammates to dive into the back line. And Bo Barushik has been making the most out of this opportunity and playing a Lapu Lapu. He's died only once, and that's an all-in hero. That is some high-level skill, and I hope, Warren, you were definitely taking your notes on this one.
Oh, I absolutely was. I think I will even rewatch this game after it ends, because Bober, what a performance. But right now he will need to put one more shift into this game if he wants his team to succeed and walk away with a 2-0 that would secure their first place in the top of the leaderboard. Let's see if they can play it out. I think Primo wasted his concealed play. Oh, wait a second.
No.
Macaron could be in trouble.
Macaron, what are you doing? He actually used the winner crown. Will he be able to survive? No, he doesn't. Gets taken down, and you can see Primo with a shortcut gets a stun onto 3 men, but Kingston dives into the back line trying to take away the attention. One after another, they trade. Pelemetronio goes down, but they pay the price of 3, and now they're looking for more. RWM, Lighto flickers forward. Primo might be going down. No, he doesn't. Pancrat just able to survive. The clear is going to be really difficult. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it. Walkie could be looking at an end, but Primo again buying so much time. He gets taken down, and Pancrat is the last man left standing, but not for long. Immortality's pop. He seems like he's going to be going down anytime, and this is a 1-1.
What a series, what a series. Of course, BO2s, but whoa, those BO2s are hella spicy, because suddenly when you switch up from the classic BO3s, suddenly you can end up in a draw, and that's something exciting, because right now when you're walking out from the Series S Jackpots, you're like, all right, we did it. It's 1-1. We took away that last victory from them, so they don't have that 2-0. They cannot sit securely on the top of the leaderboard, and we secured a win for ourselves. Great performance all across the board, but I must highlight Kingsta together with Jackpot Walkie, because these two I felt like were crucial to the result of this second game.
Hey man, by no means were Minerva Fury playing bad. They played amazing. Every single player out of the 10 that were playing absolute play to perfection. They did what they were supposed to do in their respective roles. It just happened to be that the side of Jackpots were slightly better in this game. And oh my god, the change from having Kingsta playing a support to a playmaker, a tank that can actually absorb a lot of damage, it made so much of a difference. And at the same time, Walkie had the space. Lighto on this Uranus being an absolute monster, and Pelemetronio, dare I say, out of the 5 from the winning side, he was the least influential in these fights. He was the one that, yes, he got the kills, yes, he got the finishing blows, but out of the 5, he was the least influential in terms of trying to get the win for their team. And that speaks volumes for the amount of experience, the amount of skill, and the way that they've played this game. And of course, Minerva Fury, the same way. Pancrat and Sensei the creator, they were the least influential in this game, although they played brilliant games themselves.
I have to highlight 2 things on this scoreboard. Bober, 93,000 damage done, 27% of the damage of his team. He did more damage than Pancrat, and that's with a basically full tank build, except 2 bruiser items that he had in there. I think it was Fury Axe and the Demon Wings. Other than that, he was tanking it up, he was beefing it up. Of course, resistance shoes, but still 93,000 damage. And on the other side, Damsky with that 123,000 damage. He ran away with the damage graph, 33% of his team's damage. Now we know why Eve was banned.
And the Eve was banned. It's not about the fact that she brought the damage as well, right? The Warren, it was the control. You spoke about how the previous match for previous game was a controlled environment where Minerva Fury were just manipulating the entire game and making sure Jackpots play to their tempo. But in this game, everyone was playing the tempo of Damsky with that damn Eve. The way that he was playing it, oh my goodness, he was the center of attention. He was the one that everybody on Minerva Fury wanted to dive upon, and he knew that, and still making sure that he was left safe the entire time, barely went down, and still orchestrating the entire team fight. This game was absolute cinema.
It was absolute cinema. I must double down on that. What a show, what a game, what a series. It was absolutely spicy. I'm looking forward to the rest of today's series because it's going to be a banger for sure, even more. I absolutely love this one. I absolutely love the one before, and I know that I will love the two more to come, because today's show is of course not ending just yet. We are right in the middle. We will have more to come, but I think we will be heading into a break before our players will be getting ready, right, Chronos?
Yeah, we will. I mean, it feels like the end of the show, man. The way that this game went about, oh my goodness. Look at that. Even production thought it's gonna be a 2-0 to Minerva Fury, huh? Unfortunate. It's not a 2-0 to Minerva Fury. It's a 1-1 as Jackpots get one game, and so do Minerva Fury. Meanwhile, the next game is going to be Method Black, if I'm not wrong, versus... Did I miss out? I forgot who was it. I was just too focused on the 0-2.
Method Black and Stolen Angels could be the one coming on the next series. Of course, after that, the last series of the night will be Ake against their respective opponents. So we will see if Ake can kind of jump up and step up and make their plays happen. But of course, right now, we will be seeing very soon, the soonest series that we will be having is the Stolen Angels against Method Black. But that will be, unfortunately for you, or depends of maybe fortunately for you, without my face and my voice, because Chronos here will be joined with other caster from our team, and that will be of course Card to add. So I hope you will be excited about Card. I know I will definitely tune in. Now I will be leaving you alone, and yeah, I hope the next series will be a banger again.
Yeah, I'm hoping the same, because I feel like the next one's definitely going to be a banger. Method Black versus Stolen Angels, and then we have Ake versus Revenant Order. So if you want to make sure you see more banger actions, that was only one match indeed. That was Jackpots versus Minerva Fury, but the next one definitely feels like it's going to be another hot match. That's going to be Method Black versus Stolen Angels, but it's going to be coming back after a short break. So ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, as we're going to be back after a short break for match number 3 and match number 4.
Hello, welcome back to today's series, to today's games. Here I am, Kronos, together with Scartiet, of course. Jokes on you, actually, it's me, Revenant Order. I wasn't supposed to be here before, but here I am. I guess I swapped places with Kronos. Well, here I am, and that's how we will roll, at least for now. The thing is, I have Scartiet here with me. How are you excited about this specific series where we will be having a Method Black against Los Angeles?
Man, you just talk about that. I specifically know the reason why you're here out here, because you are super excited about this game itself, right? You just push Kronos aside and like, get out of here. I'm gonna be the one who's gonna focus on these two games right now, because we've constantly been having that kind of word where Method Black as well as Stolen Angels, these two teams have got so much potential. They're so strong. Stolen Angel clearly showcased that how strong they have been. So I really want to see how this one eventually pans out.
Oh, absolutely. Well, my prediction was kind of heavy for the side of Method Black, because I firmly trusted in Stolen Angels. I am saying, I'm calling, I will spoil it for you. I called 2-0 for the side of Stolen Angels. What was your prediction, Scare?
I mean, out here, I'll have to say, mine is a 1-1 for both of them. Method Black takes one, Stolen Angels take one. I mean, I'll be pretty honest about it, man. I think so. They're very evenly matched up, and we've seen Urek. We've seen him in the past, how strong this man has been, how solid he's been performing for such a long time. So I really want to see how this one pans out for his team. As we're already moving out in the draft itself, Method Black on the blue side, taking on Stolen Angels on the red side out here. Van and Kalia being banned out. I really like this Kalia ban, because yesterday Pem showed how strong his Kalia was, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see a Mathilda ban as well coming in.
Oh yes, we should be. Kimi banned now. It's interesting that one game they let it slip through. I don't know if you caught that game. It was I'm not sure if it was the first series or the second one. I think the first. Van went through and it was a complete disaster. She was super strong. Opponents didn't have an answer. So looks like Stolen Angels don't want to do the same mistake, at least in this draft, because they are banning her out. She looks like a solid first pick, because you can still build a team around her. Usually God lane is left alone for the most part, and they can scale up, they can relax, and the only thing that's probably troubling you is maybe the matchup, but usually most of the matchups can be played. We don't see that often, at least in the higher in the higher echelons of play, in the high competitive, that gold laners are making solo kills happen. It's not something that you see often, so usually the matchup not that important. So of course Van being banned out makes a lot of sense. Chip makes a lot of sense as well, if you saw the last series, because Chip, oh, he was cooking. He even stole a Lord. I don't know if you caught that, Scared, but he did indeed. He will not be stolen a Lord in this one though, because Urek has to think something else for himself and the rest of the team.
And I think some of the best pick comes out to be either a Phobius, or if you're looking in for a mid lane, maybe a Zushin. Both of them sound pretty solid for their own respective picks out here. Yi Sun-shin is available as well, but since Lancelot is open, I don't think so anyone is going to prioritize that. You just go in for trade for a Yi Sun-shin for a Lancelot and vice versa. I think so. Maybe if I'm Method Black right now, I'm really looking to pick up a Zushin. I want that mid lane control. I'll be having that control as well against a Grok, because we saw on day number 1 itself, if you remember, Warren, that in the first series, it was Arcade to win the first game, but then in the second one, there was a big comeback, and on the back of a Zushin, yeah, I'm pretty solid onto this one for Method Black. And Pika picking this one up, and a quick answer coming in the form of CC as well as a Yi Sun-shin. So they have the priority in the EXP lane at least.
But the thing is that for the side of Method Black, as you have already established before, it's so easy to pivot into Lancelot right now and have that answer against Yi Sun-shin. Because after those two picks for the side of Method Black, there is the last pick for Stolen Angels before the second ban phase, and then Lancelot can get off the board. So I'm thinking they need to either pick him or pick something else. Oh, it will be a joy. Alright! That's a spicy pickup. I think it can work very similarly to Lance, even though she doesn't have that much invulnerability. She can cancel CCs, for herself, and she's quite mobile though. So still a lot of guns aimed for Jisunshin's head, and for in this instance for Levi's head. And Alexis will be making those fights so much easier because paired up with Juxin's CC, there is so much happening for Joy. They can set those fights up so well, but there's a big but, because if you fail those engages, if you mismatch those skills, you can throw those enemy heroes into super bad positions for Like to pick up.
That's one of the big points that you've just right now mentioned out here as well, right? And for Like, I have to say that I'm not really a big hotshot fan of this Joy. If in case you really wanted to pick up a Joy out here, maybe it could have been left for the second picking phase itself, because again, they're not really prioritizing Lancelot, so Stolen Angels might have basically gone into that angle in the banning phase itself. Plus the big thing is, if you get caught in the curtains call, you don't really have any other skills to iframe any of the damage that you'll be facing out here. I really like the draft that's coming in from Stolen Angels right now. They've also banned out the Granger, which could have potentially matched up pretty decently against a Harith, and I now really want to see an Erethiel ban coming in, like choke that gold lane down entirely. So Method Black are eventually put on a very uncomfortable spot out here.
Absolutely, you are pushing them into that bad place. I was thinking for a bit if you couldn't pick up the Granger for yourself, but then you would be so much relied on that physical damage. Even though right now there's not many tanks for the side of Metal Black, they could still switch it up. And of course, Alexis on that Arlot can pick up many tanky items, as we see most of the XP laners be doing. They either go full tank or they go one damage item and then they go almost full tank. So that wouldn't be the brightest idea. So I see the vision right now thinking about it. But the thing is, will you ban Erethiel, or is there something else that could be making trouble for you? Of course, 1-1 is off the board, so that's nice. Oh, they are thinking Bruno. They are thinking Bruno is the problem. I see their idea behind it, because Bruno, even though I said before that those 1v1s don't tend to happen in gold lane, if there was a 1v1 hero against her that can beat him up in lane, it's Bruno.
I agree. I mean, it was basically a coin flip between a Bruno and an Erethiel. So you ban away one and let the other one flow through onto the other side, and eventually focus down on the next few picks. So I'm kind of on board with what Stolen Angels are trying to do. But something that I don't really understand is probably that Kagura ban coming in from Method Black. Maybe it is a respect ban coming in right now for Stolen Angels, but even if it's a respect ban, I'd have to say, I mean, there are still quite a lot of good picks on the other side. You had the Farsa, which eventually has been taken down right now, but you've also got the Zacian. And let's be honest, the recent patch eventually buffed up Eve as well a little bit, so that could be a pretty decent pick too.
Oh, it did indeed, but right now you'll be looking in Gato, so you're leaving your mid lane for that last pick. Maybe even thinking about pivoting hard, which I don't think is highly likely, but could be a possibility, maybe. But the thing is that if you leave your mid lane open for that last pick, I don't know what you are really cooking up with that, because I see the options that you have, but I feel like the roamer would be much more important to be as a good answer against your opponents, because right now they have Khalid, and I feel like Khalid is doing so much more than Gado.
I think so. Gato pick was more in the sense of denying it to Method Black and picking it up for yourself as well. I think so. They really need someone to fast clear that mid lane, who can also rotate in pretty quickly, because Gato really does not have that much of rotation speed. Unless he gets his Avatar of the Guardian, that is. So it's level 4 which you're really looking at. But in order to reach that level 4, you need to establish that early mid-game presence. Now also they need some decent amount of CC in that. Let's see. I think so I would have leaned in a bit more towards a Valentina for this one, because there's again the Final Slash, there's also the Raging Sandstorm. You can use all of that, and then again, the Crimson Beacon coming in from Himpika, the Zushin ultimate as well. You could have stolen it up, but Enzo is going to go in with this Alina. He wants to go in for those engages.
I think, I must say, I quite like that Selena pickup, because she is very early to mid-game oriented, and I feel like that's something your team was lacking. Of course, you could have went with Valentina, but I feel like she is, of course, she's very snowbally, but I feel like Selena has even higher snowball potential with her burst. And if you can really get her going, then any bush is a dangerous bush.
That is one point which I 100% agree with. But it's just the fact that since there's a Khalid on the other side, you know that he's going to eat up most of your epistle arrows, and eventually he just needs to go for what? Quicksand Guard to heal himself back up and be back in those fights as well. Plus, he would really want you to try and engage onto him multiple times because he can just simply go Crescent Scimitar 3 times and run back to safety as well with the team. So I think so, Selena, the idea is still good. You quickly get some early stuns, you get a couple of early picks, and then eventually move on with that early game snowball leading into your mid to late game end. I think so, I'm on board with that idea. You've also got the Harith for the gold lane, so that could be possible. But then again, there's a Zushin on the other side, so I don't think so Method Black are gonna let this slide easy.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a battle of those early game heroes where Jukshin and Selena are basically trying to do the same thing. Even though through different means, because Selena is, of course, damage-wise, she has a little bit of CC if she hits those long-range arrows, but mostly it's all about those this damage output, where Jukshin, of course, she has a little bit of damage, but mostly it's about this CC. So if you have those two heroes, one paired up with Gato, who is much more in the CC department, so it makes sense in the form of pairing it up with Selena, but on the other side you have Khalid, who will be dishing out the lacking damage where Jukshin might not be having enough.
I absolutely agree out here. Quite a lot of early game items being built up with a lot of these people, though please don't worry about that, people. We're going to be focusing on those predictions out here. I'd have to say a bold prediction being given by Kronos, mentioning that Method Black will 2-0 this entire series against Stolen Angels. So that is something which I really want to see, right? Because we are all the way up for surprises out here. Early game presence for now, it's going to be for Method Black. They're going to be controlling that part of the river as well as Pem eventually opens up the map, specifically the rest of that part for the team. Now here's the big thing, right, Pem? Hold on a second. Right now, he jumps in, Himpika, in a pretty precarious position. A 3-man knock-up. Not going to save the life of him right now as Zing also hopped in, but it doesn't matter. That's the first blood coming in for Stolen Angels.
Oh, first blood coming in their way indeed, as Enzo pairs it up. Oh, wait a second, he's done for like, picks him up, and that's a 1 kill in retaliation. Can he live though?
I think so, he should be able to survive out here right now, though not for long. Pem Max the ground, destroys the crust, opens up the river like Moses, and eventually takes him down right now as they're still going for the fight. Again, Himpika going in with those knockups. The Crimson Beacons just destroys every single one. Kent is the only man who's trying to survive, but that's a triple kill coming in for the Zushin. You try to take that early game fight, you try to brawl out early against Himpika, and he destroys you like that.
I mean, it has to feel for our viewers that I was lying, because you are looking right now at the game and you're like, Himpika doesn't have damage, look at him, he is doing so much, he's 3-1-0. Why did you lie like that? I'm sorry, but Himpika is just cooking, he is frying, and he is doing his absolute best to steal this early game away from Stolen Angels.
He is him at this point. That's how it's seeming right now. And again, I think so this combination of Jing along with Himpika on the Khalid and Zushin, it gives you so much early game presence. And you combine it with Lack on the Joy, yeah, it's all perfect. As soon as you hit those level 4 markers, you're going to be super ready to go and brawl it out against the other side. While, again, for Stolen Angels, as good as Levi is on the Yisun Shin, it eventually falls down to that mid-game power spike which he receives, and that eventually gets up after he builds up the War Axe as well as the BOD. So it's gonna take some time for him to go towards that. And that is the early game which Method Black are right now trying to exploit, and looking at their positioning, they're ready to brawl it out again.
But the thing is, it's 42, but Method Black has only 300 gold. So what can you figure out based on that? Is that Stolen Angels, even though they are 2 kills down, they kind of got more in those 2 than their opponents.
Yeah, that's the big thing. It can eventually turn up instantly though, and Levi has been farming up pretty well. Level 7 right now, on par with Luck on the Joy. This falls down to who quickly takes up their own respective buffs out there. The orange buff available, but Lack really is not prioritizing that. He actually wants to go for this turtle. Now that might actually give advantage to Levi since he's for now going in for his own orange buff, and once he joins in the fight, he's going to have that extra bit of damage coming in too. So you got to be careful about that, but a good amount of zoning coming in from Method Black. But there we go, we found the opening out here as the jump in. Levi instantly taking the turtle out here with the Zaman Force coming in. They're trying to stop them down. The knock from the Zushin. They're there. The AOG just going in for the disengage as Lack will run away. They lose Xing. They lose the turtle. And that's a big win for Stolen Angels.
I feel like you kind of set yourself up for not really success, but for a failure. If you let yourself be open like that for Levi especially, then he can just jump in, go for the treachery and steal it away. Whereas I feel like if you let them start the turtle, you can jump in and do the same way, do the same thing to them. Alexis unfortunately missing that final slash. Can he live though? He cannot.
Yeah, he absolutely cannot as Yuichi. It's going to be going back to safety out here. The SOD, Pem, oh my goodness, the awareness coming in. And I absolutely love the players who play pretty good Kalia and Mathilda because the map awareness is insane. And that's exactly what is showing right now on the Godot catcher as well. Saving the life of Yuichi out here. And you really want that Harith to live. You want that mid-game snowball coming in. And with the way how he's going right now, pretty sure after looking at the itemization, we're going to see those Thallium sights coming in as well, along with some of the Feather of Heaven build-up items.
But wait a second, Kent is already level 9 compared to Alexis level 7. What happened there on that XP lane? He's sprinting away with the game.
It's a big difference coming in, and I think so it's because of the fact that Alexis has been trying a little bit more to set his team up for success. He's been going in for those rotations as well, while Kent has been going in for those minions and then prioritizing the rotation. I think so Stolen Angels are doing a pretty solid job in terms of managing their lane economy.
Oh, it looks like so far, because right now, same kills, but they have 500 gold more. Where did they steal it? Well, they took the tower on the top side as we approach another fight in mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to try and pull out the CC up towards the tower as well. They should do the trick though, but the Revitalize coming in from Pim saves the life of Kent out here, and even though there was a stack of vengeance on him, Alexis could not really go in out there. Jing taking down Yuichi out on the other side of the map though, but that means there's a big opening out here as Enzo utilizes that. Lack has been taken down, and that's the jungler going in. Jing needs to hop into this fight as quickly as possible, but it doesn't even matter as the turtle has been secured by Stolen Angels and they go for back the reset.
Did he really want to jump into that? Because I feel like I exactly know what went through his head, because he was like, all right, let's fight. And then he looked for his opponents and he saw Levi being level 11 already. And he was like, all right, I think I have no place to engage right now, because if I do, we will die. Because Levi level 11, one level ahead of Like, and he is running away with this game.
He's like, I'd rather not go in out there though. The SOD does not connect. It doesn't matter. Alexis with the final slash was able to make sure it was literally the final slash which Levi saw.
I mean, he didn't really run for long, right? Scared. He tried to run, but he didn't run for long. They got him basically immediately. It's like when you were small and you tried to take a bread from a shop, and then you got caught like immediately by the shopkeeper.
Quite sure what kind of childhood you had, Warren, but I'm absolutely sure I really vibe with that because I've done the same thing out there. Getting caught really is not the best thing, but whatever. I'm gonna keep those things back in the past out as right now Stolen Angels. I want to try and go in for another one. I don't really like the positioning with the Zaman Force coming in towards the backline as well. Yuichi is going to be an off angle. Will be taking down the AOG for the disengage as Alexis falls first. And now they're running in for their own lives as the Raging Sandstorm does not connect on any single one. Urek answers back on the other side as again Hempika is being one of the most annoying players out there. But it's still a 2-for-1 trade for Stolen Angels.
But what is absolutely scary is that Stolen Angels, if they are kept even, if they keep scaling, Harit is going to be a monster. Of course, Urek on that Mosca will be a monster in his own right. But compared to Yuichi, I feel like Yuichi has it so much easier for those fights because he's more mobile, he has more AoE, whereas Urek has to be really the better gold laner if he wants to carry those fights. And he needs to keep an eye for Enzo, for Pam's down, for Kent jumping on top of him, and for Levi. There's so many things that he needs to stay away from to be able to carry those fights.
Absolutely agree. And one of those big things is that whenever you have got a Moscow in your team, you're really looking for those side lane pushes. You're looking for the split pushes, right? And you want to put the pressure on the other side on through those side lanes. We're going to be coming back onto that conversation right now as Ring is going to be getting caught in between a rock and a hard place. The raging sandstorm did not save him. It was in an awkward angle. And then after that, it's still Alexis who's constantly getting harassed by Kent. The yo-yo blitz is absolutely intense, and on the back of it, now that's a big advantage coming in for Stolen Angels. All they're doing is waiting for their cooldowns right now. The stun did not really connect onto anyone. Hempika is being the annoying one, but they can't really go in for any kind of engage over towards this Lord. Singh is not here to open up the map. It's a free Lord.
Oh, it's absolutely, and I feel like Metal Black right now are kind of in a bad position because of their team comp, because Hempika and Jink don't have damage anymore, where Alexis, Urek and Like need to scale up a bit more. So right now you are kind of in this middle space where you don't really do enough damage to make those fights happen.
I think so. That is one of the big problems which Method Black are encountering right now. It's just the fact that they don't really have enough farm. Orek is not able to find those angles, and this is one of the big reasons where I'm not really a big fan of Moscow, right? This is a personal hate coming in, but it's absolutely fine. I know Orek can eventually make this work, and we've seen it multiple times how good the Moscow plays have been, how instantly things can turn around. But the big thing is there's also Levi on the other side, and that's a Yi Shin you'd not really want to fight up against. And towards the mid lane, they really want to go at it, pushing it all the way out from the first one. Hempika pretty low in the HP, but again, the Purify is saving his life as well out there along the Crimson Beacon, running back to safety. Well, that's mid-tier 1 down, but I'd have to say the top lane, which was managed by Lack out there, it's eventually given them the room to work towards this Lord.
I mean, the roam, the position where Like found himself in was a gorgeous position. He basically saved this whole Lord defense by himself.
Agree. On the back of all of that, they're still trying to go in for those tier 2s out there, but the big thing is this is again the main point which I mentioned out here. With the Moscow, with the Joy, you have that priority in those side lanes, and I really wanted to see Method Black utilize that, which finally they are doing. And on the back of that, only losing a couple of turrets out there, that was the big thing now. The big defensive play coming in. Jing, though, knocked out pretty low in that HP, still should be fine as the Abyssal Arrow did not really connect, and the map is still turning blue. But here we go. Now Levi joins in the fight as well. Jing in a very bad position. Should be taken down instantly as everyone tries to take that trade. But it's absolutely no use though. Alexis destroyed out there in the open as Hempika tries to survive. But I don't think so. It's going to be the same fate for Lack as he will be taken down. The delayed damage by Enzo. It's just it. It is it. The tier 2 is going to fall in mid. They're going to be lucky if their mid inhibitor stands.
Could be with Juxin, but maybe no, because there's so much damage being put on that mid lane tower. CC Moon Levi, half HP, he is really dancing on the knife edge. 20 seconds for Lord for the side of Stolen Angels, 5,000 gold ahead, and now they are entering the late game, 3+ items on most of their carries, so it's going to be even more spicy. I feel like Jink doesn't really have good coordination, at least right now, in those later team fights with his team, because I feel like Alexis should be the one starting the fights, because his final slash is probably the easiest engage that they have.
I absolutely agree. Displace everyone with a final slash flicker combination, surprise them, and then going in for the raging sandstorm. That's going to be the best. Yeah, the SOD did connect, but I'm not quite sure if you'd really want to jump at it. And I love the patience coming in from Stolen Angels out there right now. My goodness, like he eventually destroys himself because of the vengeance out there. Ken still surviving. Those who chain in an opposition. Finally, Hempika gets taken down, and Levi did not even join that fight. That's just an absolute destruction by Stolen Angels as the Lord marches from mid.
And that's the problem, right? Urek, he was focusing all the time on Pem, and alright, he did a nice damage, but he didn't do damage to the right targets as he is trying to defend his base now, but he looks like he could be going down. Oh, not really, because Kent is the first target now. Like is trying to play it out. He's stunned. Double kill for Levi, and they now try to destroy the base. Chris, the final slash goes through, but will it be enough? It won't be enough.
Absolutely not out there. That Lord marching from mid, they did not get about any lane management. They had no interest into those side lanes. They just wanted to smack it down out there in mid. And again, if you're really having a look at the macro scale of things, I'd have to say Stolen Angels managing that lane economy, Warren, which you mentioned it out perfectly, right? The big difference between Alexis and CC on the other side, level 7 and level 9, that was humongous. And that clearly showcased how well Stolen Angels were managing their minion economy on those side lanes, eventually snowballing into that mid game and then taking control. It was impeccable.
I mean, this is exactly what I expected based on their performance last week, because I saw a lot of controlled performance from their side, where they don't really fall for the basic traps. They are kind of still equal, even though you catch them off guard, they are still getting something out of that. So this is exactly what I expected. Let's see how for the next game can their opponents prepare, maybe mentally reset. I don't feel like draft was maybe the problem. I feel like more the not expression but more the performance and how you expressed yourself in the game, how you approach those fights, because I think it wasn't that much connected. And I think why it started falling apart in the mid game is because when you approach the mid game, there is much more team fights happening, and then you can see much more clearly which team has the better synergy. And this game, it was Stolen Angels.
I agree, because there were so many of those engages where Jing on the kill lead is going in for those raging sandstorms. He's trying to be the one who wants to engage things and start things off, but that's really what Stolen Angels were waiting for. They were waiting for the, let's just say, bad engage coming in from Jing and then going in for that punish. And they did that consistently throughout the mid towards the late game. And I think so that's something that Method Black really need to fix for game number 2, because I agree with the point that you mentioned. Draft, pretty decent. You can see the win conditions from both of those sides as well, with the alert with the final slash to set things up, and then you follow it up everything with the raging sandstorm, combining it with the crimson beacon from the Zushin. You've already got a lot of crowd control, and we clearly saw the signs of that in the early game itself when Hempika got that triple kill out there in the mid lane, right? So those are some kind of plays which I really wanted to see a little bit more from Method Black, but I think so Stolen Angels, I mean, they really know how to steal momentum.
Oh, absolutely. Also, the thing is, I know many gold laners were banned out, but maybe now thinking in retrospective, I would maybe switch up the gold laner, because when we saw the game, the fights were too quick. The fights were too quick, and even though Jurek was doing his absolute best, he couldn't really play those fights with a hero like Moscow, because he wants those extended fights. He wants those long fights. He wants those maybe front to back fights. And that didn't really happen. That didn't really pan out this way, because those fights were mostly separated. It was a lot of times it wasn't like 5-5, but it was like 2-3 and 3-2. It was not really on one big in one big moment. It was a little bit less conceived in one place, and I don't think it was fitting Jurek that well. But maybe you feel different way about that.
No, I think I'm going to go on the same board which you've just right now mentioned. As again, with the Moscow, you really want those extended team fights, but let's just be honest, Alexis and Jing were not tanky enough to sustain through that first wave of burst. Like, it was literally the yo-yo blitz coming in from CC, which was melting everyone down. So if you really look at that in retrospect, yeah, you can't really go for those prolonged team fights itself. And they could not really focus on those side lanes a lot too. It was just that one Lord, or rather the first Lord itself, which eventually got defended pretty easily, because again, that side lane control was maintained. But after that, we did not see that happen. It was entirely absent from Method Black. Those are also some of these aspects where you could have prolonged the game a little bit more, where you're constantly forcing the members of Stolen Angels to clear those waves. You send out, or you force out one person to clear those side lanes, because there's always a threat of a Moscow hiding in the bush and pushing the lanes, and then you try and force a new fight where you've got the advantage, you've got the numbers, someone on the other side is eventually clearing those side lanes. Now that's where you can eventually strike in and wait for those SODs to land so that you've got another member advantage. But none of that was happening, and I agree, it was probably the coordination issue out here right now. But one thing is for sure out here, Warren, there was one person who made a pretty bold prediction out here with a 2-0 in favor of Method Black. I believe that is not happening, so you're going to be pretty happy about the point you earned.
We will see, but so far it's going my way, at least for now. We will see if it ends up on 1-1 or if I will be the correct one. But the thing is, you pinpointed very important topic, and that is the sidelines. I think Method Black didn't understand the assignment completely, I feel like, with their composition, because usually in competitive you see Joy farming up on those sidelines because no one can really catch her, and you need to commit most of the team to try to catch her, and even then it's very hard, and most of the times Joy can still run away or make you waste so much time. And you had two of those heroes that want to do that, second one of course being Moscow, and you didn't really use it that much, like a little bit in the early game, a little bit mid game, but then you completely stopped. And I think if you were trying to separate your opponents a little bit more and you were using this to your advantage, when Moscow can join from the full map, he can just jump from the other side to the other side, and Joy can basically do the same because she's so fast, she's so quick on the movement. I think that's where your strength lied, and you didn't really use it.
I agree, and that's something which Method Black would really need to focus on in this game right now, that they need to draft according to their strengths or play according to the strength of their draft. That's something which I really would want to see them focus on, and I believe with the way Eric was playing, right, I think so. Erithiel would have been a pretty solid pick in that situation instead of a Moscow, considering the fact that Erithiel really comes online pretty fast and can bully Harith in the lane as well constantly. We've really got a pretty decent amount of range on your skill, so I think so. Those are the few points where I kind of would have wanted to see Urek having the advantageous lane, but that's again all going to be sent down onto that previous one, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to the second game of the third matchup in the MEC qualifiers Thunder Division out here. Method Black, who are on the red side right now, will be banning away the Zushin along with the 1-1. A respect ban finally comes into play, while on the other side, Stolen Angels, they're going to be pretty happy banning away the CC as well as the chip. Oh, it's going to be the last ban now. What focus they would really want to show? That's my interest. Because you can... Now Zushin has been banned out, so you'd probably want to prioritize a Phoveus into that EXP?
Maybe, could be. He could be great. Of course, I would be super happy because, as you already know, I absolutely love that hero. But the thing, what I found a little bit funny is that Method Black are banning their own heroes, where Stolen Angels are basically banning their own as well. So it's kind of funny situation where only Chip for the side of Stolen Angels and only Van right now is the hero that they didn't play. So we will see if they will follow this trend going into the last ban as well. Just something I found a little bit funny. Of course, probably it's making a lot of sense because CC and Jisuchin are great pickups for the red side, since you can pick up them in tandem, you can pick up both of them, so that makes a lot of sense, whereas Jukshin is super strong alone. So jokes aside, let's look for that last ban. What do you think it will be, Scared? Just like before it lands, do you have a tingly feeling what will it be?
I'm really confused at this point as to who you're really going to ban. Maybe a Gimme out here, not really letting it slide through. We did see Method Black ban it out, but they're going to focus down on the box here. We already know how annoying he really gets, specifically when paired up with some more annoying picks on the other side, like the Esmeraldas as well, which we did see Stolen Angels pick up yesterday in one of those games. Bathilda was opened up as well though, but again, they prioritize the Angelaro. That's an interesting pick coming in for me. Now, what you're really going to focus on the next one is going to be the big thing, because this has left a lot open, specifically now that the East section has been banned out. Maybe Method Black can protect the Lance?
I don't know if I'm liking Lance, honestly, because I feel like that for the side of Method Black, you already know that Angela will be jumping on top of someone and making it so much hard to one-shot him. So I think that your composition should be based around slow, methodical DPS teamfights where you go front to back. I think that's your best bet, because if you go for that assassin composition, Angela will just spit in your face and make it so hard for you.
Oh my goodness. I kind of I'm on the same page with you right now, and I believe Method Black also are doing the same thing. That's why they've locked in the Fredrin along with the Kimi. So you really have that pretty solid front line, and you've got a consistent DPS coming in the form of those constant energy bombs out there from Hempika in that mid lane. So I really like that idea now. You remember we were discussing about how good Obsidia is. I'd have to say, in terms of those smaller leagues, I think so Obsidia destroys everyone, but I have still yet to play her against the likes of Erethiel and maybe the... I've actually played her against the Granger and she really destroys Granger in that lane, but against an Erethiel, that's something new which I really want to focus on. But coming back onto this draft, Stolen Angels locking in the Uranus for that EXP along with the Lancelot. Really liking this draft too, but the Phoveus is a pretty good answer.
But do you see what I see, Scare? Do you see that Pam has the Flame Strike equipped? Do you think that's something that he will go with, or he's just memeing with us?
It's me. They're definitely memeing with us.
I was thinking if it may be some secret OP sauce that I don't really know about. But the thing is, they now ban in Matilda, ban in Kagura. Kagura is honestly making a lot of sense, since if you are Method Black, you really want to put him Pika behind your front line, and Kagura would really make it hard. She could mix and match, she could throw you away and pull away the heroes that you want in front to be tanking. A lot of sense would be making if you would ban Arlott, but of course Anja is probably the roamer and Tyrannus is the experience, so where he would fit doesn't make a lot of sense. So now in retrospective, I don't think that's what they will go for. But definitely those heroes that can misposition you will be the ones that will be. Alright, it's a hurry. Interesting choice though.
Probably focusing down onto that gold lane, considering UEG is pretty comfortable on that right now and it's still open. But there's a lot of picks out there for the gold lane available though. I'm on board with you on the Kagura point. While also wanted to add, right, if you're really focusing down on Hempika right now and considering you're going for a front-to-back composition, not really something that dives in on the enemy backline, I think so Farsa ban would have made a little bit more sense out there. Because Farsa is a straight-up counter of Akemi and you don't really have anyone who can jump on Farsa right now.
I agree. I think instead of Harid, it would make more sense to ban Farsa together with Kagura. I feel like the Harid one was a little bit random. Alright, now it makes a lot of sense. Because if you go for Kari, which I don't see that much value of in, because I feel like they have only Uranus for a tank, and you, of course, they can pick more tanks, but I don't think they will, since you already showed Kari. I feel like you maybe could have left her later into the draft, but maybe they will prove me wrong, maybe, and they will equalize the score. But right now I feel like this was a little bit of a blunder for the side of Method, like draft-wise.
Thanks, they're going in for a bit much of the comfort pick with the front to back lineup, the dual marksman right now. And I love the Eve pick. Not really exactly like the Farsa's bombardment, but you got but a Franco being picked up. Now that's where things get pretty interesting. Uranus wants to jump on your face, Lancelot wants to jump on your face. As soon as they hop in, you're gonna get bloody hunted, stopped in the exact position, only to get CC'd into oblivion. Now that makes a lot of sense.
I know it's not really helping my case, but right now I absolutely love Method Black draft, because this Franco really stitched it together, and the suppression that he can bring and the hooks he can do, like, doesn't matter who he hooks if it's not Uranus. Doesn't matter, you get a kill. Like, even Lance, if you pick him up and you suppress him, he cannot even jump away. I don't, like, maybe he can if you are too slow, but I think if you are quick enough, he cannot jump out. Oh my lord, I am loving the draft. I'm sad that I didn't do 1-1, because I feel like this game, draft-wise, is going for the Method Black, even though it's against my case.
I mean, we'll have to see that one right now again, because it's a one simple straightforward win condition and it's so easy to execute that sometimes it becomes pretty difficult for teams to eventually realize how easy that entire strat is, right? And I really hope that Xing is not really reliant on those iron hooks entirely. He's also focusing down more on the bloody hunt, but get the heck out of here. Instant flicker out coming in from Pim. Otherwise, this Angela would have been a dead Angela. And I think so that's going to help the case a lot right now, because Pim would have to play a bit more passive.
Jink is feeling himself not really anymore because this hook didn't really land. I think I honestly feel like he was watching the series before and he was like, all right, I can do better, and now he is under a lot of pressure, so that's why the second hook didn't land, because he was like, guys, look, I hit those, and then he missed. I feel like that's the case, but let's hope for the side of Metal Black that he will be hitting those, as he is lurking in the bushes waiting for Pam to walk around, maybe to kidnap her.
That's the big thing, right? I agree with this, Franco, and also considering that there's a utility roamer on the side of Stolen Angels, not really something that can give you a lot of vision, that gives a big advantage to Method Black out there in the river. But at the same time, out here in the gold lane, if you're really looking at it, Yuichi is going to have his own fun time. If I'm not wrong, is probably already denied Urek one of the cannon minions too, or at least a couple of minions. So that's a small win coming in, which can turn into a pretty big snowball effect, considering how well Granger scales up in the game. I think so that's something Method Black would need to focus on instead of just this mid lane now. Coming back over towards the turtle, level 4 is going to be hit by Kent quickly, while Leva is going to steal away the EXP crab too. Enzo has also got the real world manipulation right now, and I think so that's going to be a big tool. Zheng, he's also got his own ultimate now. That's going to be a bloody hunt right in the middle of it all, as the turtle is going to be secured instantly by the Fred Brain, though. Kent answers back, Zheng taken down. It's a 1-for-1 trade coming in for a jungler and a roamer, and Method Black are going to take it every single day of the week.
But the thing is, yeah, absolutely, they will take it every day of the week, because Like is alive, he is farming up, he is XPing up, and Levi is the one that died. And I would like to pinpoint one important point that maybe some of our viewers miss, maybe even you, and that's that Like had level 4 at the same time as Levi, and I believe he even finished his clear before Levi did. So that's something to behold, because that's not something you usually see if you are playing Fredrin. He should be the slower on the clear, but I don't know what happened, but he was first. Oh, Pam, wait, he's trying to catch someone off guard. Jing will not be his target, at least for now, but he is fishing for more. He's ready with that hook. Oh, not really hitting those. It was a goal, though. He goes for more. They are trying to play out this fight. They are going for that orange buff. Ive is trying to push them away with her ult, but now Alexis is in trouble. No, he is the trouble. As Levi goes down once more. 0-2 as they push them away from their own jungle and stow it away from the Angels.
Nasty iron hook coming in onto Yuichi, as that Granger is eventually singing the songs of his own death out there. No death sonata for the other side, but rather a melody for his own cremation. Method Black are controlling this entire game now. I want to bring the conversation back to the question which you asked, right, as to how Lack was faster on that clear in the jungle. If you really notice out there, or it's for the audience out and for everyone who kind of missed it, as soon as the second wave was cleared, Himpika quickly went in over towards the orange buff to help out Lack clearing that one creep quickly. And then he also went out to help him out towards that green crab as well. And that is where he eventually found that equal footing onto the Lancelot, eventually getting the level 4 at the same time, and also getting that big advantage after securing the turtle. And right now, Jing is turning into the most annoying ranked Franco which you normally see, as the bloody hunt connects and Lax takes down Enzo. There's absolutely no way for Stolen Angels to come back in this one, because they do not have anyone who can peel for them.
Oh, absolutely. Anyone that gets kidnapped except Uranus will get obliterated. And even though if it's Uranus, you don't really care, as he will get hooked now.
Oh, a big knockup coming in. The bonks right onto the faces as well. Appraiser's Wrath not really enough now, as the hard card went in over towards Uranus. Now again, those cooldowns pop into the play with the real world manipulation and an awkward position out there from Enzo. So everyone's going to be surviving out there, as the mid tier 1 is going to be taking down a little bit. Holy smokes, hold on a second. Yuichi getting picked off camera. Now that's something you don't really want on your Granger, considering Ulrich is on the carry and has already got the corrosion side.
Oh, he does indeed. He is not really that far behind, but if something can be said for matchup Carrie against Granger, it's that if Carrie is ahead in early game, oh, something bad's gonna happen in the rest of the game.
Yeah, I agree. And I think so at this point, even though you're going to get that hard card on Kent, I don't think so it's going to be enough. One Appraiser's Wrath combination with a dual light wheel coming in from Urek, and I believe that's going to be it. And look at how freely the members of Method Black are really roaming into the jungle of Stolen Angels out there. You mentioned about the draft win, and yes, this is exactly big one now. The RWM comes into play yet again with the hard card going in onto Uranus. Not quite sure if Kent is going to be capitalizing a lot on the back of that, as again a disengage comes in from Method Black. They're just going to focus down onto this turtle as the hard card will be on cooldown.
I think for the side of Stolen Angels, even though you're getting outscaled, right now you really want to scale, even how ironic that sounds, because maybe you can catch them off guard in the mid game, but early game is done for. You don't have control over it.
Can't really do anything out there. No towers being taken, no objective being touched though. And I think so one of the big reasons for that is, again, as Ring turns down into that most annoying rank Franco which you encounter, who does not let you jungle whatsoever. The only thing that he wants to do is just be in your faces and constantly hook your buff. That's what Jing has been doing in. And look at him. He's just face tanking every single bullet of the Death Sonata. Doesn't care about any of that. And they eventually take down the mid-tier one so easily.
And the thing is, he already has that Winter Crown, so even if something bad's gonna happen, it's not gonna happen. Ooh, unfortunately misses the hook. But Jing doesn't really care, he still has that Winter Crown. He can limit us, and if they don't check the scoreboard, he can catch them quite off guard.
Now, I really like the point of the Winter Crown, which you really mentioned right now. We're going to be focusing down back on top as the hard card goes in right into the tower itself. There's no tankiness for any of them. As even though the Bloody Hunt Winter Crown combination was used, there was no one to help them, no one to back them up as Lack joins in the fight. The taunt was there, but there's absolutely no one who's going to be taken down by that. It's again every single person for themselves as Levi runs back away to safety. With the use of that Thorn Rose out here, it is engaged. 1-for-0 trade. Stolen Angels. They're trying to pull themselves back in this game.
But the thing is, the gold lead is even getting lower, even though by a little bit, but it's getting lower by the passing minutes. So the thing is, Stolen Angels are getting back into the game. And even though right now they cannot fight back, there could be a time when they can.
And one of the big points which you mentioned about that Winter Crown, as well as I bring back the conversation onto that, yes, that's going to help Jing to at least survive while giving out some nasty bloody hunts, but at the same time, that means he's not going to be tanky at all. He's running with a concussive blast here right now. Yes, I agree, but I'm pretty sure that he's also going in with a support emblem to get some extra bit of cooldown onto that bloody hunt, as well as the iron hooks to try and surprise the other side. Now, as much as he's going to try and open the map up, the constant poke that comes in from Enzo, as well as UET's Death Sonatas and Rhapsody, it's going to chunk down Jing to a dangerously low HP. And
but the thing is that Method Black already started the first Lord on the map, and Alexis is zoning them away as Kent is trying to look for that, and it looks like they want to fight it.
Yeah, right now again. Even Lack is going to be chunked down to pretty low HP. Appraiser's Wrath used up down to half HP for Ken. But the hard guard is on his face as Jing gets destroyed. He can't tank anything. And they already take one down. And now there's no one to stop this Uranus on the faces of Levi. Stealing away that Lord instantly. Now that's where Stolen Angels are pulling themselves back.
And they are really stealing the Lord away, because right now they are coming back into the game as Angela ults once more and tries to go for more plays with Kent as they push them away. Lord marches onto the top side. Jing died even before using his bloody hand. I don't know if you noticed. Couldn't even use his Winter Crown. That's the burst damage that you've been talking about. He needs to be careful because it's a trade-off. Of course, you have that Winter Crown utility, but you need to use it.
This is one of the big things which we're talking about as well, right? Zheng getting poked down to dangerously low HP, that he can't really use that bloody hunt at all. And now I think so, with the scaling that you mentioned, yes, there's Urek on the carry who's pretty good on that scaling, but then there's also Kent on the other side. The later this game goes, the stronger this Uranus is going to become and the more difficult it's going to be to take him down. And the jungle lead on Lack, I don't think so it matters anymore right now, because Lewa has eventually caught up to him. Level 12, yes, one level behind, but He's already stolen away the purple buff as well, along with the orange buff. There's nothing on the side of Metal Black to farm up right now.
Oh, and you see the poke come in the way of Jink. It's almost half his HP. I don't know how many spells connected, how many shots connected, but it was almost immediate. He isn't really that beefy boy. He needs to take care and hide behind Like or maybe Alexis, because he isn't really tanky boy.
I absolutely agreed right now, but considering the magic damage from Stolen Angels, I think so it's going to be pretty easy for him to build up that defense, right? He's going to focus down onto that Radiant armor first, and along with the Dreadnought armor, so that at least he can soak up some damage that's going to be coming in from those Death Sonatas, and also maybe it's going to get that passive effect on Levi as well, so that he cannot deal a lot of damage out there. Now the main focus is going to be to... Yeah, go ahead.
But the thing is, if he just focuses purely on that resistances, then he will get shredded by Yuichi. Even though Yuichi is sitting on Granger, and Granger is typically not the most well-known hero for taking down frontline, taking down tanks. If you completely ignore him, he will eventually get through you, and those pokes will be really deadly.
I agree. Considering the build as well, I'm pretty sure he's also got his Malefic Roar up, so even though you're going to have that anti-Curus up pretty soon, he's going to still shred you down. The map is being opened though, but it's being opened in the direction which not really gives any major value to the members of Method Black. All the way down towards the bottom of the map if you really look at it. The Lord is going to be topside, and that's exactly where Kent is standing up. Even Levi, he's trying his level best for Lack to force out his own retribution, but he's not really changed that, as right before this, another Lord. We're going to have that caster's prediction one more time. It's a 2-0 for Method Black by Kronos, which is not really happening, but everything else can happen now. There we go, the flicker. Ready Hunt connecting right away on Enzo. They want to take down this EU as the real world manipulation is going to drop in pretty soon as Levi destroys the Franco. No way for that man to survive as Lack tries to run away. Alexis on the faces, but so is the case with Kent. The hard card goes off though, and Alexis getting destroyed in a second as the RWM drops up, and Levi is forcing every single one of them to go back to their fountain one way or another with a cooldown.
And this is exactly why I didn't like the pickup of Curry, because I feel like she is not really online right now yet, so you are going for that super late game. But on the other side, what's the payoff? Because they don't really have that many tanky members, they only have Uranus, and of course you can shred through him, but everyone else is dishing out damage. And since Enzo survived the initial onslaught through Purify and escaping and running away, Jing didn't get anything in return, he only died. And even though that engage was ballsy, just as I wanted to say, Jing has to do something, but he missed the hook, so he had to flicker in, and I think that was an overkill.
That was absolutely an overcommitment as well, I agree. Because let's be honest, with the way how the damage is being divided, it's either going to be him Pika or it's going to be Urek who eventually takes down the other side. So I think so Jing is getting a bit too impatient to set things up for his team. I think so it should be Alexis to open the map up. Again, it's the same thing like the previous one, right? When Jing was playing on that Khalid, he was again getting very impatient on those engages, where Alexis on the alert should have been the first one to set things up. That's the same case right now, as we eventually move back onto the same page. Kent with the hard guard, he's now going to make sure that he survives out there. Look at the HP of Lack as he uses the Appraiser's Wrath and gets destroyed right before the second he slams that spear down on the ground. It's going to be the inhibitors falling as well, like that Fredrin, and every single minion now it's going to be destroyed as well instantly. So that's a lot of waves that are going to be barging in onto the base as another hard guard goes in. This time it's going to be on top of Levi to make sure that he survives, but a massive win for Stolen Angels.
They cannot end yet, but Jink keeps missing those hooks. If he keeps missing those, they won't be winning those, because right now Stolen Angels are for the first time in the lead of the gold in this game, as they completely wipe out enemy turrets, enemy defenses, and they wait for next Lord in 70 seconds when they will renew their advance into enemy base, and Metal Black will have to be ready by the time, because clock is ticking and it won't be kind to them.
And one of the big things right now is the fact that even Stolen Angels, they've got Levi on that Lancelot. So that means the side lane push is going to be instant. Now consider the fact that you've got the mega minions in all 3 lanes. That's a slow push being built up by every single wave. And Method Black don't have any kind of hero that has got fast maneuverability. So you'd really have to invest at least 2 members to clear out those waves, making sure that there's not going to be any kind of surprise ambush on the other side. And that makes things even more easy for the side of Stolen Angels to try and force, right? Look at that. 3 players clearing out those minions over towards the top. And that is also considering that 1 more wave is about to spawn up before that Lord goes in. So that means that slow push is still going to be up in play, and Levi is going to make sure that happens. And that's going to be a lot of pressure again on the members of Method Black before this Lord even pops up.
Oh, absolutely. But the thing is, right now the gold has been equalized. I don't know how they did it, but they did it because Method Black, I think, had their jungle up. And the thing is, Jurek is full build as we approach the last fight of this game, possibly.
Another hard card coming in onto the top of that Uranus as he's pretty beefy, he's pretty strong, and every single one of them gets absolutely destroyed. Killing spree coming in for Levi as Yoichi gets a triple. It's a wipeout in an instant, and Method Black, we're having a nasty early start. Drop the ball again, and Stolen Angels are no angels in this game. They are absolute hell Lucifer broken loose, as they will steal this game away. Minions marching in, and that's a 2-0 closeout to the series.
Oh, absolutely. And I love the Winter Crown touch for absolute salt in the wound. Add it in. To really tell your opponents that, all right, yeah, we were really better and we know it, because today was our day. Ooh, what a game, what a series. And yeah, I was right. I'm not saying that I didn't have my ups and downs during this series, but my prediction came to fruition, which honestly, after the second draft, I'm quite surprised because I really liked what Method Black had cooked up. And I don't know what really went wrong. Well, I feel like I know, because I think I already said it in draft, and that is that Jurek had carry that I don't think was really fit in the bill, because she wasn't really supposed to be in that composition. Something else entirely would be working a little bit more for them. But other than that, the draft was quite solid, and the last fight didn't even look close. They got destroyed.
Great. That was one of the big things out here as well. Again, a lot of damage being dealt by Urek, but it was a bit of a question mark coming in. It seems like Jing and Lexus, they were the ones who were constantly going in for those engages, where they would have been the one, or they should have been the one, to wait for the engage coming in from Stolen Angels, and that's where the strength of that draft lies. So it's the same conversation back again, right? It seems like we're broken record repeating the same thing, that even though Method Black had got pretty good draft, they were not really playing on the strengths of their draft, and that's where the problems began. 34% damage being dealt out here by Urek, but it doesn't matter. There was no one to reach Enzo on the eve. 44% freaking damage being dealt by this dude. 100% teamfight participation. That is just maniac. And you talk about maniac things, look at the tankiness of Kent. 200,000 damage being tanked, 67% of the game. That's the highest I have ever seen in my MLBB career.
Oh, absolutely. It has to be one of the highest, if not the highest for me as well, because dude, those tank numbers, they went kind of crazy. And Kent, being the sole tank, of course, had it a little bit easier, you can say, in a way that he would be the one soaking up the damage, but he did it very well. The synchro with Angela when she was shielding him and making it even harder for his opponents to play around him, and she was making the space, and combined with Uranus's decent damage, it was suddenly a great damage output, and you suddenly didn't just need to care about those 3 carries in the back, but there was Uranus that was running you over and just spinning around with those orbs and not letting you play the game. It was a rough game, rough patch, and Method Black really need to go back to the drawing board, because those 2 games didn't really go their way. Well, the second one did for a bit, but then it fumbled.
seemed like, again, in both of those games, right, Method Black had a pretty good early game start. Even him Pika on the Zushin, getting that triple kill earlier on in game number 1 itself, that was a very nice start coming in for their team, but they could not really snowball it into the mid-game transition towards the late-game transition. And I think so that was the same problem which they faced right now in this game. They had a very good early start, they had a pretty solid mid-game as well, they had the Lord as well, but apart from that, there was nothing. They just lost every single major objective after that. And I think so it falls down onto the same impatience play coming in with the urge of making a play by Method Black, that eventually they made so many mistakes, they gave so many openings, that the re-engage coming in from Stolen Angels was just enough to eventually take the game for them. And I think so that's where something Method Black have to work. They were looking pretty clean when we saw them last week, but yeah, it seems like that things pretty rough happening in the roster itself that really need to fix out. And I really hope that tomorrow, once we see them fighting against another team, they're going to look better than this.
Oh, I hope it. So I am knowing so. I think they will just brush this off and get the experience, take the experience, fix the mistakes, and then tomorrow they will be reborn playing better than today. Even though I must once more say that today their performance was very nice, but the mistakes unfortunately shine through, and the impatience was big one at that.
I agree, and I think so that's something they would really need to fix out here, right? Because you really need to have that patience. You've got to be calm under high pressure situations. Regardless of what happens, you can't really make mistakes like those, and that's something Method Black would really need to fix out. And I think so, again, in both of those games, their draft had potential. First match was still a bit even Steven in terms of the draft, but in the second one, yeah, picking up that Franco, that was an absolute curveballic shift that came in. No one expected that to happen, and that twisted the entire draft in their favor. And I think so, yeah, over towards that carry pick, I believe that was a little bit too early as well, a little bit too comfortable. But I still saw a future where with the carry and Franco, you were able to work your way around. You were still able to take down this game, but that just did not even happen. I saw the Malefic gun being picked up by Urek 2 pretty late in the game, and I'm not quite sure about that. I think so I would have really wanted to see either a Rose Gold Meteor, maybe a Wind of Nature, or something along the similar lines before the Malefic gun, because you really have the true damage either ways. You could have taken down the Uranus instantly, but that's one thing that we've been discussing about it, right? But that's just one game that has happened right now. There's still one more and the last match of the evening remaining, Warren.
Oh, there is. If we move our eyes to the last series of today, it's going to be, of course, a banger, because it's going to be Ake that fumbled a little bit last week. They kind of slipped on their shoes, you can say. But I think today they will come in power, they will come with renewed strength against their opponents. What do you think about this matchup, Skirt?
It's going to be a pretty fun one, I'll have to say again. My prediction for that one is 1 each. We'll have to see. Ake is a pretty strong team. The micro, they have been pretty good. It just comes down to the drafting phase itself, right? That's where I think so Revenant Order can eventually have that advantage. But that's, again, the last and the final best of 2 game coming in for that evening. We've really had some curveballs out here. Void Kids and Omni Glitch going 2-0 in favor of Omni Glitch. Now, my prediction was 1-1 for that one. Jackpot's Minvra Fury. I really thought Minerva Fury will be the ones who get that 2-0, but Jackpot stealing that 1 game away, that was again a big surprise coming in for a lot of people, and I think so that kind of set predictions off for some of them. But then Method Black, Stolen Angels, 2-0 coming in for Stolen Angels 2, making that big comeback in that second game. All of these games have been pretty solid now. I'm really waiting for the Ake and Revenant Order. What have been your predictions though, Warren, for this one?
I am not sure what I put in, because I was thinking about multiple scenarios. I think I know, but I will not spoil it if I am wrong. So I will wait for the prediction when it shows up. But what I can tell you, that after the break that we will be having for a bit, oh, it's going to be a blast, because Ake, they want to show us what they are capable of versus Revenant Order. If they can take the scalp of Ake, oh, they are on a good streak.
That's going to be something you would really want to focus on right now, as both of these teams are not really in that safe space, right? They're still in that position where they can get eliminated if there's anyone below them who plays pretty well. So this game becomes even more important considering Stolen Angels and Minvra Fury are pretty solid teams. Their fundamentals are pretty solid. That's the main thing. So really want to see how this one eventually pans out. I think so we're going to be heading in onto a short break as well. We need that confirmation out here soon. So we'll let you know at the same time too while the podcast continues, Warren. And I really want to see how the next match is going to pan out. I think so Ake have actually got it. Because again, I think so there's going to be those Hellcurt bans and the Lunox bans coming in. But I'm not quite sure about Lunox, but Hellcurt pretty sure.
Oh, we will see if those bans afterwards will go through in those drafts. But the thing is that both teams have things to prove. As I said, Revenant Order needs to kind of not really step up, but like you can beat this super strong team in the form of Ake with those big names, whereas Ake really want to kind of step up because they fumbled a little bit in that last week and they want to show that they are still strong, that they are still the Ake that we know, and that they are ready for the rest of the qualifier, and that we need to count with them, because of course we are counting with them, but well, if fumbles keep happening, then maybe we have new lords on the in the castle.
We're pretty sure we're seeing that as well in the form of Stolen Angels too, because this team has been really solid, and we were expecting Minvra Fury to be that one team who goes undefeated out here in the group stages, but Jackpot's eventually hitting that one jackpot, stealing one game away. That was a pretty solid surprise for all of us, and I think so we were pretty happy about that as well, right? We wanted to see this team perform. We've seen some very experienced names on this roster who have been playing in so many previous events as well out in EU. So those were the few things which I really wanted to see come to fruition, which eventually did. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about time for us to eventually head on to a short break so that the last game can actually come into fruition. We'll be back after this very short break. Don't go anywhere as you're watching the MEC Fall 2025.
Alrighty, welcome back to the last series of today in our AMC qualifiers Thunder Division. Oh my god, what a blessing to be having those wonderful teams playing here today for us in front of our eyes. Together here, I am Warren1x, joined with Scardiet. Hello Scard, how you doing and how did you enjoy that last series?
Man, oh man, I'm pretty excited for this one as well, right? Because in the previous one, we almost made it through with a 1-1 method. Black dropping the ball in the second one, also Stolen Angels, eventually stealing away that one game. Now I'm excited for this one, right? Because right on day one itself, when we kicked off Thunder Division, it was Arke who were playing against Method Black. And Arke eventually stole away that first game itself from them. And with the way how they won it, man, they were looking super clean with some of the comfort picks as well, not really leaning in entirely along with the meta itself. So those are a few points which I think so they're a bane and the boon of Arcade. It's like both the same things.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. We will see if today will it be the bane or the boon. We will see that, of course, against them today, Revenant. Based on the scores, based on how I kind of highlighted the today's clash, is definitely going to be that Aka needs to not reprove themselves but show that they are still strong, and Revenant, they want to take them out, they want to be done with them, not really done with them, but Revenant Order wants to take that scalp for themselves and kind of hang it on the wall like Predator in like the movie, you know, like Alien versus Predators. I don't know if you watched that movie, but like whatever, just like hang it on the wall, you know, have that scalp, because that would be a nice scalp to have. And based on the drafts right now, we don't see anything crazy yet. I feel like okay, very logical approach. Of course, Arlot being super strong on the threat side when he can be picked up in a combination with something else. Bakshi has super strong first pick where he can either be jungle or he can be roam. We saw it both. Two more bans to come. I'm betting on Kalia, I'm betting on Jukshin, and I'm betting on Kimi. What are your bets, Kurt?
I kind of agree on to all three of them, Kalia, Kimi, and I also want to add maybe a CC could be banned out here as well. In the previous series when Arke were playing against Method Black, we did see a CC being banned out. That could be a way to go, but the Selena ban is interesting now. We don't really see that happen a lot. So that's something new happening in out here, and also they got Sirius playing out here. A change coming in for the side of Arke as well. In the entire roster out here, we know that this team has been pretty solid. First lineup itself was pretty well worked up, and with now the new addition coming in from QS and Feat Sirius, so it's going to be something. I'd really want to see how this one change works out, because Revenant Order, I'm pretty sure they were not really expecting this.
Oh, I don't think so. Selena ban, quite spicy thing. Revenant Order going with the classic 1-1 Bakshia makes a lot of sense. Now I am betting on Kalia ban from the side of Revenant Order because she makes a lot of sense for that first pick. Jukshin ban for Ake, which is interesting because you can go Jukshin first pick. Of course, it didn't in the end pan out the way that the team that picked her up wanted to, but I was thinking about it. We saw that quite often, but Ake going in a different direction, Revenant Order banning her read, so that means that they probably are expecting their opponents to be building an AP composition, or like AP lacking composition. At least that's what that ban is telling me.
Yeah, that's something interesting out here though. But with Arke now, since they've got the Phobius open, I still remember last time they picked up the Phobius, they always want to prioritize that. So I think so we might possibly see that happen even now. Locking in the Phobius early on, I think so it's going to be pretty decent. But since CC was also left open, CC wins out the lane against the Phobius, and at least almost all the other EXP laners as well. I think so it's a pretty solid pick coming in right now. And to be honest, if you really think about it, CC also denies a lot of those diving capabilities that are going to be coming in from the Lancelot or maybe someone else, right? Because the Curtain's Call is just such a nasty utility.
Oh, absolutely. But what I wanted to say especially is that she kind of cancels out Phoebus. Because typically, if she's playing Phoebus and the two players are kind of on the same footing and they are equal in skill level, usually CC is the one coming out on top, and only if Phoebus is a little bit better than the player with CC, then Phoebus can play the lane. So you kind of locking them out from playing Phoebus. So quite an interesting approach. Ooh, Chip slipping through. Oi, 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 oi. Of course, with that mini rework happening to him. Now he is a spicy contender.
It's going to be something interesting out here. I really want to see if this one really comes through itself, right? I want to see it being picked up, but they're going to prioritize the Mathilda over that now. I mean, it's going to be fair enough. Hellcut was left open, so Marco's going to be locking in. We always see the Hellcut being banned out as the respect against RK. It has gone through. And eventually, Revenant Order have locked in their own EXP laner as well in the form of Uranus. You've got a Grok in the hands of Kenshin too. I think so for the side of Revenant Order, they've kind of revealed a lot of their cards though. But both of these teams, they really need their gold laner as well as, let's just say, a mage on one side. Now that's going to be something interesting to see how that pans out. Gold laner, mage, so every ban that you go with, it eventually takes one away from your own pool.
But honestly, if there is a hero that Toby is known for, it's definitely Mathilda. I think from all the players that we have right here in the qualifiers, I think Toby is the best Mathilda by far. I think no one had so much success as he did on that specific hero, and it's a pleasure to see him play this one out. So already for the side of Revenant Order, you kind of let your opponents get on that comfort pick, so you are making it a little bit harder for yourselves.
I agree. You've already let that Mathilda through, you've let the Hellcut through as well. Now Hellcut is not really that big of a threat if you think about it, but considering the entire synergy of how strong RK has that's where something I'd say the trouble begins for Revenant Order. So they've got to be very careful when they're facing this kind of lineup. Banning with the carry kill as well, and RK eventually focusing down on Kimmy. Now there's just one more pick that's going to be banned out. I'm pretty sure it should be a Farsa.
Could be. It could be Farsa. She would be making a lot of sense. Hellcut, of course, even though he is going for that backline, so he doesn't mind the backline, the rest of his team wouldn't be so happy with Farsa. Also, Farsa sitting so far back and even still probably running Flaker so she can reposition herself with her Feathered Airstrike. It would make life harder, so much harder for Hellcut to log her in and to like kind of kill her off in the fights, together with Shay and Kenshin standing in front of him and making that space. So makes a lot of sense if you ban that hero. Of course, comparable hero, oh, alright, she is left open. I just wanted to say that comparable hero to that is Cecilian, even though he is not in the best spot right now after the newest patches, but they go for Bruno. They prioritize the gold laner. Makes a lot of sense for the side of Revenant Order.
Yeah, yes. There's literally 5 gold laners being banned out here. 1-1, Harith, Carry, Erethiel, and now the Granger. So that leaves Bruno as one of the best picks in the arsenal. Now, what are you going to pick up to counter that? That's going to be interesting out here. I think so the only option that's really viable here is a Claude. I don't see anything else. Or a Moscow?
Also, if you look at Revenant Order, they were planning this since the first ban. It was Baxia, 1-1, Harit, and then Kari and Erethiel, and you are like, alright, we have Bruno, take whatever you want, because there is nothing left that we are scared of.
Even though you're going to lock in the Moscow along with the Lunox, right? Now, we've seen them pick the Lunox almost every single time for Nandayo. This is the 3rd game where they're playing right now, and it's the 3rd time a Lunox, hold on a second, a Gushin being picked up for the mid lane in the hands of Cream. Now that's interesting.
I mean, will he fry or will he get fried? That's the question to be had. I am not sure about his lane priority. I think this is first time seeing, not I saw him in rank, of course, but like the competitive environment, I am not really experienced with Gushin in mid lane, at least from what I saw. So you need to kind of ease me into that scared, because I don't know how will this matchup work out in the mid lane.
I think so. I'm not really against the Gusion pick out here, considering there's Lunox on the other side, there's also a Hellcut on the other side, you've got the Moscow on the other side. Gusion is a pretty solid pick with the amount of damage that he can eventually deal. The only condition is you need to have that first kill, you need to have the first early snowball. That's where every single thing plays out, and considering the composition of Revenant Order, it's a very heavy snowball composition with the Grog that you have. Uranus is going to be pretty late into the game, so he's going to be holding strong, while on the other side you've got the Lancelot as well, pretty good in terms of all of that snowballs. I really want to see how this one pans out for them, but I think so it can work.
Well, draft-wise, if we look at what we have, I must say I am going a little bit against Ake, at least draft-wise, because I feel like their draft can crumble very easily, since you are not having a lot in the form of frontline. You are all relying on Toby to have that spells for utility available, so he can bail you out from those dangerous scenarios, because if he is not ready, then you are dying there.
Yeah, that's kind of the big thing out here right now. You've got to be pretty careful around that, but as you mentioned, you've got Toby as well, so there is going to be those extra Mathilda airlines for your team every single time. Plus, considering Nanda is on the Lunox right now before level 4, he's actually going to win out on all of the duels against Creep, so that's something he's got to work with. Again, the Cosmic Fission comes in. Kenshin has been sent back, Creep has been sent back, so that's a big win coming in for Ake at the very early game itself.
I must cancel out my statement before, because honestly, now looking at the mid lane matchup, oh wait a second, Alan first, but against Maku, he's gone like that.
That's a big one coming in. You mentioned about this as well, a lot of comfort picks from the other side, but it's the tendencies of Ake to play around that hill curve, which Revenant Order know. And that's something where they've got that first priority now. They want to focus down over towards the top lane as well. A lot of damage being dealt. Toby is going to stay alive. And it's also Astra on the CC, so pretty tanky. They're going to be safe.
And even though the fight happened, he still has his vengeance. He's still baiting, maybe to engage under the tower, maybe baiting with that vengeance. But Grok already started the turtle, and Revenant Order are in this game right up on top. They are ready to fight and they are ready to rumble.
Oh, Maku, he eventually teleported out there in that bush now. There we go, the Dark Knight falls. Eventually, it's going to be taken easily by Alan. No problem coming in there. But there we go, the Thornrose instant on Astra, who's going to be running back to safety now. Shadowblade Slaughter used up, but doesn't matter. Was not really able to land in the skill one out there in the open, so bit of a problem coming in for Creep. You really need to land those sword spikes if you're Gusion.
That's definitely something important, but the thing is, Ake, with that crazy mid lane priority, we're not able to pick up the first turtle. That's something that shouldn't be happening with the draft that you have. Oh, wait a second, Moscow, I think he connected, or did he steal it?
Yeah, he stole it. That's something that should not have happened out here right now, but this is an overextension. Nandayo instantly destroyed in a second, thanks to all of the CC coming in from Kenshin out here right now. Maku is going to stay alive. Creep did not really have the sword spike instantly for that connection. And look at that smart play. This trying to steal away every single camp from Maku.
Oh, they are not making it easy for him. He is one death already. And now Kreve, not really Kreve, but Alan, 2 kills in his pocket. Two kills towards his gold advantage. 2 kills in his piggy bank. And he is already getting accelerated.
It's going to be a big booster coming in for that Lancelot out here. Considering Reborn Easy also now has got the Heart's Claw. That means he's going to be ready for the next few fights out here. He's going to have that snowball early against Sirius.
Oh, he will be so ready. And another important thing is that Kisen is not really ready right now. Moscow needs 3+ items, but Reborn on that Bruno is super ready as they approach this midline fight.
Yeah, it's going to be a couple of flickers being used up instantly along with the Dark Nightfall to save their own life, but those are some very big utilities being used up already. Now you don't have anything to go for this turtle contest. No Ruby DD coming in from Nandayo. He's not farmed up well yet. That's something. That second turtle going in for Revenant Order. Now they're going to develop that snowball in the mid game.
Moscow, unfortunately, connecting, but not really stealing it away like he was able to do with that purple buff last time.
Oh my goodness, the damage coming in from the sword spike and the delayed from the magic worship or lethal ignition out there. Picture perfect, and the recall on their faces. That is just nasty. And again, Toby can't do anything except just see the buff being stolen away. Nothing that Ake could do. This draft has gone in with a lot of comfort picks, but it is becoming uncomfortable to play.
No, absolutely. It's being made so much harder with every play happening, and Astra now in big trouble.
Yeah, right now he's still gonna survive though with the vengeance, and thanks to the Yo-Yo Blitz coming in, there we go. Cosmic Fission coming in with the Chaos Assault as well, side by side from Nandayo, but they do not do any type of damage. Shy is back to his full HP.
Wait a second, Kenshin is cooking something up serious and had to flicker away, but he lives for now, not really for long.
Yeah, that's a perfect tank coming in from Shy. He eats up every single shot of the tower. And then Kriv just hops in. This is the big problem which I mentioned that Guzin could eventually possess for the other side. You don't have any ways to hit a hard crowd control, and Kriv, yeah, he's just gonna have his own fun time.
He's definitely having a lot of fun times as he jumps in, forces Lunox to ult away. Oh, Moscow connecting, but not really on the right target as Shy forces Astra away. Can she live? She doesn't have vengeance right now. Can he live? Can he jump out? He's trying to. There's a knockup coming from Kenshin. He goes down. Shy picks this one up, but more kills coming in the way of Uranus. I don't know if that's the hero you want the kills on, because even though you're 3,000 ahead, if it's sitting on Uranus, it's not really that well used.
I agree. If it's on Uranus, it's not well used, but as long as they're going to have that advantage, I think so they're going to be pretty fine with this. Predictions as well coming in. We're going to be talking about that in a second right now as the third turtle is being picked up by Revenant Order. And I think so with this, the prediction of Synth could eventually come true if this is how things are going, right? He's the only one with a 2-0 in favor of Revenant Order. Me, Zakota, and Nish, all of us have gone for a 1-1 for both of these teams, while you and Kronos have gone in 2-0 for Ake.
No, we were high on Copium, it looks like, because Revenant Order are really stepping the game up. But what's super important is that Toby will, even though with that early game presence, even though with that mid lane priority, Toby will be super important in the later phases of the game, because Kenshin will fall off, his grog will not be as important in the later team fights. Whereas Nando with Lunox and Sirius with his Moscow will scale up so well. Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, tectonic charge right onto the faces in the tower itself, though. Kriv is going to survive with the brilliance coming in. And Nandayo really wants to take this fight on the other side, but he does not have enough damage. But guess what? Maku's there. He wants to push out forward along with Sirius as he gets one more. Kenshin wants to make sure the rest of the members stay alive. And he will do that job by falling off. Kriv hops in as well. And now I think it's about time for the other side to eventually go for the disengage as Ake. They will be disciplined. They're not going to overextend at all. Except the damage that eventually comes in from the other side though. But guess I said it a bit too early. Maku obliterated by the Gusion on the other side right now. Shai is going to be the target from the third end. As Sirius becomes the third pillar to shut him down along with Nandayo and Astra. The mid-tier one finally should fall.
You need to keep an eye on Kyusen, because if someone can carry this game, it's him. Toby gets caught. Mega kill for Krivi.
That's a big mess up coming in from Kriv though. He missed out onto that soft spike. Could not be onto Astra on the other side. Now Kenshin will fall on the back of that miss though. But I have to say, Toby as well. He overextended a little bit extra. Again, some questions coming in by Ake. It seems like they're not really all on the same page, but it's absolutely fine now. They're going to be trying to focus on this Lord first.
But maybe they will be focusing Shy down, because wait a second, Kyusen got that 1v1, but he gets shut down by Kriv. That's not the guy you want to give gold to. He's 5-0-3. He will run away with the game.
Yeah, absolutely well. He's making sure that he gets all of those early items as well. I'm pretty sure I remember he made those Genius 1-2 early on. So yeah, No Athena shield coming in on the other side. Yo-Yo Bliss eventually taken down though, but Creep is getting destroyed by the damage from Maku as well. As again, Tectonic Charge available, boost up as well. He's going to be running back to safety. Kenshin still got that. He'll be destroyed finally as the Phantom Execution comes in. Thornrose did not connect onto anyone. Support comes in from the backside with the SOD. It's absolutely perfect by Kusin. And with that, they're going to take down the tier 1 in the mid now. Toby is the target of the sword spike, so Kree will not move out forward, and that gives the advantage to Ake.
But the thing is, Ake are outscaling. This is what I wanted to say before more clashes happened and just cancelled me out from speaking. But right now you are only 1000 behind and you are scaling so much better. And the gold is on Kyusen. Whereas on the opposing side, you have some kills on Shy, of course a lot on Kreef, but I don't know if he was farming. I would need to see the gold graphs so I know how far or how even is Kreef.
Yeah, that's going to be the focus on right now. Again, a big Tectonic Charge coming in. They still want to take down Toby, but the Brilliance comes in. Grieve should be destroyed. A massive shutdown on the other side as the backline is not surviving. Nandayo with a Cosmic Vision along with Maku on this Hellcurt. Get a 4 for absolute zero trade with a Lord marching top. Now you've got the Holy Shield, so it can clear out one wave, but there's still 10 more seconds for Creep to hop back, and his wave clear is not enough. Shai is going to be the next target as again another Circling Eagle used up, and he gets absolutely taken down. No type of Celestial Lord can save this Uranus as the game is secured by Ake.
Just like that, that snap of fingers, that's what it took Ake to come back on top and turn this game around. Like, not even 160, I know it doesn't make sense, but it was 360. It was 360 degrees. I know you would end up in the same place, but this was a different place. I think it was like a portal that there was, and they ended up in a parallel universe when they suddenly were winning. Because, oh, what a turn. Of course, if you look at it draft-wise, you can think, yes, I was saying it, they have better late game. But the way that it slipped from the hands of Revenant Order, it was just like that. In 2 minutes, complete turnaround from Ake to being on their back foot to Ake destroying the base crystal.
It's one of the big things, right? Again, having that early game control, early game advantage as well. Even after that, Revenant Order not being able to close this one out, it just felt like Reborn TZ was not really comfortable on this Bruno. There's, yeah, Nandayo on the other side who can hop in at any point. I believe it was also Toby who was becoming a pretty difficult target to catch. You wouldn't really want Astra to be on your faces, and that's exactly what he was doing. So there were so many variables for Reborn TZ to play safely, and I think so it was only Kree who was finding that success because everyone else was trying to open the map up. They were trying to make things chaotic, but that's exactly what Ake wanted to, and eventually they were able to sustain through all of that.
Oh, absolutely. And honestly, it's not that I don't want to give credit to Kreef. He definitely deserves that, and I think definitely he should be awarded the MVP of this game if there was an award like that, because his performance was just so much higher than anyone else in this game, even though Ake took the victory in the end. But I feel like a big factor is that Gashen is not really your typical mid lane pick. So maybe that bit of spice that was thrown in there, that maybe shock value that was thrown in there, made it a little bit harder for the side of Ake to play. And until they eased themselves out into that a little bit, I think that's when they started to turn the game around, when they understood, all right, he's trying to do that, he's playing it like that, let's be ready for that. And Toby with his Matilda was disrupting him, there was everyone else ready, and they were making the plays in retaliation for his engage.
I agree, and I also believe that the Petrify was a bit underutilized on Kreef when he was playing that Gujan as well, because he was not really being able to get in on the positions to use those Petrifies on 2 or 3 people, right? And I think so that was a bit of a problem coming in for him too, but it's absolutely fine. Whatever's happened in the previous game happened. Now you want to try and focus down onto the next game, because yeah, the scoreline is 1-0 in favor of Ake, and I don't know, man. I think so Warren, you and Kronos' Copium can eventually be the actual Hopium for their side. Maybe that can happen.
We will see, but of course that's still in the stars, and I am not a stargazer myself, so I don't know, Scared. Do you see it there? I don't know. It's a little bit cloudy here in Prague, so I cannot really tell. But I think what will tell us more is the draft of the next game. When will it come online? Do you think there should be some changes happening to the draft approach for the side of Revenant Order, or you feel like draft was alright, but what happened on the map was bad?
I mean, let's be honest, yeah, Guzhin, as much as we think was one of the good picks out there, you really needed Reborn easy on one of those comfort picks in the gold lane to eventually snowball in that mid to late game. I think so Kriv was doing his own job onto that, Guzhin, so I'm absolutely fine with that. It was eventually that Bruno who could not find proper opening. And I think so one of the big reasons for that was, yes, you had the Grok in the hands of Kenshin, who was giving you some good amount of setups with the Tectonic Charge. But I think so once that was dodged or once that was used up, Maku had a free opening to reach towards the backline. There was no one really to actually support Reborn TZ on that position. And I think so that was the big reason why he was not able to deliver that much amount of damage which we expected him to deliver. So I think so it should be a slight bit of change in terms of the draft itself, where if you're really going for a front-to-back composition, I would want Revenant Order to fully commit to a front-to-back.
I feel like there's truth in your words, at least from what I saw as well, because Reborn didn't look so comfortable in the Bruno, that has to be said. Like, it was a right pick and I think he was winning the lane, but he didn't look like himself. I would say we saw him perform, and we saw him perform very nice, and this wasn't it. Like, the rest of his team was alright, but he wasn't really there. So I feel like the switch up in the gold lane position could be the approach, but it looked like it was something that they were working on. So I'm quite surprised that it wasn't really there for Reborn.
You know,
because
I'm
yes,
also thinking about the fact that, yeah, Reborn on that struggling end, it's all fair in games, but what is going to be the main answer, right? Because most of the bans on the gold lane were actually done by Revenant Order themselves. So it was exactly as you mentioned during the drafting phase itself, that it probably was the plan from the very beginning to ban out those marksmen and then let Reborn TZ pick up one of the stronger ends of the remaining sticks, and that was a Bruno. In every single iteration of every universe, Bruno is winning against a Moscow in that lane. And yes, Reborn, as much as he was winning out there early on, but eventually falling off in the later stages of the game, was one of the big problems right now. And I think so, maybe we're gonna see one or at least two respect bans coming in, and first one is Hellcut.
Makes a lot of sense, honestly. Even though you were able to shut him down and kill that annoying cockroach, he still was a nuisance in the end, because he was bursting those targets, and it makes complete sense that you pick him off.
Fear of cockroaches, man. I really hate them. Yeah.
What do you mean, that you don't have cockroaches like that in your house?
I just shoot my shot with the slippers right on their faces and make sure that they meet the maker. So yeah, I mentioned about 1 or 2 respect bans. Seems like they've heard it, and they're both banning the respect out here. Lunox as well as the Hellcut. Now, as much as this kind of disrupts RK onto their comfort positions or their comfort heroes, I also feel that it leaves a lot of draft open. And with the amount of picks that are available, I think so CC should be a potential ban right now from RK.
Oh, absolutely. But right now, Revenant Order are kind of going in a way, alright, you worked with that, you play with that, it was nice, it worked nice for you, but now we are banning it, so we are like, alright, now it's your turn, show us something else. But the problem with that approach is that if this doesn't work and they have something else, then you are out of this series anyway, and they took both of the points from you. So I don't know if this is the right approach, honestly, because if you were preparing for that, then these drafts, I mean, this sudden shift in bans doesn't really make sense for me, because I feel like if you would prepare, you would make those bans in the first one.
I agree. I absolutely agree. I think so this is more of a situational bans as well coming in from their side, right? Very impulsive and on the way decision. I'm not really sure if it was prepaid or pre-planned entirely. So yeah, I agree with the point that you mentioned out here. Right now, they're going to be focusing as their third ban onto that Baxia. They have to eventually because there are so many picks left open. CC could be the way to go for RK. Unless they want to pick CC for themselves, but I don't think so. They would want to risk it being picked up by Revenant Order. Or also, there's a potential availability of a Zushin to be picked up in mid. So maybe that could be the next ban, either one of those two.
Oh, absolutely. But I would even maybe put my money... Alright, it's Selena, so I'm not putting my money anywhere. Even though, yeah, we will not go this. We will not go this way. I think that's too far. Even though it's already 10 p.m. I think our adult program starts at midnight, right? Is it correct, Scare? Then we have the adult session, right? Yeah. Sorry. So not yet. Be of course ready to tune in at after midnight. But right now, let's focus what Shay will cook up for Revenant Order, because right now, as I used before, spoons are on the table and you need to make that soup, and it looks like it will be made with a piece of 1-1.
That's a big one coming in, but I'm not quite sure if you'd really want to go with that one right now, with the Phobias being left open as well. That could be picked up, and you know it's going to be pretty annoying for 1-1 to deal with. But as we've been talking about, 1-1 in the gold lane, one of the biggest priorities that has always been the ban on the red side. Left out alone, Revenant Order picking it up now. RK have got a lot of options available. You got the Kimi in the mid lane. You can also go for the Yisun Shin in the jungle. Maybe you can lock in the Lancelot for yourself too. But this is going to be the first time where we will see Nandayo on anything except the Lunox. He's played 3 games, and in all the 3 times he has picked up that Lunox. So now it's going to be the first time where we'll see the depth of his hero pool in general. Okay,
I quite like... I quite like Lance, but I don't know if I like CC, honestly. You could maybe change my mind, but I feel like against 1-1 you don't really want CC because she wants those long fights, whereas 1-1 exceeds in those long fights.
Yeah, I agree. That's one of the biggest part which I was about to mention as well. It was more or less like a coin flip for RK. If they pick up the 4vs, they let the CC pass through to Revenant Order, and a CC 1-1 combination, they are winning both the lanes. So I think so the idea of RK is to make sure that they have at least one winning lane, and that is going to be of the EXP.
Alright, now when you open my eyes a little bit more, I can see the angle. Oh, and I see the big man himself, Lapu Lapu, especially in that skin. What a chungus. I mean, like, I am hoping that Shy will show us, that he won't be shy to show us at least what Bober showed us today. No disrespect to Bober, he showed us so much, but if Shy is able to do at least half as that, I think Revenant Order are coming back with a 1-1 scenario.
And yeah, I'm loving the idea of Revenant Order themselves as well. Yeah, they don't really have a winning lane in the EXP, but they don't have a losing lane as well now. Like, it takes a next level of mess up if you lose the lane using a Lapu Lapu, and I'm pretty sure Shy is pretty comfortable on this hero as well. So now ball is again back in the court of RK. Who you're gonna lock in? Maybe they're mid lane right now early on, but all right, that's an interesting early lock in on the Erithiel, but I love it. There's only a few marksmen who can go toe to toe against 1-1 in that lane, and Erithiel with the sprint is an absolute beast.
And what I like especially is that Erithiel, even though she doesn't have dashes, she can still move away from the danger zone of crossbow tank because she's so fast, and especially if she turns on that sprint and she kind of really jumps down on that gas pedal on her bike, she can really drive away and be safe from the harm. So I'm loving it, you are loving it. Let's see if Revenant Order will love it. I spoil alert, I think they will not, because right now they are probably thinking, alright, that's one marksman we didn't really want them to pick up, but right now Kalia being banned, so she cannot kidnap that Erithiel. And for the side of Revenant Order, probably they are thinking about some dive heroes. I am feeling like Gato could be the ban to go for.
There's also Chip on the chopping block. I don't think so. You'd really want to let him slide away as well, with the Farsa now being banned out, so no long range bombardments coming in. And I think so, as much as people say that 1-1's movement is pretty fast and all, one long shot from Farsa and 1-1 is already down to 30% of her HP. I really like this ban coming in from the side of Revenant Order though, but my whole point is they themselves could have actually picked up the Farsa, right?
But the thing is, your opponents are first on the pickup, so they could steal it away. It would still make sense for their composition. So even though you could use her, you don't really want to give that away. So I am thinking that that's the idea behind that. Of course, second ban for the side of Ake will not... Oh, will be actually Gato. I don't know. I feel... Maybe you have a different idea, but I feel like Ake kind of wasted that ban, because when I look at their comp, I'm not thinking like Gato is super good into that.
Kind of agree. It's just the thing that both of the EXP laners of both of these teams, they kind of want to dive in, right? Along with, if you're really looking at the composition of Ake, it's Toby who wants to dive, it's Astra who wants to dive. You've really got Kusin as well on that Erithiel, who would be playing around the same area of your frontliners. So I think so Gato could have been disruptive to this combination, but I would have really loved Ake to pick that Gato up for themselves. I think so that would have been made a lot more sense, and
that's another thing that could have happened. That's right, they kind of shot themselves in the foot, but they are loving the grog. And if I'm not wrong, I think Kobe was the one that picked up one of the first grogs here on Search, here under Search, and he played it to perfection. His first debut game on grog was lovely, was absolutely wondrous. So I am thinking that he wants to show Revenant Order how it's done. He wants to show them how you are supposed to play the stone, man.
I absolutely agree. And I think so that's going to be something which Revenant Order would have to worry about. With this grog pick now, I'm kind of tilting over towards them, but I really like the Kaja pick coming in as well. You've got that early suppression. If Toby wants to dive in, he's gonna get caught. If Astra wants to dive, he's gonna get caught. Serious, yeah, good luck trying to survive that. The only thing is I don't really love the Valentina out here right now. I do get the idea, but I think so Kadita would have fit up much better in this entire jigsaw puzzle which Revenant Order were creating.
I feel like even Novaria that was hovered before would still fit the bill, because she could poke from the long range, make it super hard for Lance to hop onto her. So yeah, I agree with you. And also, I don't feel like there are yet the biggest ultimates for Valentina to steal. There's not Lucas, there is no crazy ultimates like those. So I'm not really liking the... Alright, with Kagura that spices things up, but that's kind of Ake shooting themselves in the leg, because if Valentina steals this away... Sorry, that's the effect of casting for so long that we did today. But we are so happy that you are still here with us, and we hope you are enjoying, because we know we are, as we approach the last game of today, that either will make it 1-1 or Ake will run away with 2-0.
That's kind of the big one coming in, right? And yeah, I've been just looking at this entire composition itself as well, while figuring out a way for the other side to pick this one up, but I don't see any way for Revenant Order to win this one. That's the big thing. One of the big counters of 1-1 is really the Erithiel in the lane, and then there's an assassin in terms of the mage on the other side, and that's the Kagura with the Yin Yang overturn. Yeah, I know the combination of two different ultimates. Good luck surviving that, and I am absolutely on board with what you mentioned, that there are no big ultimates for that Valentina to steal apart from the tectonic charge of grog. So it's gonna be a big question mark as to how Kree will pull this one off, ladies and gentlemen, as we move in for one last time into the land of dawn itself right now. Last game, Revenant Order taking on Ake, blue and red side respectively.
No, Toby is already starting to pick a fight against Kenshin, but Kenshin is having none of that. He's going right for that beetle.
That's a lot of damage being dealt out here right now. And I think so Revenant Order would really want to utilize this opportunity to constantly deal the damage, as again Kriv just making sure that his presence is noted throughout the map though, but he's going to be missing out this one wave out there in mid, but I think so it's going to be fine. Kenshin should be able to clear this one up. That will make sure that he eventually receives the Divine Judgment once the turtle pops up.
But the thing is, Toby is already in the opposing jungle, going for more, picking another fight, but he will be going down. Wait a second.
Oh, he's holding on for now, though. My goodness, Kenshin almost wanted to catch it, but there we go with a flicker coming in from Kriv. And no utility to save anyone. All skills back on cooldown. Nandayo does not really have anything right now as Mako really wants to catch in. The distance close in, coming in and perfectly positioned Thorn Rose. That's how you play the Lancelot, says this man. Going in for that trade instantly. It was Nandayo though, eventually got that pick.
Maku absolutely ready to save the day. Just when you think Revenant Order are having a good early game, Maku jumps in and throws it on its head. Toby, unfortunately though, in a little bit of an XP deficit. Now with no flicker available, Alan goes for more.
He really wants to catch in a few more shards out there. Turtle's going to be reset out as Toby wants to run away. There we go. The Landshaker's going to come in. Tectonic Charge catching absolutely no one for Kriv. So that's something, but it's absolutely fine. The Turtle was left out wide open now, and Astra needs to run back to safety, but there's no safe space, not even in his own tower, as the Vengeance popped up at the last second. Will save his life, but not the gold from top.
Oh, definitely. The gold platings are getting chopped off as a Revenant Order are making their way there. Suppressed, Astra, bye-bye, you are gone.
Big question mark coming in though, but a quick trade coming in the form of Alan as well. Nandayo catching him instantly, but there we go. The Raging Slashes combine it with the damage of Kenshin from the Ring of Order. It's absolutely perfect right now, but the chase goes in. Maku wants to catch it. One more! And where did the Rethiel show up from? Kyusen with the Windtalker. Make sure he's got that extra maneuverability, extra mobility. Not really going in with the Ducati skin out there, but really has got that big black cat, making sure she's running all around the map.
But the thing is, Toby, before he died, he warded off, so Shy had to flicker out like it was his last regards. But last regards are also definitely being sent toward Astra as he passes away, unfortunately, on the top side.
Yeah, this is one of the CCs which is actually facing a lot of problem, right? And I think so I do understand the idea of Revenant Order as well. It's a winning lane for Astra. You just shut him down early on. You already have a 1-1 out there in the gold lane, which is technically going to be a 50-50 matchup though on the other side. Toby making sure that he survives out there. It's absolutely fine, right? With the Grog buff now, he's going to be getting that HP back as well. That too very quickly so that he can stay in the fight a little bit longer. But I do see things are actually turning out to be a little bit more difficult for Revenant Order out here.
I'm not quite sure. I am feeling Revenant Order as they are feeling themselves because they try to go for Toby. He gets suppressed, but he runs away. Great performance, actually. Great mechanics coming from Toby.
Gonna make sure that he stays alive out there, but now he does not really have that Tectonic Charge for the re-engage out. But on the other side, Krive has exactly that. Make sure he pushes up Sirius all the way towards the back. And with that, another turtle being secured by Revenant Order. I was worried about their scaling, but who cares about that? Nandayo answers back. And this assassinating Kagura has learned a few tricks from a Hayabusa, making sure that she's hidden in those bushes. Toby's gonna fall. This Grog is no stronger than the earthquake being caused by a Revenant Order, but that's about it. A jungler for a roamer. Ake will take that every day.
But even though we have already said that it looks like Revenant Order are out of their plans, this all looks according to plan. It's going according to the plan because Revenant Order 2,500 gold ahead, 7-4, coming strong into the second game.
Big one coming in now. It's all going to fall down over towards the EXP lane right now as they're still trying to catch an Astra. He's all the way out in the open as he gets stunned up with the Landshaker. And it shakes the entire realm of Astra as he gets sent back yet again in the fountain. Nothing to work around with, and another dodge with the needles coming in from Reborn TZ on this 1-1. You can't catch that. And there's Creep who's actually going in, gets the Terrified as well, but the ECL is something you did not anticipate. Overextension being punished, and Ake are still in this game.
The craziest part for me is definitely that Astra was able to use his vengeance, but it didn't matter. He got destroyed like he didn't even use it. Alan and Shy, there was so much damage coming from them that Astra, even though he used vengeance, he popped like a balloon.
You got to be pretty careful around that. Now, one of the big question marks that I really have for Ake and specifically for Nandayo is the fact that who is he going to target in this mid to late game? You've got Reborn TZ, who's been causing some troubles out there. We'll talk about that as Houston. He gets instantly destroyed first, and now it's going to be followed up by Maku. That's two of the big main damage dealers out in the mix, taken away. Toby, he wants to run back to safety, has got the Tectonic Charge, but still decides not to use it. And that's a big surprise as it's the third pick for Revenant Order. And a third turtle as well for Allen. He is snowballing out of control, and maybe it's going to be the fourth one right now. Nandayo, Rush Umbrella Flea coming in, but a big curtains call on to 2. And Astra takes down Allen, but he's not surviving for any longer as well, as now we've got Reborn TZ. Deletes him out there as again, Shy, he does every single thing himself, zoning out 2 of the people out here, and now it's going to be UTL joining in. Qsen finally hops in with a heavy crossbow, but it doesn't have any damage. How is Lapu even surviving for such long? This is just bonkers. He stays alive. Qsen falls. No one on the side of Revenant Order takes any casualty. This seems to be it.
This definitely seems to be it, because if you take into consideration that Revenant Order are outscaling their opponents through Reborn and Alan, oh my god, that late game is looking super strong, and right now you are 5,000 gold ahead, sitting very firmly in the advantageous position, and only one that can respawn, that can maybe make it harder for you is Qsen, who is right now sitting on 3 deaths, and as we were saying, that Reborn doesn't have his best game, not really that comfortable. He is definitely comfortable on that 1-1, but who doesn't look comfy is definitely Qsen. He's 2-3, and he doesn't have a break in this one.
Yeah, he is facing a lot of troubles, man. I'm not really sure if this is one of the best Ethereal games for him. Just getting caught out there, and I'll have to say, Shy on the Lapu. He's not shying away from any kind of fights. And now this double marksman composition, it's reaching its strength as well. You mentioned about it perfectly a few seconds ago. Double marksman, Revenant Order, late game, yeah. Good luck trying to survive through all of that.
But what I like is that Ake are not slacking off, and they are trying to push the sideline, so they now have to respond. And even though if they are able to take the Lord, you still have an advantageous position on the top side, where the top lane is being pushed away from you, and now you can work your way onto the bottom side waves.
Try and focus down as the Lord eventually gets taken for free by Revenant Order. I'm not quite sure if they really have anything to work around with. Even Astra on that CC hasn't really been giving them any kind of opening. The only person who's had a proper success till now was Nandayo on the Kagura, right? 3, 2, and 1, and that's about it.
Oh, absolutely. But the thing is, right, Astra, oh wait a second, crazy suppression.
Yeah, big catch coming in, and that to Astra, taken down instantly right before that fight as well. Lord marching down from bottom side, so I think so Astra should be back up in the game itself, but that's absolutely okay. The tier 2 in the mid lane is going to fall right now. Revenant Order, they're making sure that they're focusing on this siege.
And the thing is, Kenshin even now has his immortality available, so even if you catch him off guard, even if he has to sacrifice himself for the play, he will still make the play and he will still live. You will need to kill him once again, so even more HP to play around. And even though I was saying that Revenant Order doesn't really have something in the form of frontline is working so well for them because they are the first to pull the trigger.
Absolutely, another tectonic charge used by Kree, but did not connect onto anyone as the curtain calls goes in towards the backline as well. They're still trying to hold their ground out, but it doesn't matter. HP pretty low as the shutdown goes in on Reborn TZ, and Shai is going to be falling. The next one in line is not surviving though, but he's still holding strong. How is this Lapu Lapu being an immortal out there without an immortality? Make sure that the inhibitor in the bottom falls. And with that, Revenant Order, back off.
Do you know what's the scariest part, Scared?
What?
It's that Shay is playing Lapu after the nerfs. This is after the nerfs. And it's still this tanky.
I don't know what he's building out here. I want to have a look at the itemization one more time. I looked at everything except for his own items. But my man is on absolute materials which you are not supposed to be using out here in real life. He's just surviving, he's soaking through everything, and I don't think so I can say the same thing for Astra. He's not surviving through any of that. Bursted down even through the Vengeance, 2, 6 and 1, 30 seconds before the Lord. Yeah, that's going to be another free Lord going in for Revenant Order.
But the thing is, right, you were able to push the bottom. Wait a second.
Hold on, that's going to be the first pick probably coming in from the other side. A big mistake from Kenshin. Openings coming in, but Allen answers back instantly on the other side. Heavy crossbow was used up already by Kenshin, but he can't really get a break though as mega kill for Shaik. And he is still standing up. This man always pulls something out of his hat. It could be a rabbit, it could be a pigeon, it could be a freaking horse, man. And he will still make sure that he is the biggest magician out there. 2 for 2 trade though, but at least Arcade can now open some things up.
Well, for a bit it looked like he won't be pulling out a horse. For a bit it looked like he will be pulling out a donkey and he won't be able to drive away on that. But in the end he indeed pulled out a horse and was able to jump out. But the next Lord of this game, possibly the last Lord of this game, is being started by Ake and taken by Revenant Order right now.
Yeah, one of the big item pickups coming in for Toby is definitely that blade armor. It's going to make sure that Reborn TZ eventually is chunking his own HP down if he's going in for those auto attacks. But look at the back line. Oh my goodness, Kyusen! This man can't even breathe over on the other side. An answer back for Reborn TZ as he gets a double. 3 taken down. They don't need a lot to end right now. They know that there's no wave clear on the other side. A wind talker for Reborn as he goes and chases Toby. No crossbow tang available. It doesn't matter. He's got a killing spree. He's got enough damage. The true damage was already there now as Nandayo on the Kagura cannot survive. No Hayabusa to save the day or the game or the clan or Ake. That's Revenant Order stealing the game 1-1.
Oh lord, what a game, what a series. Unfortunately, my prediction didn't come to fruition, but I'm not even mad, because they deserve it, and Revenant Order definitely showed some revelation in that second game when they came back, and they came strong, and they absolutely dominated that game, and especially on that XP lane with that Lapu Lapu. What a performance, what a game. And I must pinpoint it a little bit on Toby, because he was solid throughout the series, but in that last moment, he completely fumbled the face check, and he walked over Lapu and let him jump onto his backline carry.
That was absolute big blunder coming in. I absolutely agree. And look at the stats of shit. Oh my goodness. 30% damage being dealt. Highest in the team. Double than what Allen has. And 40% damage being tanked. That is where the entire tankiness was coming from. Because Kenshin didn't really need to do anything. It was always Shay jumping in with the Landshaker, with the Raging Slashes. He was there. He was always connecting that skill to in the enhanced form, making sure that it's got high defenses, soaking up everything and then coming back. And this is all the way happening when CC is supposed to have a proper lane and an advantageous lane technically. My goodness, this man needs to be studied.
Oh, he has to be studied, most definitely. Shay was absolutely on point. And of course, what happens tomorrow will happen tomorrow, but just based on today, it will be a head-to-head battle between Bober and Shay, because Shay, ooh, this game definitely put some respect onto his name, because, ooh, my lord, that was a performance. And what especially has to be said, that Shay is of course not playing with your typical solo queue ranked experienced Lapu-Lapu build. He's playing with that high competition, high elo build that's typically just one offensive item, and then you basically go full tank, maybe with Demon Wings at the end to kind of spice things up, but you are not supposed to be doing 30% of your team's damage. 62,000 and double that amount as tanked. What a performance. I could be glazing this guy for 10 more minutes straight, but let's refocus ourselves, because what a day it was today. Of course, tomorrow we will be continuing with more MLBB, but before we say goodbyes, let's kind of reflect on today and let's kind of go through what happened. We had the first series. Did you catch that, Scared? You weren't really there yet, but you weren't able to. You weren't able to say your things to that series, so I would love for you to kind of have a reflection upon that, if you were able to catch that.
I mean, again, Omni Glitch clearly showcasing their own dominance against Void Kids as well, and I think so a lot of people expected the same thing to happen too. I mean, I thought it's going to be a 1-1, but Omni Glitch eventually winning that one series out was a clear showcase that they're ready for this entire event. And then Minvra Fury against Jackpot. I'd have to say I wasn't surprised when the series was 1-0 in favor of Minvra Fury, but when Jackpots came back in that second game, oh my goodness. I was absolutely jumping out of my own chair as well, because that was something no one expected, but everyone wanted to see as well with that experienced lineup. So fantastic game, fantastic series coming in. After that, Stolen Angels, Method Black. I thought it's going to be a 1-1, but Stolen Angels eventually stole that game number 2 with that massive comeback as well, with the epic comeback, which we always talk about. And then this one absolute back and forth series of a banger, RK and Revenant Order. RK getting that first game, eventually Revenant Order answering back in the second one. Man, today was an amazing day. But Warren, I think so we've got a pretty good day tomorrow as well.
Oh, we will be having definitely a blast tomorrow, but yeah, the last game can definitely be summed up by one word, and this or like multiple words, and it's tug of war. Like, it was one side, then the other, then the first, then the other. It was such a competition, and I'm feeling like Ake have a strong opponents up there, and it's going to be a crazy battle, because well, who expected them to go flawlessly 2-0? I think now we can very confidently say that this won't be happening a lot of times, because the competition is fierce.
It's absolutely fierce now, because once you see Method Black all the way in the bottom 2, who could be on the verge of elimination? Yeah, I mean, the competition is indeed fierce right now. Because tomorrow's game becomes even more important for them, because they will be playing up against the 3rd position team right now, and that's Omni Glitch. And the only reason why they've got 3 points is because they closed out today's series in a 2-0 fashion. So they lost 1-2-0 and they win 1-2-0. So that's again one additional point being added on top of the 2 points which you're already getting. So that's why they've got those 3 points. And this is one of the big reasons why Stolen Angels are sitting with 6 points and Minvra Fury are on those 4 points too. So that's a gap being created right now. But the focus is always going to be in the bottom 4 teams, because anything could happen. It's going to be an important day for both Method Black and Void Kids.
Oh, absolutely, since they are right now on the brink of being eliminated, as we have already established. But the thing is, they are not so far behind in terms of points. Of course, 4 games deep with 1 point and 4 games deep with 0 for the side of Void Kids. That's rough patch. But tomorrow you can bring a lot to the table, and if you are able to squish away some points, some juicy points, maybe even 3 if you can 2-0. Oh, then you can rocket jump yourself back into the leaderboard, and then it's anyone's game. So tomorrow is going to be such a hype, and will be definitely a blast.
Gonna be
I think
enjoying that one.
tomorrow we should. Sorry, Skirt. Continue.
Go ahead.
Oh, all right. I think tomorrow we should be having Method Black against Omni Glitch, Ake against Stolen Angels, Revenant Order against Minerva Fury, and Jackpot against Void Kids.
My entire focus is going to be on two of those games, the first one and the last one. Method Black,
alright.
Omni Glitch, and Jackpots and Void Kids. Because let's be honest, Method Black, Omni Glitch, yeah, fair. Omni Glitch sitting on the third place, Method Black again in the bottom two right now. So it's going to be a very important game for them. And same goes for Void Kids, right? Let's be honest, if you've really got one game as well in your back pocket, that means you still have an opportunity of bouncing back in the entire series. But if you really have 0 points out there, a one entire series win, that too in a 2-0 fashion, would give you 3 points in total. But there are quite a lot of teams, if you really look at that. Arcade, Jackpots, Revenant Order, all of them sitting on 2 points itself. So just one win and they themselves will have 3 points. So I'm not quite sure if it's going to be easy for Void Kids to pull their socks up, right? And also, considering it's Jackpots on the other side, and they perform pretty well today against Minerva Fury 2, yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Void Kids to pull that one off.
Well, it will be definitely difficult indeed, but the thing is, as you have already kind of pointed out, is that if Void Kids can steal the show, then they are sitting at 3 points. And at 3 points, you are head-to-head with Omni Glitch suddenly. You are sitting comfortably at the 4th place, and suddenly the knife is not nowhere near your neck, and you can kind of ease yourself a little bit. But of course, that's the story of tomorrow. As I have already called the matches of tomorrow, I hope you will be here with us at your home screens, anywhere you're watching, at your phone, at your grandma's television, at your computer, at your laptop. We are just happy that you are watching, and we hope you enjoyed today's show. Here was me, Warren1x, together joined with Scardiet and Kronos before. And Scard, if you have something to say before we turn it off, what will that be?
That's about it, man. Excited for tomorrow, and make sure you show up tomorrow as well, because it's going to be super fun and it's going to be heckin' competitive.